Chapter 251, Anytime. Wales and Yale didn't expect that Mendez and his team would sleep until the second morning before waking up. Before that, they were like unconscious brain-dead people. No one moved or even turned in their sleep. Wales and Yale, however, were not sleeping. This display from Mendez and his team could only explain that they were too tired. The more it was like that, the more it meant that it was a grave matter. When the sun rose on the second morning, a sound came from the tents. Wales and Yale, who hadn't slept, were startled, and then the two of them charged straight into Mendez's tent. Mendez was resting inside. Mendez just woke up, and he was sitting inside the tent and looking around. Although he entered a defensive stance on instinct upon seeing Wales and Yale charging in, he soon relaxed as his expression became one of elation. "Little Seventh, I've finally found you." Then his expression darkened all of a sudden and he said, "Little Seventh, you have to run as far away from the tribe as possible. Fifth brother is dead, and so is our father. Gasol has become the chieftain now, and he wants to hunt you down." Even though Wales had thought about this outcome, hearing it from Mendez's lips filled his mind with noise for a moment. His vision went dark, and he swayed where he stood. Yale immediately grabbed him before Wales would faint. Fortunately, Wales had a bit of mental preparation for this. After a few deep breaths, he focused on Mendez and asked, "What happened, sixth brother? Please explain clearly." Mendez's tears were pouring out as he nodded. "Not long after you left, the two high elders made their way towards Beast God City due to 10,000 Beasts Festival. Not long after they left, Father suddenly became sick and died in just a few days." Gasol immediately announced that before Father died, he had handed over the chieftain's position to Gasol. But me and fifth brother didn't believe it, because when Father passed away, we weren't at his side. Gasol sent people to surround Father's tent and didn't let us in. Wales' face went ashen. He knew that his father was a level 8 powerhouse and his health was great. How could he contract an illness and pass away not even a few days after? It was absolutely impossible. Mendez continued, "When burying Father, fifth brother discovered something wrong. Fifth brother wasn't healthy and he ate medicine every year, which was why he knew some drugs very well. When he saw Father's face, he knew Father wasn't sick, he was poisoned." Splack. Wales smashed a small table at the side with his fist. His eyes were red, and his breathing was like a bellows. Mendez only glanced at him and then continued, "When fifth brother discovered this, he didn't voice it. He looked for me that night and spoke of it to me, in order to let me find you. But right at that time, Gasol suddenly announced that me, you, and fifth brother are Herculean Bull Tribe's traitors, and issued an order to kill us. We went through many detours in order to find you here. If we hadn't found you, we'd be in greater danger. Gasol must be looking for us all over the prairie right now." Wales breathed hoarsely, "That bastard. From this day on, he's my enemy. I will have this revenge. I will." Mendez looked at Wales and said, "Wales, Gasol controls the tribe now. You can't take revenge. It's useless. Believe me, we can start over far away from the tribe. With your 300 escorts and my 100, we can have up to 400 warriors. We can make another tribe somewhere else." There were many such examples on the prairie. A tribe was exterminated, but some warriors escaped to someplace else and conquered some smaller tribes, slowly got stronger, and finally became a large tribe. Such things happened on the prairie every year. But likewise, there were even more tribes that were eliminated. Mendez was right, however. With their 400 powerful Herculean bull warriors, they were not a force to be underestimated. They could carve out a turf for themselves with this strength. Mendez had this confidence. Wales shook his head and said, I want to go back and contact the other branch races in order to make them band together and chase Gasol away from the seat." Mendez was startled and asked loudly, "No, Little Seventh, you can't. It's too dangerous. The branch tribes might not buy what you say to overthrow Gasol. It doesn't benefit them. Why should they do it?" Wales smiled, "I will give them benefits for sure. Come, sixth brother, I'm taking you to see someone." He grabbed Mendez and walked out of the tent. Mendez's mind was in a blank when he was dragged out of the tent by Wales. He had forgotten about what had happened yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a defensive stance when Wales and Yale walked in. Actually, when Mendez and the others were riding on their mounts, they were already on the verge of breakdown. They were in a state of semi-unconsciousness, so when they stopped, they slept for a whole day and a half, despite having received Meg's treatment. Mendez saw Zhao Hai's campsite not far away from him after he got dragged out of the tent. Their campsite wasn't the same as the one set up by Wales people. Not only did Zhao Hai and the others have grains, the style of their tent was also different as well. Human tents and beastmen tents were two different concepts. Mendez then saw the friendship flag attached to the top of Zhao Hai's tent. The big-bellied pig tribe wasn't a small tribe among the beastmen. They had a medium-level strength as well. But while the big-bellied pig tribe's branch tribes could use the tribal flags, the flag themselves had slight changes between each other, as each larger and smaller tribe would have different markings on their flags. It could be said that there were secret unique codes on the flags which belonged to each of their tribes. They were just hard to tell for anyone who wasn't a beastman. Even though it was a friendship flag from a big-bellied pig race's branch tribe, Mendez had a great shock when it came to that. Mendez was very clear that human merchants had never gotten a friendship flag from beastmen, because they thought that true friendship never existed between humans and beastmen. Mendez was at a loss for words when he saw Zhao Hai's campsite. Wales let him go just then and spoke. "The one I speak of is him." He pointed at Zhao Hai's campsite and then detailed how he had met Zhao Hai to Mendez. Mendez frowned after hearing the tale. He looked at Wales and asked, "Little Seventh, why do I feel like this is all a lie? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Half price, best bamboo rice, and that many? Impossible, right?" Wales replied with a cold shimmer in his eyes. "This is our final chance. Instead of running away to somewhere else to set up a small tribe, why don't we use Zhao Hai's grains to make a gamble? If we can get the branch tribe's support, Gasol's chieftain position will not be stable." Mendez was still frowning as he said, "I'm afraid that they're lying to us right now. If they are, we're finished. We wouldn't have the slightest chance." "Little Seventh, I don't want something to happen to you." A trace of feeling flashed across Wales' eyes, but he still spoke insistently. "Relax, Sixth brother. I will meet with them shortly. Maybe you'll change your mind once you meet Zhao Hai." "Oh right, go and have a bowl of mutton soup. It was boiled for a night." Mendez felt an unprecedented hunger when he heard what Wales said. He felt as if his stomach had turned into a black hole that could fit a cow. In the middle of the campsite was a large iron pot. The fire under the pot had not faded yet, and the mutton soup in the pot had been boiled to a white color which looked just like goat milk. Next to the pot was a small table with a few bowls on top. Mendez didn't speak any further as he walked towards the pot, filled a bowl with the soup and drank it slowly. Mendez had never felt that mutton soup could be so delicious before, even though he knew that it was just a thing that couldn't be more normal than it already was. It felt like he was drinking the most delicious soup in his life. A single bowl of mutton soup, and Mendez felt even hungrier, but he knew he couldn't eat a lot of things right now, so he drank another bowl. Because the soup had been boiled for too long, the mutton had already disintegrated. There were only a few bones in the soup, but the flavor of the soup had become better as a result. After 3 bowls of mutton soup, Mendez put the bowl down. He felt that his body had completely recovered. He also felt strange, because he clearly remembered that he had injuries. How could his injuries be recovered so quickly? Just then, others had walked out of their tents. They were Mendez's escorts. They bowed to him when they saw Mendez, which prompted him to wave his hand. "All right, come and drink some bowls of soup." Little Seventh boiled this for a night. These people knew who the Little Seventh Mendez was referring to actually was. Of course, they bowed to Wales immediately and then ran to the pot before drinking large mouthfuls of mutton soup. They were seriously starved. Mendez also noticed just then that his subordinates' injuries had all recovered. Even ones with larger wounds had recovered, and only scars were left behind. Wales noticed Mendez's expression. He smiled and said, "No need to look. It was Zhao Hai's fiancé who used magic to treat your injuries. Let's go and meet Zhao Hai." Mendez nodded immediately and followed Wales to Zhao Hai's campsite. He was really curious about Zhao Hai now. They soon arrived outside Zhao Hai's campsite, and Zhao Hai also came out from the tent immediately. It was still early, but Zhao Hai and the others didn't wake up late, and had already eaten breakfast. Wales immediately greeted with a chest salute when he saw Zhao Hai coming out. "Brother Zhao Hai, I want to thank you for your assistance." Zhao Hai smiled and returned the gesture. "Brother Wales, you're too welcoming. Being able to help you is my honor." Mendez also walked forward and saluted Zhao Hai. Mendez greets Brother Zhao Hai. "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten better this quickly." Zhao Hai laughed in response. "Brother Mendez, you're too kind." Wales saw Laura and two others behind Zhao Hai and then spoke to Zhao Hai. "Brother Zhao Hai, come with me to my tent. I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Hai nodded and led Laura and the others to follow Wales to the tent. Once they sat down, a few people immediately brought some bowls of hot mutton soup. Wales dismissed the people afterwards, leaving only Wales himself, Mendez, Yale, and then Zhao Hai and the others. After the people left, Wales spoke to Zhao Hai. "Brother Zhao Hai, you have discovered as well, right? Something happened in my home." Zhao Hai nodded as it wasn't anything strange. If he couldn't realize even this, then he would be an idiot. Wales continued, "My eldest brother started a coup, poisoned our father, killed my fifth brother, and then sent people to hunt us down. He even became chieftain." When Wales spoke to this point, his face was filled with hatred, but his eyes were looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still being calm. He just frowned slightly and looked at Wales. "Brother Wales, what do you want me to help you with?" "To be honest, with my identity, if I help you, you might get further and further away from the position." Wales knew why Zhao Hai said that. It was because Zhao Hai was a human. If the tribe knew that a human was helping in the fighting over the position of chieftain, then Wales would only be further and further away from the chieftain position. Wales also never planned to let Zhao Hai help him in combat directly. It couldn't be done. However, helping with grains was possible, so he nodded. "I understand, Brother Zhao Hai, but I really need your help this time. I want grains, lots and lots of grains. They have to be at the price you listed earlier." "My brother, can you tell me exactly how many grains you have?" Zhao Hai calculated before answering. "Nearly 200 million kilos, and they are the type I showed you before. There's also several tens of thousands of kilos of vegetables, and they're also the same as the ones I showed you before." Wales looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "My brother, you must know how important the food is to me. I stake my entire fortune on this, so brother, how long until you can bring the food to the prairie?" Zhao Hai glanced at Wales and replied calmly, "Anytime." Wales asked Zhao Hai with a confused look, "Did you say anytime, my brother?" "Even now?" Zhao Hai waved his hand softly, and a bunch of vegetables appeared in front of him. Another wave, and the vegetables disappeared. He waved his hand again, and a bunch of grains appeared in front of him. Yet another wave, and the grains disappeared. Chapter 252 to 3 Jobs. Zhao Hai's display had the intention of showing his hand. He wasn't afraid that Wales would be suspicious of him. He just wanted to let Wales know that he had a storage device. For the beastmen, spatial equipments were too mysterious, and even now they didn't have a single one. It was because they did not have any that they treated spatial equipments like they were sacred artifacts. It was as if the space in a spatial equipment could fit an entire continent. Zhao Hai decided to display this ability in front of Wales and the others after learning this. It could be said that Zhao Hai wanted to cooperate with Wales, because whatever the case may be, if Wales became Herculean Bull Tribe's chieftain, he would repay the one who had always helped him. Zhao Hai didn't need too many benefits from Wales. As long as he could be friends with Wales, it would save him a lot of trouble on Beastman Prairie. No matter how self-important the other humans acted, the ones who truly called the shots were still the Beastmen. Only by forming good relationships with Beastmen could he stand firm on the prairie. The Herculean Bull's place on the prairie was not lower than ordinary battle tribes. Such a position was definitely not to be looked down on. Even if the smaller tribes wanted to look for trouble, they would have to consider their own strength first. Beastmen on the prairie may be fond of fighting, but they were not entirely maniacs like the jackals. Furthermore, the grains in his possession were for selling. If Wales didn't buy them, it would be Wales' failure. How would that be any of Zhao Hai's business? He was just simply selling them to Wales, while he would also sell them for the same price to others should they want to buy from him. He didn't lower the price because of Wales. Of course, the main reason why Zhao Hai dared to do this in front of Wales and the others was because Wales needed the food in his hands. As long as Wales needed the food, he wouldn't speak of the spatial equipment to others. Zhao Hai would have nothing to be afraid of. Wales and others were stunned by Zhao Hai's display. They didn't really know what to say, as Zhao Hai's performance was too shocking. Wales stood up after a while and asked, "Heavens, Brother Zhao Hai, you actually have a spatial equipment, and you use it to store food? Are you mad?" Zhao Hai looked at Wales with incomprehension. Can spatial equipment not be used to store things? What's the problem? What's the problem? This question certainly stopped Wales in his tracks. That's right, weren't spatial equipments supposed to be used to store things? What would be the problem if there were no limits? Wales felt that he was getting a little dizzy. He spoke after a while. "It's a big problem. Don't you realize how precious spatial equipments are? We beastmen have never had a single one. You actually use one to store food? Isn't it too much of a waste?" Zhao Hai laughed. "My brother Wales, for me, these foods mean all of my fortune and money. If I don't use it to store them, what else can I use? Besides, I can only use spatial equipment to store the food in order to bring it to Beastman Prairie at the fastest speed. That's how I could get away from the damn border troops." Wales went silent for a moment before he drew in a long breath and laughed loudly. "My brother Zhao Hai, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your spatial equipment bringing the food over here, we would really be finished." "Do you have all of your foods on you?" Zhao Hai nodded. "All of them. If you will let, I can bring them from my fief at any time. I think I can get another 100 million kilos of them in this period of time." Wales looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension. "From your fief at any time? Are you bringing your fief with you?" Zhao Hai and the others laughed at that, because Wales had guessed correctly. Wales thought that Zhao Hai and the others were laughing because they found his question to be a joke, so he didn't mind. Zhao Hai laughed as he said, "Of course not, but I have a flying magic hawk. I can give my spatial equipment to the hawk and then let it fly to my fief, and then bring my food here. It saves a lot of time this way, does it not?" Wales was stunned, and then looked at Zhao Hai like he was looking at a lunatic. "Are you mad? You are willing to give your spatial equipment to a magic beast?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm not mad. This is the best way. Besides, my magic beast isn't a normal magic beast. To put it exactly, it isn't a magic beast, but simply a phantasmal beast." Wales had heard of phantasmal beasts before, of course, he just never thought that Zhao Hai would have one. He nodded. "Phantasmal beasts are more secure than magic beasts indeed. But my brother, can it really fly that far?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Sure, that's why I said I can give you large amounts of food. I'm not kidding. I really have them." "Wales, my brother, just do whatever you want to do. I can't help you in anything else, but when it comes to grains, I can help you solve those issues. I can even get some from the human lands for you, only when you need it. Of course, I will not give the food away for free. I may not be a legitimate merchant, but I'm a merchant all the same. Which is why you have to exchange for it using argali, goat skin products, slaves, magic beasts, or even rare plants on the prairie. Of course, the plants cannot be dead ones. They should only be living ones or seeds." Wales never thought that Zhao Hai would say this. He looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension and asked, "My brother, isn't that too much of a loss for you? What do you want the plants for? What use do they have?" Zhao Hai laughed. "My brother, I'm not losing out at all. Perhaps you don't know that I have an apothecarist senior at home. He needs all of the rare plants in this world as well as uncommon ones. He wants to build himself the most wholesome plant garden in the world." Wales and the two others were relieved to hear that. There were two kinds of people who were the most mysterious in this world: apothecaries and alchemists. Not only did the humans have them, but the beastmen had them as well. Only, they were referred to a little differently. Among beastmen, apothecaries were called witch doctors, while alchemists were commonly called shamans. Among the beastmen, there were three jobs that were respected the most. The first was prophets. Of course, they were regarded as the wisest of people. The second was shamans, due to the lack of metal tools at the beastmen's disposal. While shamans were researching on how to make metal tools last long and how to make weapons sturdier, they were thought to be the ones with the greatest spirit of exploration. The third was witch doctors, who were regarded as the most mysterious. They needed all sorts of herbs to treat beastmen illnesses. These three kinds of people were highly respected among the beastmen. The witch doctors here would sometimes hire some tribes to help gather some plants as well. So when Zhao Hai mentioned that there was someone at home who was an apothecary, they no longer felt Zhao Hai's methods to be strange. Wales took in a relaxed breath and looked at Zhao Hai. "My brother, knowing you has got to be the most fortunate thing in my life. Ha ha ha. The beast god is truly helping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been allowed to meet you. You even saved me on your own." Zhao Hai laughed. "Not necessarily. I do think that the beast god let me meet you. If not for meeting you, I really don't know which year one would have to sell all the grains in. You should know that storing the grains too long will turn them into aged rice. That won't be valuable anymore." Wales and the others laughed at that. In the beastmen's territories, even aged rice could sell for a good price. It was apparent that Zhao Hai wanted to crack a joke, but this joke of his was cracked at the right time. Wales knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai didn't want to let him keep putting gratitude on his mind. This was more to Wales' taste. Mendes now understood what Wales meant when Wales said that he would probably know what sort of person Zhao Hai was when meeting him. Indeed, from Zhao Hai himself, Mendes saw a very unique disposition, which was never seen from other humans he had seen before. Mendes had seen many human merchants before. In fact, he was also an oddity among beastmen. He wasn't as ambitious as Gasol, as capable of fighting as Paul, as sickly as Hales, or as smart as Wales, but he was very interested in business. It was because of this that whenever the Herculean bull tribe made contact with human merchants, he would be the one to meet them. He was better at this than others. When he made contact with the humans, he could buy more things than other beastmen no matter what. This was his most unique trait. Mendes had always wanted to become a merchant. This was something that made him different from other beastmen. Other beastmen didn't want to become merchants since they believed that merchants were vampires and cowards. But Mendes didn't think of it that way. He wanted to be a merchant, and a good one at that. It was precisely because of these reasons that he could be said to be the one who had seen the most humans in Herculean bull tribe, especially the human merchants. When the human merchants met him, they put up an appearance of respecting him, but he, Mendes, could see that those merchants looked down on him. From their eyes, he could see a trace of condescension. Mendes knew that those humans looked down on beastmen. They thought that beastmen were barbarians and unenlightened races. They even thought that beastmen were beasts. It wasn't just one human merchant who was like this. Almost every human merchant he had approached before had been like this. Mendes was furious at first, but he was unable to be angry at this in the end, since that would only kill him. But Mendes didn't see those kind of eyes in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes were very clear and very sincere. It was outside of his expectations. Mendes believed that Zhao Hai wasn't pretending, as he had seen those kinds of condescending eyes too many times. He became very sensitive to them to the point that he could notice them even when pretending. But he didn't find those eyes from Zhao Hai. He noticed that Zhao Hai wasn't looking at them with condescension and disdain. There was only sincerity. Chapter 253, Beheading Blood Oath. Zhao Hai's performance left Mendes with an incredibly good impression. Adding that to how Zhao Hai saved Wales before and even helped out after that, Mendes's impression of Zhao Hai was much better than those of the other human merchants. After some laugh-filled conversation, Zhao Hai spoke to Wales. "Wales, my brother, what are you going to do now? Food isn't an issue, but if you want to overthrow Gasol, you must have a chartered course. Moving on without thinking isn't going to work." Wales did a double take at that. To put it seriously, He still didn't have a specific plan laid out. He just wanted to use grains to pull in the other branch races, and there wasn't a more detailed plan of action after that. Zhao Hai glanced at Wales and said, "My brother Wales, I think that you should have a more detailed plan, but I can't help you much when it comes to this matter. You two know that I'm a human, and I don't know you Herculean bulls well enough. If I help you too much, it might have the opposite effect, so this matter is up to you yourselves. But after you plan things out, then you can tell me how to proceed. If you don't want to attract attention, we can proceed separately. You just need to tell me where to deliver the food." Wales glanced at Zhao Hai. "My brother, the timing of your reminder is too perfect. I do have something to discuss with you right now. I hope you can agree to it." Zhao Hai asked with incomprehension, "What's the matter, Brother Wales?" "If it's something I can do, I will do my best to help." Wales looked at Zhao Hai with a stern expression. "My brother Zhao Hai, I wish to conduct a beheading blood oath with you." Zhao Hai was startled and he looked at Wales with confusion. Laura and the others were also confused. Mendez and Yale looked at Wales with shock. The beheading blood oath was a very special oath among beastmen. This oath wasn't made by one person, but two. Using Earth's words, it was called bond swearing. Only, the beastmen treated this oath with even more importance, because once two people made this oath, they would be like born siblings. Neither one could betray the other, or there would be disdain from all of the beastmen. Even more severely, the betrayer would be hunted down. The beheading blood oath wasn't something that required your own blood. It required the two people who were making the oath to cut down the head of an Argali together at the same time, and then collect the goat's blood with a bowl before drinking it simultaneously. None of the two would be able to betray the other. When the other was in trouble, one had to do their best to help. Even if it meant bankrupting the family fortune or shattering the body, there must be no regrets. Do not assume that this blood oath would be done willy-nilly. According to the beastmen, this blood oath was done under the witness of Beast God. If someone broke the oath, they would receive punishment from Beast God. As for the importance the beastmen placed on the beheading blood oath, it could be seen that, even though the Argali was just a level 1 magic beast, it was the most important magic beast for the beastmen. That was why they wouldn't easily make this oath with others, even with one of the same race, not to mention someone of another. On the beastmen prairie, it had been a long time since it was last heard that someone had made the beheading blood oath, and that was between two beastmen. A beheading blood oath between a beastman and a human had never been heard of. It was exactly because of this that humans had never heard of the beastman's beheading blood oath, as not even their records would detail it. Because such an oath was absolutely meaningless to humans, Laura and the others had never heard of this oath. Wales knew that Zhao Hai and the others had never heard of what the beheading blood oath was about from the looks on their faces. He explained, "My brother, the beheading blood oath is the most important oath us beastmen can swear. Once the oath is made, we become true brothers." And then he explained the meaning and process of the oath to them. Zhao Hai and the others listened to Wales quietly. The beheading blood oath was a bloody oath. In reality, the weight of the oath might be heavier than the beheading. Beheading was simple. Countless people would be decapitated in a single battle, but very few people would stake their own lives to help their own friends when in trouble. The weight of the oath could be seen from this. Zhao Hai went silent for a long while after Wales finished explaining. He understood that the beheading blood oath was equal to Earth's bond swearing, like the oath of the Peach Garden. If there was a country on Earth that saw the most importance in oaths like these, it would be China for sure. Not the modern China, it was ancient China. The oath of the three men in the Peach Garden was fabled to this day, which surely had its own logic to it. Perhaps only that oath could compare to the beastman's beheading blood oath. The oath which the beastman put so much emphasis on made Zhao Hai feel very bewildered. He didn't know what to do, because he really didn't want to enter a conflict between beastmen. But if he really became brothers with Wales, sworn by blood, then he wouldn't be able to avoid doing so. This went against his original intentions. Laura and the others didn't speak either. This situation made them feel awkward as well. Zhao Hai didn't agree. The cooperation between them and Wales would be hard to progress. But if he agreed, they would have to involve themselves in the succession conflict. This wasn't a good thing to them. Zhao Hai raised his head, only to find that Wales was staring at him with very sincere eyes. This made it even harder for Zhao Hai. The relationship between Zhao Hai and Wales wasn't even at the point of making such an oath, to be honest. But now that Wales suggested it, if Zhao Hai didn't agree, it would be too hurtful to Wales. Wales' personality was different from his. Zhao Hai didn't have any grand ambitions, while Wales did. He wasn't proud, while Wales was. The two of them didn't seem to have a lot in common, but circumstances had put the two of them together. Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to laugh when he looked at Wales. Bond swearing? He never thought of such a thing before. Even on Earth, he didn't expect that a bull-headed person would seek to form a bond after he came to another world. This was too interesting. Zhao Hai's mood suddenly became better when he thought of this. If he really wanted to calculate, he wouldn't have much of a loss either. If he swore with Wales, then he had to do his best to help Wales become the Herculean Bull tribe's chieftain. Even if he didn't swear, wasn't he helping Wales to become chieftain anyway? What was the difference between bonding and otherwise? Maybe it was just a formality. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed loudly and stood up after an exhale. Then what are we waiting for, my brother Wales? Wales let out a sigh of relief when he heard what Zhao Hai said. He laughed. Good, my brother. I've been waiting for those words of yours. Sixth brother, teacher. Let's make preparations. Mendez and Yale heeded with a sound, and walked out of the tent. They were still somewhat confused about Wales' actions, but they didn't object. Actually, the rite didn't need preparations. Beastmen didn't have as many customs as humans did. For the beastmen, it was too troublesome to have so many customs, so they didn't need them. After Mendez and Yale walked out of the tent, Wales dragged Zhao Hai out of the tent as well. By the time Wales did so, Mendez and Yale had prepared the things. There wasn't a lot to prepare, actually. Yale brought a bowl, Mendez pulled an argali over, and an escort brought a flying axe. A flying axe was a small axe to the beastmen, but don't forget that it weighed 10 kilos as well. For beastmen, who had great physical strength, it wouldn't be a problem to decapitate the head of an argali. With those three things, it was time for the rite to begin. Zhao Hai and Wales arrived next to the argali. It was a large one, so it was an adult. It was being pressed down to its knees by two escorts. Wales turned to Zhao Hai and said, "My brother, according to the rules of the oath, we must both chop down its head at the same time. But from what I'm seeing, I don't think you can lift an axe. Can you?" Zhao Hai made a bitter smile. "My brother, not only can I not lift an axe, I can't even chop a goat's head off. I think we should leave the head chopping to you, while I get the blood. How about that?" Wales laughed candidly. "All right, my brother, let's do that." He then grabbed the flying axe with one hand, while Zhao Hai took the large bowl and stood next to the argali under Mendez's instruction. Zhao Hai had never taken a life this violently before, so he didn't know how to catch the goat blood. Mendez had done it before, but had never done so during a beheading blood oath. Soon, they were all prepared. Wales shouted and swung the axe down toward the argali's neck like a lightning strike. The flying axe was too sharp, and with Wales' brute strength, it was like it met no resistance. Just a single chop was enough to cut the head of the argali clean off of its body. The head flew far away because of the blood pressure, which caused the blood to spray out like a geyser. Mendez was indeed experienced, as the position which he had instructed Zhao Hai to stand at was enough for Zhao Hai to avoid the blood splattering. Not a single drop of blood fell on Zhao Hai as it happened. Zhao Hai didn't immediately collect the blood. Instead, he waited until the blood wasn't spraying so fiercely. He then moved the bowl to fill it completely with goat blood. Wales then handed the flying axe to his subordinate, while the two escorts who held down the argali moved it away as well. They were going to process it immediately in order to eat it after a moment. Just then, Wales walked to the bowl of goat blood which Zhao Hai had put on the ground. He and Zhao Hai knelt down together, and he spoke out loud, "Magnificent beast god, under your witness, I and Zhao Hai swear the beheading blood oath. Starting from today, we are brothers tied by blood. If I violate this oath, I shall be trampled by 10,000 beasts and become puree. Chapter 254, Gift. On Earth, oaths are like cold drinks, they don't have the slightest sincerity, especially for some people, who use oaths as a means to deceive others. But it was different here on our continent. Here, no one would make oaths inadvertently, especially to the deities they worshipped. Zhao Hai didn't know if there really were deities on the continent, but he was sure about one thing: oaths could not be made without thinking, because he discovered that once you made an oath, your heart would have a special feeling. It was like how Zhu Wanying, who had sworn a blood oath, really wouldn't be able to betray him after that. Just like that, Zhao Hai felt that he now had a special connection with Wales after the latter made his oath. It was a feeling of being bound by blood that was too vivid to be his imagination. After saying something similar to what Wales had just said, Zhao Hai took the bowl of goat blood after Wales drank half of it in one gulp. Zhao Hai was somewhat squeamish at the sight of the blood, but he felt that his blood was heating up under the effects of the oath. He didn't think any further and just gulped it down in one go. An indescribable stench-filled taste filled his mouth, which almost made him vomit. But he still shut his eyes and let the blood go down to his stomach completely. He put the bowl down after the final drop was finished, but he was clenched his mouth shut, fearing that he would puke as soon as he opened his mouth. Wales wasn't feeling too great, but he was a lot better at this than Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Starting from today, we are brothers." After that, he kowtowed with Zhao Hai. The two of them stood up after doing it 3 times. Wales laughed loudly. "Since you are my brother from today onwards, let's have you look at my 6th brother." "Oh right. How old are you today?" Zhao Hai did a double take and forced himself to swallow his saliva to hold back the stench in his mouth. He replied, "I'm 18 today." "You?" Wales laughed. "It seems like I'm gonna be the older brother." "I'm 20 today." Zhao Hai immediately said, "Big brother." Wales laughed and slapped Zhao Hai's shoulder. Mendez came over just then with a small dagger in his hand. This dagger was a lot better than the one from Spiel. The grip and sheath were both golden and studded with gemstones. The whole thing looked both noble and foreign. Mendez stood in front of Zhao Hai and handed over the dagger. "Little Hai, this is my gift to you." Zhao Hai noticed how Mendez had changed his way of addressing him. It seemed that Mendez really was treating him as a sibling. He didn't hold back and took the glittering dagger. He bowed to Mendez. "Thank you, 6th brother." Mendez laughed. "Don't be. You're now already my younger brother." "Where's your gift, little 7th?" Wales smiled. "Inside the tent." He led the way for Zhao Hai inside the tent. After that, he grabbed a horse cane from the wall and put it in Zhao Hai's hands. "Brother, this is my gift to you." Zhao Hai measured the horse cane, and what he could be sure of at first was that it was an antique, since it looked very ancient. Although it had been cleaned up nicely, Zhao Hai couldn't deny the scars of aging on its surface. The cane wasn't long, only less than a meter long, and as thick as a thumb. The grip was made of a bone from an unknown magic beast, as dark as a black jade. Yet it wasn't cold to the touch. Instead, there was a trace of warmth. The grip had some very intricate patterns etched upon it, and they didn't seem to have been etched just to look ornate. The cane body itself was made of tiny strands woven together. They weren't normal threads, as Zhao Hai discovered that there were gold and silver-colored threads, as well as some black threads and threads of other colors. One thread on top of another, interwoven inside out. It made the cane heavy. Zhao Hai felt that it weighed at least several kilos in his hands. It seemed like it could be used directly as a weapon. Where the cane and the grip met, there was a small leather strip acting as a guard. It wasn't known which magic beast this strip had come from, and it wasn't long, only 10 centimeters long, and also very aged, which could be seen from its blackening. Despite that, it was still very sturdy. Mendez and Yale were also looking at the cane while Zhao Hai was sizing it up. Their eyes held a trace of admiration. Zhao Hai then saw their eyes. He felt weirded out by them and asked Wales, "Hey brother, what's so special about this cane?" Wales smiled. "This cane is a sort of a symbol of identity. It's a treasure we the Herculean Bull tribe happened upon, but one which no one knew how to use. In the end, it was passed down from one generation to the next. In every generation, The cane is passed down to the successor of the chieftain. Anyone who holds this cane has a certain summoning ability for all of the bull-headed races. Holding this cane allows one to command 5,000 of the bull-headed race's people. Zhao Hai then understood that it wasn't just a cane. It was more like a commanding sigil, a cane that could command beastmen when held. This gift from Wales wasn't cheap, but Zhao Hai didn't intend to return it to Wales. This wasn't back when it was Laura and the others. He was in Beastman Prairie right now, and he was facing beastmen. No need for formalities. If they gift you something, you just have to take it. Yale also brought out something from his possessions just then. The item was a silver vial with very beautiful engravings. It wasn't large, since it was only as large as Zhao Hai's palm. For beastmen, it was simply too small. Yale presented the vial to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this is my gift. When I was young, I had the opportunity to go to the Elven Forest once, where I got this vial. Don't underestimate it though. Inside it is the liquid of life, an especially precious thing for elves." Zhao Hai looked surprised at the silver vial. It wasn't as though he'd never heard of the liquid of life. On the contrary, he had heard of it more than once, because it was too famous on the continent. The liquid of life was a liquid secretion from the elves' divine object, the Tree of Life. The amount produced wasn't high, but it had a very large effect. The liquid of life could restore stamina, battle aura and magic. It could even detoxify. It was an incomparably unique treasure, famous throughout the continent. In the human lands, it was marketless and priceless, since it only existed in legends. No one had seen it and no one had bought it. If it weren't for a witness of its usage, people would surely think of it as baseless fabrication. Zhao Hai didn't imagine Yale would give him a vial of that. To him, it was simply a precious thing. He bowed to Yale. "Thank you, Mr. Yale." Yale smiled without word, but Zhao Hai was a little embarrassed. Mendez's gift aside, Yale and Wales' gifts were extremely precious. If he didn't gift them things in return, it would seriously be unacceptable to a degree. Zhao Hai smiled as he thought of this. He tossed the 3 things gifted to him into the space and 3 spatial pouches appeared. Zhao Hai put the 3 normal-looking pouches into their hands while smiling and said, "This is my gift to you. I hope you don't find them dislikable." The 3 of them glanced at the pouches. They neither opened them nor showed any reaction. They just tucked them away carefully. Zhao Hai felt somewhat embarrassed about their looks. It wasn't as if he wanted to test how they would react. If the 3 of them disliked his offerings, then even when he had just made the beheading blood oath with Wales, he wouldn't see him as a brother afterwards. But obviously, he worried too much. Beastmen were indeed this simple. Even when Wales was such a calculative person, compared to humans, he would also be a simpleton. In Beastman lands, relationships between brothers could not be measured with gifts. Even when you gave your brother a lot of gold, while your brother only gave you a blade of grass in return, you couldn't be angry, because you were brothers. Zhao Hai scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "You all have to keep what I gave you well." Those are not ordinary pouches, but spatial pouches. Each has up to 10 cubic meters of capacity, and they don't need any energy. Just loosen the rope of the pouch to use it. The 3 of them did a double take, and looked at each other. They quickly took out the pouches and opened them like they couldn't wait for it. An illusionary magic formation appeared on each pouch. Zhao Hai immediately explained, "Point the magic formation at the thing you want to keep, and think about it. That thing will automatically be put into the pouch. If you want to take it out, just open the pouch, think about what you want to take out, and you can bring it out." The 3 of them experimented for a bit, looked at their pouches with crazed grins, and then put their pouches away carefully, like they were the most precious things in their lives. They looked to be even more careful than if they were carving on eggshells. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laughing at them. "I'd say, you don't need to be so careful. With that kind of quality, you can't damage those pouches." Wales shot Zhao Hai a strange glance and said, "What do you know about being careful? What if they get broken?" Zhao Hai snickered. "It's alright if they do. I'll just deliver some for you again." After Zhao Hai said that, the 3 of them stopped their movements and looked straight at Zhao Hai, who then asked with incomprehension, What's the matter?" Wales yelled and pounced on Zhao Hai. Mendez pounced as well, while Yale wasn't as fast as them, so he just stood to the side and chuckled at the sight. Wales sat on top of Zhao Hai while he kept on slapping him and asked, "You ask me what's the matter? You actually dare to ask such a question? You brat, don't you know what's the matter with you? Do you have a lot of spatial pouches? How come you're not the slightest bit pained when you give them away?" Mendez also didn't let Zhao Hai off the hook. Like Wales, he was slapping Zhao Hai's head around like a ball, which made Zhao Hai very dizzy. The two of them stood up after a while, and Zhao Hai got up in the midst of dizziness. He looked at them with disdain. "I can't believe you two. When I say I have a lot to give, remember, I'm an oddity artist." "Oddity artist, understand?" Wales did a double take. "Oddity artist? Are you saying you are one yourself, my brother?" Zhao Hai nodded at that. Wales looked at Zhao Hai with a glimmer in his eyes. "Well, I'll be." "Does your oddity art have something to do with the creation of these spatial pouches? What are you selling grains for? Just sell these instead." Zhao Hai looked at Wales unpleasantly. "Don't bullshit me. I just said I'm an oddity artist. When did I say I can make these pouches?" "They were found by me in a cave, and there were only several of them. After giving them to Laura and 2 others, there are only these 3 left. My power as an oddity artist is the ability to turn corpses into undead creatures, and then put them into my space. Where else do you think those pouches and the grains are from?" Wales and the 2 others nodded at Zhao Hai's explanation. They had neither seen nor used spatial equipments before, but such an equipment wouldn't be too great. If the storage space of each equipment were great, humans would have already circumvented the need to use horse-drawn wagons when fighting against beastmen by just transporting food to Iron Wall Fortress using spatial equipment instead. That way, the beastmen would not be able to break through the fortress. There were oddity artists among both humans and beastmen. There were more than a few of them in beastmen lands, and likewise, they were very respected as a group. It was because their special abilities could help the beastmen tribes to a greater degree. Wales asked Zhao Hai, "It's great that you have such an endurance, brother. And I have to ask, can your space store Argily and others of the sort?" Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't expect Wales to be this smart just from what Zhao Hai said himself. It was beyond his expectations. Chapter 255, Plan. Zhao Hai nodded after a glance at Wales. "Sure, why else would I want to exchange for so many magic beasts and Argily? It takes a lot of time just to transport them to the human lands." Wales nodded. "That's excellent, brother. With this capability, we no longer have to worry about grains. Come, let's go and drink some mutton soup." He was really happy that this brother he had just acknowledged was this capable. Actually, Wales was selfish when he wanted to swear the beheading blood oath with Zhao Hai. He aimed for the food in Zhao Hai's possession, and had intended to use it to tie Zhao Hai to his war machine. However, he had to admit that even he himself had underestimated the power of beheading blood oath. It seemed to be able to alter someone's thoughts and emotions as soon as the oath was made. It was that frightening. It had been a very long time since people on the prairie had last sworn the beheading blood oath. It was exactly because of this that Wales underestimated its power. In his view, if his own brother, Gasol, could betray him, then what effect would the oath have? But he hadn't expected that the oath would be very effective. If it weren't, he wouldn't have given the horse cane to Zhao Hai. It was a heirloom of the Herculean bull tribe, passed down from his father, and it was because of Wales giving Zhao Hai the horse cane that Yale gave him the liquid of life. Otherwise, Yale wouldn't have done so, knowing how hard it was to get such a treasure. It was another rule of the beheading blood oath that the Argily used to conduct the rite must be eaten the same day, so the mutton soup was made using the one that was killed by Wales. Now, Zhao Hai had a different identity, which was Wales' blood-sworn brother. The escorts immediately saluted Zhao Hai with great respect in their expressions. Zhao Hai nodded to them and then made his way to the pot of mutton soup. Different from before, Wales let his people put the small tables closer together. They could get closer as they chatted. Laura and the others were arranged to other small tables, now that their identity was different as well. To the escorts, Laura would now count as half a princess. Laura and the others didn't object to Zhao Hai swearing the beheading blood oath with Wales, since Zhao Hai wouldn't have much of a loss from it, and they all got Wales as a bonus. If this matter was settled, then no one would dare to act against them on the Beastman Prairie. After they all sat down, the escorts brought Wales some milk wine. Even though the escorts knew what had happened in the tribe, none of them betrayed him. For the Beastmen, if they believed someone to be a person worth following, they wouldn't resort to betrayal so easily, even when their relatives were still in the tribe. To tell the truth, there was still a stench of blood in Wales' mouth as he drank a mouthful of milk wine. He didn't like it very much, but it was exciting, and it gave him a blood-boiling sensation. But he needed to think about things instead of being impulsive. He had to calm his emotions as quickly as possible. Wales felt better after that mouthful of milk wine. He turned to Zhao Hai. "Brother, you have to help me come up with a good idea this time. What do I do if I want to drag Gasol down? It's very bad for me now that he has control of the Herculean Bull tribe." Zhao Hai didn't have as many reservations right now. Whatever the case, he was now Wales' blood-sworn brother. Helping Wales was a given. Zhao Hai thought and said, "Big brother, I don't know the situation in the tribe very well, so I can't help you there. You still have to depend on yourself for that." Wales nodded. "Now that Gasol is in control, if we go there now, we might as well be going to die. So, we stick to what was discussed, find a branch tribe, get their support, and then return. I'm getting ready to find Teacher's Buffalo tribe and the Fighting Bull tribe. These two have high positions among the branch races, and they have a lot of influence." Yale agreed to that, but Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Big brother, I don't think that's right. You know that the Buffalo and Fighting Bull tribes have great influence, so doesn't Gasol know that as well?" "Gasol wouldn't stage a coup if not for a branch tribe's support. Let's not talk about other things first. Gasol should know crystal clear that Yale is your teacher. If sixth brother hasn't been killed, Gasol will surely think that he's found you. If you know what happened in the tribe, then Gasol would know as well. In such a situation, how can he not take extra measures?" "I think that there won't be a positive outcome if we go to either the Buffalo tribe or the Fighting Bull tribe. Gasol might be waiting for you midway, just to kill us directly." Wales and the others were startled, as they hadn't thought about this point. To put it directly, Wales appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was still blazing. Gasol had gone too far this time. The fact that he killed his own father and disregarded his own siblings was something that fueled the flames of Wales' rage to burn outward from his heart. That was why Wales wanted to topple Gasol from his the position in the shortest possible time. But Wales had forgotten about one thing. Could Gasol succeed just by using his own men? His father, a chieftain, the most powerful figure in the tribe, had been struck down in secret. It would have been impossible without someone behind Gasol. Zhao Hai's words calmed Wales down in the truest sense. Even though Wales was one of the few smart ones amongst beastmen, he had been blinded by hatred and rage. He was getting better now. Wales took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a while. He nodded. "You are right, brother. I've always underestimated Gasol before, so I got into such a big trouble now. But I think this is strange. Gasol's actions this time and his usual style are not the same. There has to be something behind it." Mendez suddenly spoke. "There's something which I know, that I'm not sure if it's related to this incident. A while before Gasol made his move, he was secretly dealing with some human merchants. You both know that whenever the tribe has to meet with human merchants, it's always my job. But those human merchants were meeting with Gasol directly, and they came and went in a hurry each time." Secretively, Wales was startled, and asked with a changed expression, "Are you saying that Gasol colluded with those human merchants and poisoned our father? He had such gall?" Mendez made a wry smile. "Little Seventh, you still haven't grasped the situation then. Ever since father gave the horse cane to you, Gasol has gone insane. You know that the cane is only passed down to successors. Giving it to you meant that father acknowledged you as his heir. Gasol knew he had no hope, so how could he take the loss lying down? It's not a strange thing for him to do anything at this point. Whale's expression darkened and he sighed with nothing to say. Yale spoke. This possibility is likely. If someone goaded Gasoff from behind, then he might really have something planned. I think we can't go looking for the Buffalo and Fighting Bull tribes now. Remember that the eldest princess and fourth princess are also in the Fighting Bull tribe. If we go there, Gasol will be the first to know, even without prior placements. Yale had a point. Whale's four sisters were all married to the Fighting Bull tribe, but his oldest and fourth sister didn't like him very much, and were closer to Gasol instead. If he went to the Fighting Bull tribe, then his oldest sister would know and notify Gasol for sure. His plan would not be able to continue after that. Wales let out a long breath. Seems like I thought of things too simply. But no matter, the plan hasn't been started yet. How about this? We find a small tribe first, and we proceed slowly. I don't think Gasol is monitoring every tribe, is he? Mendez and Yale laughed at that. Gasol wouldn't be that capable, of course. In fact, no ruling tribe could ever monitor all of their branch tribes. There was neither manpower nor a need to do so. Zhao Hai laughed. That's good. But big brother, it's best that you contact people you can trust in the tribe, and then let them investigate the merchants' identities. See if this matter is related to them. If it is, then perhaps the discovery can become your weapon. They didn't swear the beheading blood oath, did they? Wales laughed a little and nodded. I will make arrangements. But Gasol knows all of my subordinates. Sending them is equal to ordering them to their deaths. I'll have to find a translator. Oh right, Little Hai. Let us send you to the Fighting Bull tribe's territory and have you conduct a trade with them, while I infiltrate and meet with second sister. I'll make things clear with her. Perhaps she might be of help. Zhao Hai nodded. No problems there, as long as you're not discovered. That is, but I think that the times ahead will not be peaceful. Sixth brother making his way here isn't something Gasol would not notice. I suggest you to be prepared. Wales nodded without a word. He just took the milk wine on his table and drank it entirely. Chapter 256, Tool Spirit. Beastmen couldn't live without wine. To them, the most important thing was their mounts, the second most important was their Argily goats, and the third most important was wine. No matter what the occasion may be, wine was ever present. Winters in the prairie were cold. Even during summer, the nights wouldn't be hot. They would be in trouble if they lacked wine while they had to herd every day, every year. This was the day Wales and Zhao Hai swore the beheading blood oath, so they drank quite an amount of wine. They discussed how to deal with Gasol during the process of drinking. It was inadvisable to use force against Gasol, as he was now in control of the Herculean Bull tribe. Herculean bulls were known for being one of the stronger races when it came to fighting power, so taking them head-on was tantamount to seeking their own deaths. Wales wouldn't do that, because no matter what Gasol did, he was of the same race, and so were his followers. If Wales fought against Gasol the hard way, the one suffering would be the Herculean bulls. Wales hoped for the Herculean bulls to become powerful, so he naturally wouldn't do something that could harm himself and benefit others. Although Zhao Hai could help Wales and the others come up with ideas, the ways in which he could help were limited. He lacked understanding when it came to their matters. Zhao Hai's group returned to their tent that afternoon. He didn't drink too much wine, as he was now Wales' brother. Being someone like family meant that there was a much more carefree treatment for each other. Upon returning to his tent, Zhao Hai drank a large glassful of the Space's water. Every time he drank the Space's water after taking alcohol, he would sober up quickly without the discomfort that usually came after drinking. That was why drinking the Space's water after wine had become a habit of his. Laura looked at Zhao Hai after he drank the water and asked, "Hi bro, are you really going to help Wales become chieftain?" Zhao Hai gave her a bitter smile. "What else can I do? I'm now his blood-sworn brother, so I can only help him as much as I can. I didn't think that he would want to become my blood-sworn brother. The oath is very special too, just like Zhu Wanying's blood oath. If you make the oath, there will be a sensation." Laura nodded. "We can tell from the name itself. Helping Wales with all our power isn't anything much. If he succeeds, we'll have easier days on Beastman Prairie. But what Mendez mentioned, what was up with the human merchants making contact with Gasol? Zhao Hai shook his head. I have no idea either. Human merchants don't usually mix themselves into the conflict between beastmen, because if that were made known to other beastmen tribes, they would never be able to set foot on the prairie. But why did they make contact with Gasol? Could it really be that they helped fueling Gasol's actions? Which power did they belong to? Laura frowned as well. Humans who set foot on Beastman Prairie mostly don't look into who's from which power, because that will easily cause misunderstandings. But now that you're Whale's blood-sworn brother, if we defeat Gasol, we can then check out which power those merchants belong to. Even if we can't investigate for the time being, we can let Whales do it. Your identity is useful here. Zhao Hai smiled. It looks like there are many benefits to becoming Whale's brother. Oh right, let's go into the space and check out their gifts. I have a feeling that those gifts are very special. Laura and the others laughed at that. The four of them appeared in the space instantly. The gifts were inside the storage, so there was no reaction from the space. As soon as they appeared, Kai flew over immediately and sat on Zhao Hai's shoulder. Young master, Ah Wen is so mean. She won't even play with me. Zhao Wen also flew over, and rested on top of Zhao Hai's head without moving or making a sound. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and asked in annoyance, Kai did you play tricks on Ah Wen again? Kai was very naughty, while Ah Wen was too honest, which was the reason for Kai picking on her. But Ah Wen was good-tempered and didn't get angry in the slightest. At most, she would just ignore Kai for a period of time. Zhao Hai noticed something strange. Before Kai entered the space, she was very prone to sleep, but that changed after entering the space. Not only did she not sleep, she was hyper every day as well. Kai giggled and didn't say anything to Zhao Hai's question. He shook his head as he couldn't do anything about her. He simply asked, is everything alright at the Messistone Hill Resort? Zhao Hai and the others had left the place, but Kai left a branch behind. It was hidden inside the white fruit tree in the resort's garden. Normal people couldn't see it. The branch was for monitoring Greenstone Hill Resort, since they were still cooperating with the Fansel family, who would periodically obtain some Peachland products. Kai replied to Zhao Hai's questioning. There are quite a lot of people that have been monitoring the place for a long time, and they haven't left. Some snuck into Messistone Hill, but they haven't discovered anything yet. Zhao Hai nodded. Be careful not to let them find something out. If they are being too forceful, then turn them into flower manure. Kai heeded his words with a sound. Zhao Hai asked, what about Iron Mountain Castle? Is it alright? Kai laughed. Great. Iron Mountain Castle is fine, and the two Argali are being kept well. They eat magic radish leaves as well, and even eat my leaves. HMPH. Zhao Hai chuckled, and then Mendez's gift, the dagger, appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai unsheathed the dagger and found the blade to be very beautiful and eye-piercing. He touched it gently and found it to be cool to the touch. It wasn't to say that the material of the dagger was cold, but the sensation from its sharpness could make people shiver. The dagger had cloud-like patterns. They weren't painted or etched. They were formed after using a special method in the forging process. The patterns could only appear after layering the metal multiple times with a special method. Laura took the dagger from Zhao Hai and took a closer look. She nodded. This should be a dwarven master blacksmith's work. This cloud-patterned dagger is very precious and rarely seen on the continent. Zhao Hai was obviously not as in the know as Laura in this regard, so he just nodded and put the dagger away in the storage. No matter how good it was, it wouldn't be very useful to him right now. After storing the dagger, Zhao Hai took out the cane. The moment it appeared, the notification voice in the space came. As soon as the notification voice stopped, Zhao Hai felt the cane shaking in his hand, and then a virtual figure of a person appeared above the cane. The virtual figure looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child, wearing 5-colored clothes. The figure wasn't very large, as it was about the size of the cane itself. The cane itself was standing in front of Zhao Hai, which made him feel very bizarre. The virtual figure bowed and said, Greetings to young master. Zhao Hai was used to this kind of situation. He knew it had to be yet another creation of the space. He didn't mind and just nodded. Let's call you Muir from now on. Follow me, I'll show you to where the ranch is. Muir obeyed with a sound, and then climbed onto Zhao Hai's hip like a snake without further movements. Kai flew down from Zhao Hai's shoulder and looked at this virtual figure with curiosity. She wanted to touch Muir, but Muir dodged. The more Kai tried, the more Muir resisted. Both of them went in circles around Zhao Hai. Laura and the others laughed at the two of them. They were now basically immune to the abilities of the space. Zhao Hai was happy to have gotten this amazing cane. Zhao Hai said nothing about Kai and Muir playing around. It didn't take long for his head to light up as Zhao Wen joined in the fun. Zhao Hai shook his head with a bitter smile, and the vial containing the liquid of life soon appeared in his hand. The notification voice came again. Zhao Hai did a double take. He didn't imagine that the liquid of life could have so many good points about it. Just the part about reviving dead plants was too awesome. Later on, he could get some dead special plants and revive them using the space's water. He would no longer need to worry about the lack of plants in the space. There was a bit of a time limit, but it was good enough. Most importantly, since the liquid of life was now fused with the space's water spring, he would have an endless source of it from now on. Chapter 257, Changes of Iron Mountain Castle. The liquid of life was very famous on the continent. If people knew Zhao Hai had an undepletable source of it, he would surely attract a lot of envy. But what Zhao Hai couldn't understand the most was that he had never heard of anyone using the liquid of life to revive any plants. Could it be that the space caused the liquid of life to mutate? The vial which Yale had given Zhao Hai was only as large as his palm. The neck was rectangular, like one of those liquor flasks he had seen before on Earth. The vial was full of engravings, which made it look very beautiful. Laura looked at the vial and said, "This vial looks like a product of the elves." Elves love nature deeply and they have high standards regarding art. Every work of art must be made above what great could be used to describe, and most of them are based on the mark of nature. See those engravings? Do they look like vines? Every leaf was etched so intricately that you can see the webs. There's even a special magic formation exclusive to elves on the vial, but I don't know what it does. Zhao Hai looked at the engravings carefully. They were indeed special, but he didn't know about the magic formation part. The space didn't notify him about it, so it didn't seem like it was really a magic formation. Zhao Hai liked the vial a lot. He shook it lightly and noticed that there was still half of the liquid of life left. It was no longer rare to him now, so he drank it all down and smacked his lips. The liquid of life wasn't flavorless like ordinary water. There was a very special taste. How to put it? The taste was a bit like being in the woods in the middle of a growth spurt during spring. Refreshing and natural. Zhao Hai nodded. Not a bad taste. All of you should have a taste. Directly from the spring, that is. Laura and the others laughed at that before they tried the spring water. Such a refreshing taste was very suitable for ladies. Zhao Hai brought them to the ranch. Kai couldn't manage the ranch since she was a plant fairy, so Zhao Hai had to manage much of the ranch's matters himself. It was good that Muir had joined in right now. He could now leave matters for Muir to manage. Zhao Hai let Muir get familiar with the surroundings before managing the ranch. Actually, it was excessive to do so. He didn't know that the reason why Muir appeared was because the cane was special. The body of the cane was made of refined gold, mithril, and several other high-class magic beast tendons, while the grip of the cane was made of a soul bone. Soul bones were rare on the continent, so it could be said that only a handful of people knew about them. Someone happened upon the soul bone used in the creation of this cane. That someone only felt that the bone was very special and sturdy, so he made it the grip of the cane. What they didn't know was that the soul bone had a special ability, which was to seal souls. Sealing souls meant that the soul of a deceased person could be sealed into the bone, which would ensure that the soul would not disappear. At the right opportunity, when a suitable vessel was found, the soul could be extracted from the bone and put into body, and that person would be regarded as revived. However, there was no such magic to do so on our continent. Because there were no magic beasts that could produce soul bones, No one knew about them in the slightest. Actually speaking, Soul Bones had another ability, which was to gain sentience on their own, little by little. But the sentience could not be called a soul, because it would be too weak. To the space, however, a soul bone would be like a blank computer. Just add some programs into it, and the computer would function normally. It was also because of the space's alterations that Muir appeared. Because Muir was created by the space, all information related to the ranch had been inputted directly into Muir, which was beyond Zhao Hai's knowledge. There was no need for familiarization. Although Kair couldn't manage the ranch, Muir couldn't manage the farm, and Zhao Wen couldn't intervene in neither. But the three of them could freely come and go between these two places, especially the lively Kair, who kept following and teasing Muir, like a child who had found a new toy. After sorting out the matters in the ranch, Zhao Hai and the others returned to Iron Mountain Castle. Green was there at the moment. Unless there was anything important, Green and the others wouldn't come into the space. Even Grun had set up a laboratory in the castle. Humans are social animals. After all, they need to communicate with others. Green and Kunjing were of similar age and experiences, so the two of them got along well. Since there hadn't been an issue on the Beastman Prairie, the two of them were cooped up in Iron Mountain Castle, which let them learn more about the surrounding environment, in order to prepare the place to become the most important and integral base in a better way. The two sagacious old men knew clearly that no matter where Zhao Hai and the others went, the Black Wastelands was their roots, and the foundation of Buddha family's development. The space could provide them with assistance, but if Zhao Hai were gone, then what would Buddha family depend on? It could only be the Black Wastelands. Upon reaching the castle, Zhao Hai and the others noticed that Green and Kunjing were absent. Even Malin was gone. They learned from Blockhead that the three elders had gone to the underground lake. They then went to the underground lake in the mountain, but they didn't find the elders. Zhao Hai didn't become anxious. The Black Wastelands was very safe at the moment, so nothing could have happened. It was possible that they had simply gone somewhere else. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the castle surroundings. The rice milling factory was operating normally, and so was the oil squashing factory. The blue-eyed rabbits had been raised well, while the two orderly were in top condition with no signs of sickness. Everything was in working order. Although it had become colder outside the castle, there was no drop in the temperature inside. The temperature inside the castle was higher because of Kair's rainbow flowers. Due to the climate, the improved soil outside could not be planted, and the corn in the valley had been harvested. However, Zhao Hai had a new idea. He let Kair leave a branch in the valley, so that the temperature there would rise and the land there could be planted again. The castle was bustling right now, as there was another couple who got married. Of course, as with before, Zhao Hai held a marriage ceremony for them and gave them a marriage certificate, while also restoring their commoner statuses. Zhao Hai didn't want the slaves to remain as slaves forever. A force could not be sustained with slaves alone, so Zhao Hai didn't mind turning the slaves into civilians. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the slaves would leave after gaining civilian identities. They couldn't leave because of their brands. No one would acknowledge their civilian identities outside of the Black Wastelands. They would even be captured as runaway slaves. The slaves were very satisfied, not only because Zhao Hai had given them civilian statuses, but also because he had given them lands and houses. Helping Zhao Hai do things gave them money to spend. While it was a given that they now had to use money when they ate food and vegetables, the prices were low. They could totally save up some money to buy necessities and what they liked. Now, in Iron Mountain Castle, the first shop had been set up, the Lycoris Free Market. There was only one person keeping watch, and that was Ju. This market was designed by Zhao Hai according to supermarkets on Earth. Every day, Blockhead and Rockhead would let some slaves replenish the stocks, while only Ju alone would keep watch during regular hours. Whether they were slaves or civilians, anyone could come and buy things, with identical prices of course. Ju only received payment at the entrance, so everyone bought what they liked and made payments to Ju. Laura had never heard of such a shop before. She thought that this was totally a chance to have things stolen, but Zhao Hai went ahead with it. What surprised her was that nothing had been stolen since the opening of the market. Not even a single needle was reported to be lost. It wasn't just Laura who was surprised. Zhao Hai was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the slaves, who had become civilians for only a short time, would have such a resolve. What he didn't know was that it was exactly because the slaves had been paid money and given civilian identities that they wouldn't steal things. To them, being able to buy things like normal people was a happiness as well. They didn't have a chance to do so before. Now that they had it, of course they wouldn't let it go. Zhao Hai didn't build this market in order to earn money. He hoped that the civilians of his fief could lead ordinary lives. Buying and selling things was what an ordinary person could do. He didn't want the people of his fief leading slave lives despite having civilian identities. Iron Mountain Castle looked like a real castle right now. The slaves who worked their shifts in the rice milling and oil squashing factories would go shopping around different parts of the castle after work, or chatting around together. Their lives were carefree. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the current situation of the castle. He knew that changes had to come in little by little. It would have been impossible to do this when he had first arrived, but now it had all fallen into place. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the living room of the castle. Laura looked around and smiled. To be honest, I still like it here, because it feels like home here. Zhao Hai laughed. Of course. You set up everything here by yourself. Of course it feels like home to you. Hee hee. What are Grandpa Kunjing and the others doing? Laura laughed. It's all right. If they said they went to the lake in the mountain, they must be there. I think that they must have gone to see how long it is, and where its source is. They must be trying to figure this land out. Zhao Hai nodded. I heard that they want to draw a map, detailing the course of the mountain, its terrain, and everything around us. This is our home, so we should have a proper understanding of it. Just then, Kunjing's voice came from outside. Zhao Hai and the others stood up immediately before Kunjing. Green and Malin came in. The three of them were startled, and then Green asked with a smile, back this early today? What happened? Zhao Hai shook his head. Nah, nothing at all. We just finished our matters earlier, so we came back. After they all sat down, Laura described what happened during these past few days to Green, Kunjing and Malin, who listened quietly. They never thought that so many things happened on the prairie in such a short time. Once Laura finished, Green spoke with a frown. Young master, you really swore the beheading blood oath with that whales? Wasn't that too brash? Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile. It couldn't be helped. If I didn't agree to it, then the cooperation with whales would have fallen through. Currently, almost all the large tribes have their own long-term cooperating merchants, so we can't interfere. If we gave up this chance, we don't know when our business on the prairie will succeed, so I decided to gamble. Kunjing agreed with what Zhao Hai had done. He nodded. I think Little Hai did the right thing. The Herculean Bull tribe has quite a high standing on the prairie. Common battle tribes wouldn't be unreasonable with them. Even the highly ranked battle tribes will give the Herculean Bulls some face. If we can form ties with them, it will be good for our business on the prairie. I've heard of this beheading blood oath before. It's one of the most important oaths to the beastmen. If Whales dared to swear this oath, it means he doesn't have wicked intentions towards Little Hai. This is enough. Zhao Hai nodded. Just when he was about to say something, his expression changed. We have to go back. Just now, the undead saw that the Blood Hawk has returned. Something might have happened. After bidding farewell to Green, Kunjing and Malin, he led Laura and the others back to the campsite on the prairie. Chapter 258. A fighting chance. Zhao Hai and the others left the tent as soon as they appeared inside. A blood hawk was circling in the sky. Zhao Hai noticed the blood hawk's movements and spoke. There are people coming this way. 2,000 in number, mostly bull-headed cavalry. Oh, they seem to have aerial recon troops as well? Laura and the others were stunned, and then looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension. Zhao Hai laughed. The Blood Hawk discovered that there are 2 flying hawks that seem to be helping the cavalry. I'll go and inform Big Brother. You should make preparations as well. Laura and the others nodded at that, while Zhao Hai ran towards Whale's campsite. Whales and his people were resting, and the sky was getting dark. They couldn't rush ahead at night, so they had gone back into their tents to rest. Even though didn't drink a lot this day, they were somewhat drunk due to their bad mood. It's easy to get drunk when drinking during a bad mood. Wales was in a bit of a blur. There hadn't been any battle, but he felt exhausted. It was an exhaustion of the heart. It only took a bit of alcohol for him to fall asleep on the bed. But Wales wasn't sleeping soundly. He was having a nightmare. It was a nightmare about his own father wanting him to take revenge. Soon, he dreamt about Gasol, who was trying to hunt him down. Just then, Zhao Hai arrived at the campsite. The escort's standing guard didn't get in his way, and saluted him instead. Zhao Hai's current identity was Wales' blood-sworn brother. Zhao Hai soon arrived outside of Wales' tent, which was guarded by only one person. This person wasn't actually guarding Wales, but was ready to relay Wales' orders when necessary. That person immediately saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, but he didn't enter the tent. He asked, "What's Big Brother doing?" The escort answered, "Young Lord is resting." Zhao Hai nodded. "Go and wake Big Brother up. I have an important thing to say, so hurry. You must wake him up no matter what." When the escort saw how serious Zhao Hai's expression was, he ran into the tent without delay. Just then, Mendez and Yale came out of their tents after hearing Zhao Hai's words. They didn't sleep as deeply as Wales. Yale's expression changed as he saw how serious Zhao Hai's face had become. He stood in front of him and asked, "Little Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Was it the grains?" What Yale cared about right now was the grains, so he assumed that something had happened to them. Mendez tensed up when Yale asked the question. He knew how important the grains in Zhao Hai's possession were to them. Zhao Hai shook his head. It's something else." After he finished, Wales spoke out, "Little Hai, what's the matter? Come inside." Zhao Hai entered the tent with Yale and Mendez following behind. Wales had just gotten up and was drinking water. He felt his head hurting. Zhao Hai got in front of him hurriedly and said, "Big Brother, there are enemies coming. They number 2,000. All of them are bull-headed cavalry." Wales and the others were stunned, and they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai knew from their looks that they must be wondering how he had gotten such information. Zhao Hai added, "How could you forget? Big Brother, I have a phantasmal hawk. It can perform aerial reconnaissance. The enemies aren't just 2,000 strong, there are also 2 flying magic beasts providing reconnaissance for them. If not for my phantasmal hawk, we could have been the ones being discovered first." Wales' expression changed after hearing Zhao Hai's words. He asked, "You said that the enemies have 2 flying magic beasts?" Zhao Hai nodded at that. Wales' expression darkened. "They've come. It looks like they are following 6th Brother." Mendez's expression darkened as well. "I underestimated Gasol. It seems that he really has a capable party backing him up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such movement." Zhao Hai looked at them with incomprehension. Yale saw the doubt on Zhao Hai's face and spoke calmly. "Everyone on the prairie knows that Gasol raises 2 flying magic beasts. He has been raising those magic beasts for a long time, and they can provide reconnaissance for him and track his enemies. He accomplished a lot of battle merits for the tribe using these 2 magic beasts." Zhao Hai nodded, and then spoke to Wales, "Don't worry, Big Brother. I will let my phantasmal beasts go ahead and cripple those 2 magic beasts." Wales shook his head. "Don't, Little Hai. Your phantasmal beasts are not a match for them. Those 2 are offshoot magic beasts. Flame birds. Their strength can match level 5 magic beasts." Zhao Hai smiled and walked out of the tent. Once he did, he shouted, and 5 blood hawks came down from the sky shortly after that. Actually, these blood hawks were let out of the space in secret. He was just pretending to call out for them in order to avoid arousing the suspicion of Wales and the others. Zhao Hai made a gesture to the blood hawks in the sky, and with a sharp cry, they flew away into the distance. They disappeared into the sky in just the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai turned to Wales and the others and said, "Relax, Big Brother. They will come back after a while, and my order was, I want them alive." Wales looked at Zhao Hai with shock. "I'll say, my brother, you actually want them alive? Do you know how hard that will be? They are level 5 magic beasts." Zhao Hai laughed. Perfect. It's the first time I've come across flame birds. I'll capture them in order to let my senior back home study them. Hee hee. How about we roast one? Wales snickered and then shook his head. Brother, now I really don't know anything about this. Are you really that confident? Mendez and Yale were looking at Zhao Hai as well. They knew that phantasmal beasts weren't usually as highly regarded as magic beasts on the continent. It was common knowledge that phantasmal beasts couldn't win against magic beasts. Zhao Hai being so confident, despite having sent only 5 phantasmal beasts to deal with 2 magic beasts, was something that surpassed their imaginations. Zhao Hai simply smiled at them. Don't worry about them. Let's think about how to deal with the 2,000 people. They'll be here in about 2 hours. Are we leaving, or are we fighting? Wales went idle for a bit, and then said, 2 hours. Even if we run, they might catch up to us. We can only fight, but we only have 400 people. Mendez spoke with a sunken expression. How about this? Little Seventh, leave here while taking 100 escorts. I will stall them here for as long as it takes. Go and hide in some other tribe's turf for a while, and contact other branch tribes to come up with a way to deal with Gasol. Wales looked at Mendez. He knew that Mendez was trying to sacrifice himself in order to help him. Wales was truly moved by what Mendez was suggesting, but he couldn't let Mendez do it. Yale agreed with Mendez's decision. Mendez didn't have as high of a calling as Wales in the tribe. Wales could deal with Gasol because he had been a chieftain candidate, while Mendez had not. From this situation, letting Wales leave meant preserving a hope of having revenge. If Wales remained, then he might die here as well, and then there would be no hope left. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say when he looked at how the 3 of them were acting like they were about to be separated by life and death. He just scratched his head and said, I don't want to break up this mood, but I am compelled to say that we seem to have a fighting chance. Wales, Mendez and Yale were looking blankly at Zhao Hai, who then said, when I say a fighting chance, I mean the 400 escorts in the camp with my undead creatures added into the mix. We should be able to halt Gasol's advance. The 3 of them immediately thought about Zhao Hai's undead creatures, which were amazingly strong. They dealt with the jackals as easily as if they had been chopping vegetables and splitting melons. Zhao Hai added, I now have about 4,000 undead creatures. We shouldn't have a problem defending ourselves if we add them to your escorts. Zhao Hai actually had more than 5,000 undead creatures. They were comprised of the magic beasts from the Black Wastelands, humanoids that had joined afterwards, and the jackals from the prairie. Wales did a double take, and then his eyes sparkled. You really have 4,000 undead creatures? Brother, what about their fighting power? Zhao Hai smiled. So, about the same level as a level 9 human fighter. Wales and the others couldn't help from taking in a breath of cold air. What sort of concept was that? The undead might even be harder to deal with compared to 4,000 human level 9 fighters, because undead felt no fear, were unafraid of injury or death, and would never retreat. Wales suddenly laughed and hugged Zhao Hai. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you would have such great power, my brother. Excellent. We will wait for them here. I want to see if Gasol is coming here himself. Chapter 259, Move Forward, and Move Forward Again. Yale and Mendez were smiling. They felt that Wales' blood-sworn brother was too valuable. Not only did he have so many grains, he had a lot of fighting power as well. Wales let go of Zhao Hai and said, You are now my blood-sworn brother. No one will be able to say anything no matter how you help me. Ha 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 ha. Just relax and help your big brother take back the chieftain's seat. Zhao Hai laughed. I really hope that we're not going to fight. If we fight so hard now, the ones to die will still be people of the Herculean Bull tribe. If there are too many casualties, other races might have a chance to take over. The smile on Wales' face disappeared. He nodded. It's because of such considerations that I had never clashed against Gasol. I didn't expect that he would go this far. He's too ruthless. Zhao Hai nodded as he felt bummed out. Gasol had gone off the deep end this time as he killed his own father. Even though Zhao Hai had heard about such things many times before, he had not expected that such a thing would happen so close to him. If he had to put his feelings into words, they would be, What a ball-buster. Mendez patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Alright, don't think too much. If Gasol really colluded with those human merchants to harm Father, then he has no right to be the chieftain. Zhao Hai nodded. Then let's go prepare ourselves. I think my blood hawks are about to come back. Right after that, two cries came from the sky. Zhao Hai and the others raised their heads to see that 5 blood hawks were flying back slowly. 4 of them were holding a couple of flying magic beasts, which were obviously not dead. They were struggling, but they could not get out of the Bloodhawk's claws. Whales didn't expect that Zhao Hai's phantasmal beasts would capture the flame bird so quickly, while Zhao Hai himself wasn't surprised. It was 5 against 2. If the flame birds couldn't be captured, he would surely make a stew out of the Bloodhawks afterwards. Zhao Hai made a gesture, and the 5 Bloodhawks came down from the sky. When they did, Whales, Yale and Mendez discovered something strange. These 5 Bloodhawks were 2 meters tall, each of them imposing and overwhelming. Phantasmal, more like even more magical than magic beasts. The 2 large birds under the Bloodhawks' feet weren't as large, but they weren't small either, more than 1 meter tall, with a wingspan of 5 meters. Their tail feathers were very long, especially the middle 3. Each was about 3 meters long, and a fiery red color. Very beautiful. These 2 birds weren't red, but pale blue in color. There were small feathers on their heads like crowns. Their bodies weren't as stout as the Bloodhawks, but they were linear and smooth. They would give off the feeling of an arrow that had been loosed should they fly into the sky. The 2 flame birds were injured. A good deal of their feathers had been clawed out, and their wings had bloodstains. It was evident that the Bloodhawks didn't hold back. Zhao Hai ordered them to bring the flame birds back alive, but he didn't say not to injure them. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 birds curiously. He knew from the Bloodhawks that these 2 were very fast and had extremely powerful fighting ability. They weren't fire-type magic beasts, but wind-fire double-type magic beasts. Fast and strong. Zhao Hai would not have been able to bring them in if he hadn't sent 5 Bloodhawks. Zhao Hai asked Whales, "Big brother, are these the birds?" Whales knew what Zhao Hai meant, but he was still captivated by the 5 awesome Bloodhawks. How did they resemble phantasmal beasts? If phantasmal beasts were all this powerful, then magic beasts should have already retired from the stage. Whales lowered his head and glanced at the flame birds. They were indeed the 2 birds that had been raised by Gasol. Gasol showered these flame birds with tender loving care. He would feed them by himself every day while forbidding others from doing so. If anyone were to touch them, he would be enraged immediately. However, he would sometimes let the 2 birds show off in front of others, which made others gnash their teeth in anger. Now, these 2 birds were on the ground like diseased little birds. Whales felt like he wanted to burst into laughter. These birds, which were said to be Gasol's most prominent assistants in accomplishing merits, had now been crippled by Zhao Hai without hassle. He was happier than anyone else. Whales nodded. Indeed, these are the 2. Well done, fella. You actually got them back alive. I have to ask, you're not seriously going to roast one, are you? Zhao Hai and Mendez laughed out loud at that. Zhao Hai replied, "How could I bear it? Maybe later, when I raise some more, we will roast 10 of them. Eat 5, toss 5, ha 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 ha." Everyone laughed before Zhao Hai took in the flame birds. He then said, "Big brother, I'm giving you these 5 Bloodhawks. From now on, they will be your aerial recon." Whales was taken aback. He admired the Bloodhawks greatly, but he didn't want them. In his view, these capable Bloodhawks would be of greater help to Zhao Hai. Whales refused. "Please don't, brother. Keep them yourself. They're more useful to you." Zhao Hai laughed. "Don't worry, big brother. I can raise some more. And my phantasmal beasts are different from the others. My phantasmal beasts can be like magic beasts and hunt on their own. You can also feed them some mutton or beef, just like feeding magic beasts. No need to worry about them a lot." Whales did a double take. "My brother, are these magic beasts or what? How can they be fed this way? No wonder they've grown so strong." Zhao Hai laughed at that statement. Sometimes, beastmen were weird. When they saw a person, they would first see if a person looked strong. The stronger they were in appearance, the more the beastmen thought them to be capable. The same was applied to magic beasts. Zhao Hai spoke to the 5 blood hawks. Go and meet your master. That is my big brother. Listen to him. The Bloodhawks nodded and then walked behind Wales step by step. Wales was shocked by such a display. Wales looked at the Bloodhawks behind him, and murmured, "Are all phantasmal beasts this smart?" Mendez and Yale were speechless as well. If they had to be honest, they had never seen anyone using phantasmal beasts. Zhao Hai giggled, "Don't sweat the small stuff, big brother. Go and make preparations. Those people are coming. What are you going to do? Fight against them head-on?" Wales regained his composure from Zhao Hai's words. He said, "You're right, brother. I intend to go head-to-head with them. Beastmen are different from humans, brother. They despise cowards. If I don't face Gasol today, I will lose the right to contend with him in the future." Zhao Hai nodded. "Very well then. If he wants to fight, then we give him a fight. I will now call out all of my undead creatures to bolster your troops. It would be best not to start a major battle, however. Otherwise, the losses to the Herculean Bull tribe will be too great." Wales knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai intended to use this method to deter Gasol to stop the latter's rash movements. Otherwise, they would not show mercy. Wales didn't want to fight either. If they fought, it would be the strength of the Herculean Bull tribe which would suffer. It was the outcome Wales disliked the most. Wales nodded. "You are right, my brother. Unleash your undead army, and let my brother witness it." Zhao Hai laughed as he waved his hand. A giant horde of undead creatures appeared from the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't let all of his undead out. He just released the jackals, Zhao Zuo's group, Gurren and the mercenaries, plus Carlo and his subordinates, Orlaga and the others, and then there were the beasts captured from the Black Wastelands. This had already exceeded 4,000 in number. Zhao Hai didn't mobilize the ones from the Church of Light who attacked them, but such a deployment was already frightening enough. The middle was a horde of undead beasts. The left and right flanks were composed of undead jackal light cavalry, and the reserve was human undead. In order to avoid causing misunderstandings, Zhao Hai let them appear as skeletons instead of zombies. The sight of a horde of skeletons suddenly appearing from the ground was still very terrifying. Wales was happier than he expected when he witnessed this skeleton army. With his blood-sworn brother having such strength, he firmly believed that he had nothing to fear should he clash against Gasol. Wales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said nothing. Zhao Hai understood that Wales had kept this gratitude in his heart. Wales could not express his gratitude for such a help with words. Wales had nothing to say as Zhao Hai had prepared himself. He called out all of his escorts, and 400 Herculean bull warriors stood in front of Wales, watching him fixedly. Wales was their prince, and they were awaiting his orders. They could guess who their enemies were this time, but they had no regrets. For the beastmen, having regrets meant betrayal. They would only obey their orders, take up their weapons, follow their leaders, move forward, and move forward again. Chapter 260, Herculean Bull Tribe's Plight. Wales looked at his warriors who had no regrets, while his heart was very emotional. On Beastman Prairie, if one weren't a qualified leader, no one would follow. Beastmen too had the right to choose their own leaders. Such a thing had happened on the prairie. A tribe's chieftain had become incompetent, and his tribesmen had gradually left him. Eventually, the tribe disappeared from the prairie. Wales' current situation wasn't too good. Gasol controlled the entire Herculean Bull tribe, and his subordinates' families were in Gasol's hands. If they weren't following him out of deep loyalty, they probably would have left him some time ago. Wales was touched that these people had stayed behind. He watched them calmly and said, "Brothers, I'm sure everyone has learned of what has taken place in the tribe. Your families are still in the tribe. I am happy that you are still able to stay by my side. Our enemies are coming, and after an hour, they will appear before us. We will not retreat. Herculean Bull tribe's warriors will never retreat. Now, brothers, ride your bulls and raise your axes. Follow me and let our enemies know that we are the strongest warriors of the Herculean Bull tribe." Wales's words weren't shouted. In fact, he was speaking them very calmly, like he was simply stating a fact. But the warriors were very emotional. They heeded him with a loud call and ran to pick up their weapons, and pulled their mounts by their reins. Wales ignored them and asked Zhao Hai, "Are you coming with us, brother, by horse or by wagon?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "No, big brother, I'm going by something better." With a move of his hand, Xenomorph appeared in front of him. Wales was very curious about Xenomorph's powerful appearance. Zhao Hai smiled and walked towards its mouth. "Come, big brother, drink some koya with me." He then walked into Xenomorph's mouth. Wales and the others followed Zhao Hai inside curiously, and they soon arrived in the space inside Xenomorph. Now, its space had gone through a major change. Laura modified this space to the point that it was like her own wagon. A few boxes had been put in there, which could be used as benches. Inside the boxes were blankets and other things, while there was also a box in the middle, which had upper and lower compartments. The bottom compartment was a refrigeration block that could be used to keep things at freezing temperatures. The top compartment contained koya and other things, while a tea set was placed on top of the box. In the middle of it was a magic burner powered by a magic crystal, used to boil water. Wales and the others looked idly at all of this. They had never expected that there was another realm inside this undead creature's body. Zhao Hai smiled at them. "Sit down, big brother. Want a cup?" Wales sat down and looked around. "Not bad. We can even see what's outside." "Teacher, I think you should sit here with little Hai. I'll settle the matters outside." Yale didn't object and just smiled. "That's fine. It's quite nice sitting in here. You should go out and prepare yourself. I think Gasol and his lot will be here soon." Wales nodded and glanced at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, when things get rough, don't be polite, just act directly." Zhao Hai smiled. "Relax, big brother, I won't be kind. You should hurry. They might have discovered where we are." Wales nodded and then went out of Xenomorph. Mendez also went out, while Zhao Hai and Yale stayed inside. Laura and the others stayed next to Zhao Hai, while the food wagons outside hadn't moved. Zhao Hai poured a cup of koya for Yale and asked, "Mr. Yale, do you think we'll fight?" "Gasol shouldn't make a move after seeing what we have, right?" Yale shook his head in response. "Not necessarily. Gasol is a conceited individual. He won't give up so easily. Right now, Wales is his biggest concern. If he can kill Wales, he can gain total control of the Herculean Bull tribe." Even though there are a lot of undead, beastmen usually don't think of them seriously, because they believe that undead aren't powerful. It isn't likely that they know your undead creatures are so powerful, which is why I think Gasol might make a move. Zhao Hai nodded. He really didn't want to do this. He didn't fear the act of murder. He had killed plenty of people from Ark Continent, but right now, he was going to kill the Herculean Bull tribe's people. If the tribe's losses were too great, its place on Beastman Prairie would be lowered, and that would not be a good thing for him. Nothing else mattered on Beastman Prairie other than strength. With strength came respect. If you didn't have great strength, then sorry. It wouldn't matter how powerful you were in the past as a whole. People wouldn't give you face. No matter what, one must retaliate when struck. Not striking back wasn't Zhao Hai's style. He had nothing to say about that when Wales and the others had decided to strike back. Zhao Hai sighed. "I still don't get it. Does Gasol want the chieftain's position that badly? If a lot of people die because of his clash against Big Brother, then the position of the tribe will be lowered. What good will it do him? He harmed his own father in the process of becoming the chieftain, so his reputation is surely a bad one on the prairie. He's at a major disadvantage." Did he never think about all this? Yale sighed. "You don't know Gasol. He is a prideful person, very self-absorbed, who thinks that his own power is great. To top it off, he is a battle maniac. I can say that, if not for such a temperament, Wales wouldn't have to fight him for the chieftain position. Because, Wales and I are very clear that once Gasol becomes the chieftain, war will be unavoidable." Yale sighed again and continued. "Don't be fooled by how powerful the tribe seems right now. There are still a lot of people provoking the Herculean bulls. Just the fighting bulls are vexing enough. To name a single example." Zhao Hai was taken aback. He knew that the fighting bulls were a major race among the bull-headed races, and that its tribe had marital ties to the Herculean bulls. Why did Yale say that the Fighting Bull tribe was provoking the Herculean bull tribe? Yale clarified upon looking at Zhao Hai. The position of every ruling tribe of a beastman race isn't fixed in place. If you are powerful, then you are the ruling race. On the other hand, if you are weak, you have no right to be the ruling race. Despite the previous chieftain having battled across the prairie with great results, the tribe's strength has been spent for a great deal. Now is supposed to be the time for rest and recovery. If a battle maniac becomes chieftain now, our losses will be even greater if new wars are waged. Yale stopped to drink a mouthful of koya before continuing. The Fighting Bulls are a powerful fighting race among the bull-headed races. They are muscular and have immense strength, especially when leading their charges. Even Herculean bulls will not necessarily maintain the upper hand when facing them. They are scary in the fact that they weren't very powerful before, but changed after their new chieftain got the position. Unlike his predecessors, he isn't someone who is very fond of fighting. They have been resting in all these years, and thus have become more powerful than they were before. The Herculean bull tribe's late chieftain saw that the position of the ruling tribe was becoming unstable, so he wedded 4 of his daughters to the Fighting Bull tribe. He attempted to use marriage to pacify the Fighting Bull tribe, but it obviously hasn't been very effective. It was because of this reason that there are decreasing amount of wars fought by the Herculean bull tribe. However, Gasol assumed that the late chieftain lost his ambition because of his age, so he was greatly dissatisfied with the late chieftain. The late chieftain was deeply disappointed. How could he ignore the threat by his side? That was why he gave the position to Wales. Wales isn't fond of fighting, and he is very smart. The late chieftain could be at ease that way. Zhao Hai didn't think that this fight for the succession would be serious to the extent of deciding the very future of the Herculean bull tribe. Yale sighed. We don't know how many casualties will be lost if this war is waged. The greater the death toll, the greater the Herculean bull's loss, and the more unstable the position of the ruling race. Sadly, Gasol cannot see this. That overly arrogant fool keeps on believing that the Herculean bulls are undefeatable, and he keeps treating the Fighting Bulls as the good guys. He has no idea that these good guys are saving their strength to bring him to his knees. Yale's face bore an expression of mockery at this point. The one he was mocking was none other than Gasol. How could the likes of him lead the Herculean Bulls into a bright future? It was the reason why Yale fully supported Wales. Zhao Hai sighed at the thought. He knew a little bit more about the Herculean Bull tribe now, but he hadn't gotten used to seeing someone like Gasol, who had the ruthlessness of a ruler to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. However, it would only end in tragedy when such a ruler didn't also have a ruler's foresight. Chapter 261, Poetic Payback, rumbling galloping broke the silence on the prairie, and the dust they kicked up in passing seemed to hasten the setting of the sun. Wales didn't want to witness a scene where brothers engaged in mutual violence. He sat on his own mount in silence. He didn't wear any armor. Instead, he wore a robe, and his large axe was stuck into the grassy ground next to him. Mendez was in a similar get-up as Wales, but his large axe was in his hands. 400 warriors in arms had lined up behind them. Behind them was Zhao Hai's undead army. A black line soon appeared on the distant horizon, coming towards them like a torrent. Wales squinted at it, while Mendez and the others gripped their weapons tightly. Very soon, the galloping sounds became greater. It was as if the earth itself were trembling because of it. But this had no effect on Wales and the others. They were standing there quietly. Wales even closed his own eyes softly. Soon the galloping died down as it got closer. Wales knew that Gasol wasn't far away from them now. He then opened his eyes. The sun was about to set completely. Although it wasn't too far, Wales was still not be able to make out the faces on the other side. Gradually, Wales was able to determine that the one in the lead was indeed Gasol. What surprised Wales was that there weren't many Herculean bulls among the troops Gasol had brought with him. There were only 500, the rest were all fighting bulls. Wales was puzzled as to why so many fighting bulls had come alongside Gasol. Just then, Mendez grunted coldly, Little Hai was right. Gasol got the Fighting Bull tribe's support. No wonder he has such gall. What an idiot. Wales knew what Mendez's words meant. The Herculean bulls had held two attitudes when it came to the Fighting Bulls. One was affectionate, and another was being cautious behind closed doors. The former was Gasol and his lot's attitude, while the latter was Wales and his father's attitude. Wales knew well the threat the Fighting Bulls posed. Gasol leading so many Fighting Bulls to deal with him right now was something that made Wales gnash his teeth in anger. Now, he suspected that the reason Gasol had treated his father in such a way was due to the Fighting Bulls giving him that idea. Wales gradually calmed down after taking a few deep breaths. Gasol and the others slowly came to a stop about 100 meters in front of them. Even though Gasol and the others numbered 2,000, all of them were tall and brawny beastmen, which was why they appeared to be black and boundless from a distance. Zhao Hai saw Gasol and the others, but what he noticed more were the ones beside him. The ones next to him were also from a bull-headed race. One thing about them that was different from the smooth-skinned Herculean bulls was that their faces had short black hair, while their horns were curved instead of straight. The short length of their curved horns made them look like pairs of daggers. Just when Zhao Hai was sizing up these bull-headed people he had never seen before, Yale let out a cold snort. As expected of the Fighting Bulls, they're the ones who have been supporting Gasol. Zhao Hai immediately understood that the ones he was looking at were Fighting Bulls. He asked Yale with incomprehension, "Mr. Yale, didn't Big Brother intend to get the Fighting Bull tribe's support? Why is it that they're all very close to Gasol right now?" Yale sighed. "Actually, the Fighting Bulls are split into two sides. One side is the faction under the current Fighting Bull chieftain. They are close to Gasol, and they're also the ones the eldest princess and fourth princess were married to. The other side is the Fighting Bull tribe's West Wonder Kings faction, who are closer to the late chieftain and young Master Wales. Second princess and third princess were married to this side. Young Master was trying to meet the West Wonder Kings faction." Zhao Hai nodded and asked, "If the Fighting Bulls have never been united, how can they threaten the Herculean Bulls' position as the ruling race?" Yale sighed yet again. "Actually, the Fighting Bull tribe was originally united, and it was much stronger back then, to the point of threatening the Herculean Bull tribe's position as the ruling tribe. The late chieftain discovered this, so he intentionally supported the West Wonder King, who is at odds with the Fighting Bull chieftain. The plan was very successful. Under the tribe's backing, the Fighting Bull tribe was divided into two factions. Although West Wonder King's strength wasn't as great as the chieftain's, it wasn't weak either. However, in recent years, the chieftain had gotten close to Gasol. In order to get the Fighting Bull tribe's support, Gasol started supporting the chieftain. Now, the chieftain's strength is much stronger than it was before, and West Wonder King is now at a complete disadvantage. Yale continued, "Perhaps this was something they have learned from the Herculean Bull tribe. Our tribe once supported West Wonder King, who was able to fracture the tribe, but unable to shake up the Fighting Bull tribe's chieftain. And in return, the Fighting Bull tribe is now supporting Gasol to achieve the chieftain's position, which has divided the Herculean Bull tribe, while getting a lot of benefits in the process. If Gasol wages wars, a lot of the Herculean Bull young adults will perish, and the tribe's strength will decrease greatly. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop the Fighting Bulls when they seize the position of the ruling race, to use one's ways against them in return. Poetic payback." Zhao Hai suddenly thought about this. He didn't expect that the beastman, who appeared to be straightforward and inflexible, would also be capable of twists and turns. It seemed that no sentient race on this world was to be underestimated. Yale continued after a disappointed exhale. "The Herculean Bull tribe was vicious back then, and the Fighting Bull tribe was split. Now, the Fighting Bull tribe is even more vicious. They want the Herculean Bull tribe's roots to be cut. Grasses without roots will wither over time." Zhao Hai watched those Fighting Bulls with disbelief. He thought that the Fighting Bull chieftain was impressive on account that he had plotted it all out to this extent, including perhaps even the death of the previous Herculean Bull chieftain. Just then, Wales didn't make a single move. He was just watching Gasol calmly, who was appearing to be spirited. However, Gasol's expression wasn't pleasant right now, especially after seeing the undead creatures behind Wales. Gasol put down his reins softly and walked out. The two escorts next to him were one Herculean bull and one fighting bull. They were muscular and had gruesome scars. They appeared to be ones who should not be taken lightly. Wales put down his reins as well and walked towards Gasol. Mendez followed him with his weapon in his hands. They slowly got closer, until both sides were only 10 meters away from each other. Gasol stared as Wales coldly. "You have indeed colluded with humans, Wales. You really are a traitor to the Herculean bull tribe." Wales spoke coldly in response. "Everyone knows who has colluded with humans. Gasol, an idiot like you is only worthy of being used by others." Gasol let out a cold laugh. "Your words are useless. I am the chieftain, and you are the traitor. Surrender, brother, and I will spare your life." Wales stared coldly as Gasol. "You could kill even our father and our sickly fifth brother. Can I even believe you? Now I'm really suspicious. Does the blood of Herculean bulls flow in your veins, or is it not blood at all, but murky bull urine instead?" Gasol's eyes flared at Wales. Even though he killed his own father, he hadn't spoken a word of it. He only claimed that his father was poisoned. What Wales was doing now was like slapping Gasol on the face. How could Gasol take it? Gasol grumbled with anger. "Who said I killed our father? I'm saying he was killed by you. You dared to team up with human black mages. Who on the continent doesn't know that black mages are the most evil of them all? They're the best at using poison." Wales laughed coldly. "Didn't you say that father died of illness? How has it become he was poisoned now?" "No matter how poisonous black mages' poisons are, they are not as poisonous as your heart. Your heart has already betrayed the beast god. You will be judged." Gasol's expression changed, and he then spoke coldly. "Cut the bullshit. You won't elude death no matter what you say. Traitor, you think that handful of people and those loose bones will win against us? Stop dreaming and prepare to die." Wales retorted coldly. "I will let you know today, Gasol, that you are not invincible. I didn't want to do this, since I thought that you would bring our tribe's warriors, but since you have brought the Fighting Bull tribe's people, I don't need to hold back, except death." Gasol replied, "Ignorant runt, how can undead creatures compare to us beastmen in terms of strength? Wales, you're incapable of living down your reputation of being smart. I think you are a fool." Wales gave Gasol a cold smile. "You are speaking too much crap, Gasol. Can it be that after a long time without battles, you have become a useless person who only knows how to move his lips?" Gasol snorted coldly. He knew that he would never be a match for Wales in conversations, so he didn't speak any further. He turned around and walked back to his troops. Wales also returned to his escorts. Chapter 262 - Finish him off after drinking. Yale knew after watching Wales and Gasol's expressions that the conversation had fallen through. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The talks have soured. Get ready to make your move." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's not a big deal. Most of the people Gasol brought with him are fighting bulls. This is even better. I can use all of my might. To be honest, I'm still unwilling to fight against Herculean bulls." Yale smiled at Zhao Hai. "I feel that you are more and more like a Herculean bull yourself." On Beastman Prairie, the power of a race isn't just about how powerful the ruling race is, it's more about the overall strength of a whole race. Whether it's fighting bulls or Herculean bulls, they all seem to have forgotten about this issue. We buffaloes know about this, but when it comes to conflicts of interests, they rarely listen to us. That's why, even though we have prophets, it's useless for us to persuade them. You can see this point clearly. You don't like to make a move against Herculean bulls, yet you want to deal with fighting bulls. Although it looks like an extermination of life on the prairie, it's a good thing from another perspective. If the fighting bull tribe becomes too powerful, it will surely engage in conflict against Herculean bull tribe, as long as both races' tribes are the strongest among the bull-headed races. If they don't come into conflict, then all of the bull-headed races will be stronger. There is only one way to prevent conflict amongst them: make one side completely stronger than the other to make the other side unable to fight back. Zhao Hai smiled. I seriously haven't thought about it that much. I'm just thinking about what's best for Big Brother. The bull-headed races are a major race together. Simply having the Herculean Bull's support isn't going to work. The other branch races have to become stronger as well, so that the entire race can be even stronger. But the situation here is that only a single powerful race can rule the entire bunch. The whole bunch of races keep engaging in conflict. How can they become stronger? Zhao Hai went silent after speaking to this point. He suddenly thought about ancient China. Before the Qing dynasty's resistance against 8 foreign powers, warlords engaged in skirmishes, industry fell behind the global pace, and there wasn't a centralized administration. Those were the reasons why China was so far behind the world, and an incomparably painful price was paid in order to fight back against all the intruders. If the bull-headed races were to keep on fighting each other like this, the outcome would not be much better than that of ancient China. There was only one way to strengthen the entire bull-headed race. Let the bull-headed races have only one unshakable king. That was his reason for defeating the Fighting Bull tribe. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't doing it entirely for Wales. Even though the two of them were blood-sworn brothers, he wasn't selfless to the point of removing every single one of Wales' obstacles. He was actually doing it for himself as well. He currently had the best relationship with Wales and Spiel. Spiel was a given. His tribe was too small, and could be exterminated by others at any time. The only help Zhao Hai got from them was the friendship flag. Wales was different. Wales was royalty, and right now, he was fighting for the chieftain's position. If he could become chieftain and thus remove all the obstacles in his path, it would bring Zhao Hai unimaginable benefits. Although Zhao Hai was having a conversation with Yale inside Xenomorph, they were also paying attention to the battleground. The sky was darkening, which could be said to be bad for prairie battles. Zhao Hai didn't know if Gasol was going to attack at night, but he didn't have any worries. To him, night didn't have any effect on him. He had undead creatures, and undead creatures were the true rulers of the night. For the undead, it was best that there was no light. They were the best night battle legion. Now, Zhao Hai just wanted to see what Wales was going to do. If Wales wanted to attack right now, he wouldn't hold back as well. If Wales didn't want to, he wouldn't make a move. He didn't want to steal Wales' spotlight. Even though he and Wales were blood-sworn brothers, even born siblings would turn into enemies in the face of power, not to mention blood-sworn brothers. Even if Wales would do nothing to Zhao Hai, it would be a great loss if Wales didn't support him. He was helping Wales in order to get Wales' support. After Wales returned to his formation, Mendez spoke to him after a glance at Gasol's troops. Are we going to hit him right now? Any later, and we will be unable to see. Wales smiled. No need to rush. Let's back away slowly. The sky is about to go dark. We can't see them, and they can't see us by then. But don't forget that Little Hai's undead army is behind us. When have you ever heard of undead creatures being afraid of the dark? Mendez was reminded by Wales' words. There were still 4,000 undead behind them. At night, the fighting power of undead creatures would be increased. This could only be something positive for them. Mendez had decided that this battle must be fought. After all, they no longer had any reservations. If they let go of this chance, it would be more than a little humiliating. After Wales lifted the axe that he had planted into the ground, he waved his hand to signal the 400 escorts to move backward slowly. Just then, Zhao Hai made the undead creatures advance at a gradual pace. Although he didn't discuss this with Wales, he made the most appropriate decision. Xenomorph was mixed into this undead army, though it wasn't particularly eye-catching. Gasol and his troops wouldn't even know that there was a human mixed within this undead army. Now, Wales and the others had gone behind the undead army, and were firmly protected by it. Even should Gasol start charging now, he would have to face the tall platoons of undead magic beasts. Obviously, Gasol was not a battlefield virgin. He was a warrior who had been through 100 battles and was famed for being good at fighting in the Herculean Bull tribe. It was impossible for Gasol not to know about what he was going to face. The sun had just set, while the moon hadn't yet appeared. It was the darkest time. Fighting against an undead army now of all times would be an attempt at self-induced defeat. Ghazal would never do it, so he waved his hand as well and led his 2,000 cavalry to move backwards slowly. It was obvious that they didn't want to engage in a night battle. Wales nodded at the sight of Ghazal's retreat, with no disruption to the formation. Wales spoke to Mendez, "Sixth brother, I have to say, Ghazal really has a touch when it comes to fighting battles. It's unfortunate that he is so passionate about power. If he were willing to put up with us brothers, we could have made our race stronger and stronger." Mendez sighed. It was because of being too good at fighting battles that he has lost sight of himself. Now he has colluded with the fighting bulls, and maybe even humans to kill father, all in order to get that position. Has he never thought about whether the position is really that important? Working with fighting bulls is just like sleeping with wolves. Wales spoke coldly. The fighting bull tribe has been waiting for this day, and Ghazal actually went ahead and did this himself. It looks like we'll have to talk it out with our second and third sisters. Once we resolve the matter with Ghazal, we will have to deal with the Fighting Bull tribe as the next step. Now that the Fighting Bull chieftain isn't being honest, perhaps it's time for us to teach them a little lesson. Mendez spoke coldly. Then fight. Only fighting can make them settle down. I think it wouldn't be bad to let West Wonder King become the next Fighting Bull tribe chieftain. Wales replied, "Now is not yet the time. Besides, do you think West Wonder King is really dependable? If he didn't have ambitions, he wouldn't have left his tribe under father's support. Once he has enough strength one day, will he leave Herculean Bull tribe's side as well? We can use such a person, but we must keep our eye on him and not let him run rampant." Mendez nodded and then he smiled. "Do you know why I have always supported you, little seventh? It's because you're really smart. You're not like a beastman. There are too few smart people among us beastmen. You had great luck in finding Little High. I believe he will help us, the Herculean Bulls, become the most famous race on the continent." Wales smiled upon the mention of Zhao Hai. He laughed. "If I had to put it in a way I was happy with, I'm more relaxed when it comes to Zhao Hai compared to West Wonder King. He might threaten our rule, but Little High won't. I'd rather trust Little High, who is a human and who cannot possibly threaten us." Mendez nodded. "Yeah, compared to West Wonder King, I'd rather trust Little High. But you have to pay attention as well, little seventh. We cannot trust him completely. Don't forget the Black Bear tribe's lesson." Wales nodded. "Of course I won't forget, but you don't need to worry about this. When I met Little High, I mentioned that, if he could help me, I could make him the Herculean Bull tribe's sole grain dealer." Guess what he said? This piqued Mendez's interest. He hadn't known about this yet, so he asked curiously, "What did he say?" Wales smiled. "He said he can help me, but he doesn't want to be the tribe's sole grain dealer. He just wants our tribe's friendship flag." Mendez was stunned, and then sighed. He is indeed different from other human merchants. If you asked any other human merchant that question, I bet 100% of them would choose to become our sole grain dealer, because that would mean seizing our tribe's lifeline. Wales nodded. "This was what I saw in Little High. He knows what he's doing, how to do it, and how to keep doing it. It's a pity he's not a beastman like us. He would be an unbelievable person otherwise." Mendez laughed. "I think it's quite nice right now. I don't know where Little High appeared from, but at least it looks like he has no evil intentions towards us. It's enough that he treats us big brothers with respect." Wales smiled. "Well, enough about that. Let's go and have a drink from Little High's place. I hear that he has fine wine from the human lands." "We'll look for trouble at Ghazal's place later." "He doesn't want to fight at night?" "Well, he's not the one calling the shots right now." Wales and Mendez gave orders to their escorts, and then rode their mounts towards Zhao Hai's place. Although there were a lot of undead creatures, they could still recognize Xenomorph. Zhao Hai didn't let the undead creatures pursue Ghazal due to not knowing Whale's intentions. He stopped as soon as Ghazal left. The undead creatures stood where they were in silence. He immediately let Xenomorph open its jaws when he saw Wales and Mendez coming his way. Laura had prepared the koya as Wales and Mendez entered. Wales sat down hurriedly as soon he entered Xenomorph's inner space. and spoke to Zhao Hai. "Brother, make preparations. We will attack Gasol after a while." "I don't think he set up his camp too far away." Zhao Hai nodded. "No problem. Night battles are the undead's expertise, so relax. Even if we can't keep Gasol here tonight, we'll be keeping those fighting bulls here if we have to." Wales laughed. "Looks like I don't have to tell you. You have gotten the picture." "That's right. Our goal this time is those fighting bulls. We're going to be beating them until they're done." Zhao Hai smiled and poured Wales and Mendez a cup of koya each. Wales drank a mouthful and said, "I still think our Beastman's milk wine is much better than this, which reminds me, bring us 2 bottles of your human's fine wine." Zhao Hai laughed. "Fine, I'll let you taste our human's fine wine. Laura, bring some fruit platters with snacks. We'll finish him." Gasol, off after drinking. Laura and the others heated with a laugh. Actually, most of the things were inside Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai took out 3 bottles of wine, while the rest was handled by Laura and the others. It didn't take long for the appetizers to be ready. There weren't just fruit platters, but also some famous continental snacks, which had been bought by Zhao Hai and the others and stored inside the space beforehand. After all, the space would not change their taste, and Laura and the others liked to snack on them, so Zhao Hai had readied quite an amount of them. These things weren't too attractive on the continent, but to the Beastmen, they were incredible. Wales and Mendez had never seen most of these things before, so they ended up having their appetites satisfied. Chapter 263, Gasol's frustration. Compared to Wales and the others, Gasol wasn't so happy. He knew very well that, despite being the chieftain of the Herculean bull tribe, the tribesmen didn't respect him. There was the escape of Mendez and the others. The people in the tribe had some idea as to why they had escaped and why his father had suddenly passed away. If he couldn't settle this matter as quickly as possible, his situation would become even more difficult. In order to nip this danger in the bud, Gasol had sought help from the Fighting Bull tribe, by requesting a levy of troops and pursuing Mendez in tandem with his own escorts. His plan had been to find the traces of Wales' whereabouts, and then kill them both in one strike. What Gasol hadn't expected was Zhao Hai's appearance. Even further beyond his expectations was the appearance of a large undead army at night. Gasol didn't know when Wales had come in contact with human black mages. If Wales could mobilize 4,000 undead creatures, it would either be due to a powerful black mage, or a team of black mages. Either possibility was extremely dangerous. Gasol now regretted the fact that his pursuit was seriously untimely. If it were daytime when he found Wales, then he would have been able to attack without reservations. But he couldn't now, because it was dark. Fighting against undead creatures in the dark was no different from seeking death. The most nerve-wracking parts about undead creatures were the fact that they excelled in fighting at nighttime, and the fact that they didn't fear death. These creatures that didn't have thoughts would never know what death was. They only knew about attacking and had no notions of death. Such enemies were the most frightening. What gave Gasol the biggest headache was that his 2 aerial recon units had been attacked by other magic beasts before being captured. This gave him the worst heartache in his life. Just as Wales said, a large part of Gasol's accomplishments were due to the 2 aerial recon units that he had been raising. As long as he had the recon, he could discover his enemies first and make placements beforehand. That way, he could naturally gain the upper hand during battle. However, his 2 aerial recon units were attacked by 5 flying magic beasts in midair. He could do nothing but watch as the 2 flame birds which he had spent much care in raising were captured by the red-colored flying beasts. Gasol couldn't help but frown when he thought about it. He felt as if nothing had gone smoothly for him lately. Other than becoming the chieftain, nothing else had gone as he had planned. He hadn't needed to sort out so many matters before he had become the chieftain. He had mostly needed to handle military matters while the others' matters had been handled by his father. However, once he became the chieftain and truly began to deal with the tribe's matters, he discovered that managing a tribe wasn't so easy. Soon it was going to be winter. Goats needed to eat grass and people needed to eat food. Timber was needed to keep warm. Everything had to be prepared. These matters gave Gasol a huge headache. Leaders in the tribe had started to sidestep his commands. Although the Fighting Bull tribe was still cooperating with him, they didn't seem to be kind about it like before. His biggest worry was the fact that Wales and Mendez were still at large. Even though there were a lot of matters that needed to be taken care of, Gasol had always believed that Wales was his biggest threat. Because Wales was still popular in the tribe, and respected the elders and various leaders in the tribe very much, everything had been done in a seemingly low-key fashion, but it had been done right. Most importantly, his father had given the cane to Wales. The God Bull cane was passed down from chieftains to their successors. In other words, the moment his father gave it to Wales, in the eyes of the elders and the leaders, it meant that his father had appointed Wales as his successor. It was exactly because of this reason that the people in the tribe weren't pleased when Gasol said that his father made him the chieftain after being poisoned. In order to make those people give up and acknowledge him as the chieftain, he could only eliminate Wales and the others in the shortest time possible. Only then would the elders and leaders acknowledge his place. However, Gasol couldn't mobilize too large of a force to pursue them. Due to Wales and Mendez being princes of the tribe, he could only bring 500 of his personal guard and borrow 1,500 warriors from the Fighting Bull tribe to hunt them down. And the 1,500 Fighting Bulls hadn't been loaned to him for nothing. Their price had been 10,000 Dargali and 1,000 slaves, which had been sent to the Fighting Bulls as payment. This was exactly what Gasol was angry about. Before he had become the chieftain, the Fighting Bull tribe was very hospitable, and would immediately provide him with help if he asked for it. But after becoming the chieftain, the Fighting Bull tribe started listing conditions, which made Gasol feel very irritated. But he had no other options. The Herculean Bull tribe was internally unstable. Although he could suppress the elders and leaders now, he could neither do what he truly wanted, nor be like his father, who could move the whole tribe at his beck and call. Gasol had no option but to seek help from the Fighting Bull tribe. When he had caught up to Wales, he had found out that Wales hadn't turned around and run as he had expected. Instead, Wales led a large undead army to confront him. Night had come, and he couldn't afford not to retreat. Watching someone who could threaten him, yet be unable to act, Gasol felt that a bad air was being kept in his chest, like a polar bear that had swallowed an icy barnacle, neither able to spit it out nor swallow it down. But he couldn't let down his guard now, because he was very clear that Wales wasn't a fool. It would be weird if Wales didn't utilize the undead to attack him at night. That was why Gasol had prepared for a night attack when setting up the tents. Many bonfires had been lit around his tent, and 500 people had been mobilized just to keep watch. He ordered the rest to sleep as soon as they set up their campsite. They had to take this chance to rest, in order to be prepared for the great battle that could come at any moment. However, Gasol still underestimated the fighting ability of Zhao Hai's undead creatures. In Gasol's eyes, even though Wales would use them to attack him, they could be defeated because undead creatures only had an advantage at night. But when Zhao Hai ordered the undead creatures to attack Gasol's campsite, Gasol realized something strange. These undead creatures were too powerful. Gasol was a level 8 powerhouse, but even he couldn't gain any advantage when facing these undead beasts. This proved that these undead creatures had strengths higher than level 6. How could this be? Gasol seriously couldn't believe it. But the truth was right in front of his eyes. Zhao Hai commanded the undead creatures to besiege Gasol's campsite from 3 directions. The undead beasts from the front, the jackals from the sides, and the humanoids entered the campsite from behind the beasts and the jackals. The attack was like a blitzkrieg, turning the campsite into burnt ashes in an instant. Even though both Herculean bulls and Fighting Bulls were known for being the most powerful among bull-headed races and good at fighting, when they faced opponents taller, larger, stronger, and with better defenses than them, they helplessly realized that all of their advantages were not advantages at all. They could defend against neither the head-on assault of the undead beasts, nor the undead jackal cavalry flanks. Gasol hadn't discovered that the cavalry were the jackals. He had given money to the jackals in order to have them kill whales, but he had lost contact with them. He knew that the operation had been a failure, but he never imagined that the jackals had become undead creatures themselves. However, Gasol finally discovered that they were the jackals after they charged in. Not only had they become undead creatures, but they had also become stronger as well. On the prairie, the jackal cavalry wasn't famous because of how powerful they were, but how fast they were. They were patient and able to keep tailing their enemies until they broke down. But everyone on the prairie knew that the jackal cavalry didn't have a powerful leading charge. They were short, weak, and had fragile defenses. All these could make them only light cavalry at best. But that had changed entirely in Zhao Hai's hands. After having gone through the spaces strengthening, the jackal cavalry had become even stronger, more powerful, and faster. Now they totally had the ability to become a powerful armored cavalry. For the undercalculated Gasol, who had only put 300 people on the left and right flanks, he discovered that he had made a mistake, a very big mistake. When the 600 fighting bulls and the undead jackal cavalry crossed paths, the fighting bulls were crushed in a single charge. The main weapons of the jackal cavalry were scimitars, while fighting bull cavalry mainly used wolf-tooth clubs. Their wolf-tooth clubs were a type of heavy weapon that could not be used without immense strength. Heavy cavalry paired with these clubs in action was a very frightening thing. Yet the undead jackal cavalry made the fighting bulls understand what nothing is too tough to break. Only speed cannot be broken meant. The fighting bull cavalry was like a tank when in action, while the jackal cavalry was like a wind that carried blades. When the wind blew, the tank became scrap metal. Chapter 264, Two Blades. Gasol was running like crazy. There were only a few dozen escorts left at his side, all of whom were Herculean bulls. There were nobody else other than them, not a single one. 2,000 armored cavalry, all killed in action. Gasol felt like he was still having a nightmare. Why had all 2,000 of his cavalry been crushed in just a single charge by the undead creatures? Could it be that he hadn't brought 2,000 armored cavalry, but 2,000 Dargli instead? If it weren't for his escorts using their own lives to help him break through the encirclement, he would likely have died in the melee. The attacks of the undead creatures still resonated in his mind when he thought about it. Meanwhile, Gasol thought about another thing. If he had been defeated by whales this time, then what would whales do next? Would whales lead the undead into the tribe? Gasol felt even more insecure when he thought of this, and there was another matter that troubled him deeply: the loss of the 1,500 fighting bulls. They had been loaned to him. Now that they had all died, what sort of reaction would the fighting bull tribe have? Most importantly, the 500 Herculean bulls that he had brought with him were his most loyal subordinates, and his most effective weapon. Now, they had fallen almost completely. Without this weapon which he could definitely depend on, his days would be even harder to get by. Gasol had already wanted to cry. His losses this time were too great for him to bear. In contrast to Gasol, Zhao Hai's gains were large. 1,500 fighting bull warriors, no escapees. They had all become Zhao Hai's new underlings. Zhao Hai didn't touch the remaining Herculean bull warriors, since he had to give whales some face. No matter whose subordinates they were, the fact that they were Herculean bulls still remained. Zhao Hai couldn't step over that line. Whales was very happy about Zhao Hai's actions. In Whale's eyes, these fallen Herculean bull warriors should receive their due respects, and so, Whales buried the Herculean bull warriors along with their mounts. However, he kept all of their weapons, because Beastman Prairie lacked metal, which he couldn't afford to waste. Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed that not a single mount was kept alive in this attack. Zhao Hai had lost a chance to add a new species to the space. However, Zhao Hai felt happy when he thought about the 1,500 fighting bull warriors. Now, he had over 7,000 undead creatures in his possession. He could deploy the undead beasts at Iron Mountain Castle as guards, and still have enough undead hands to use afterwards. Actually, if Zhao Hai willed it, he could reveal his family identity. Given his current strength, even with the Church of Light as his enemy, He wouldn't have to be afraid. He didn't need to worry about his own safety at all with the existence of the space. He should be indulging in warfare, because if a war were fought, he would get new undead troops. If he wished for it, the number of undead would keep on increasing, and then he would have even fewer reasons to be afraid of anyone. But he didn't want to do it like this. To be honest, Zhao Hai was still insecure about the frequent use of undead creatures. Chinese people emphasized peace in burial. If it weren't for the safety of he himself and the ones around him, Zhao Hai wouldn't even wish to use the undead, especially humanoid ones. He didn't like warfare either. He knew that if his identity were discovered, it would cause a war that would center around him, and then, many people would surely die. He didn't want to become the criminal of the whole continent. Currently, only the nobles were giving him trouble, but to Zhao Hai, it wasn't a big deal. If I don't want to fight, I'll just hide, he would think. But if a war was waged because of him, then not only would the nobles hate him, but the civilians would as well. He didn't want that. Wales didn't go after Gasol immediately after their victory. He still intended to stick to his original plan of going to get the support of the branch tribes before finishing Gasol off. Wales had considered this beforehand. Just as Yale had said, there was nothing good about the contact between the Fighting Bulls and Gasol. They wouldn't just watch Gasol fail without doing anything. If Gasol fell, then the one to rise would be Wales, who had never gotten along with Fighting Bulls. If Wales gained the chieftainship, he would oppress the Fighting Bull tribe. The Fighting Bull chieftain would never miss this detail. If Wales chose to push their momentum, it would only let the Fighting Bull tribe support Gasol completely, and things would escalate to a higher degree. If things really progressed to that point, then all of the bull-headed races might engage in civil war. That was absolutely not what Wales wanted to see. So, what he needed to do now was to stick to the plan, overthrow Gasol, and then clean up the Fighting Bull tribe. Currently, what Gasol and the Fighting Bull tribe didn't know was that Wales had the greatest trump card, the grains. The Fighting Bull tribe and Gasol had surely assumed that Wales' current greatest backing was Zhao Hai's undead army, but they couldn't be more mistaken. The undead army was just one blade in Wales' hand. The grains were the other fierce blade in his hand. The best weapon in the Beastman lands was food, due to the frequent food shortages experienced here, especially some of the smaller tribes, who had food shortages not just during winter, but all the time. They couldn't get more than the larger tribes, and the grain dealers wouldn't come to smaller tribes. It was thus very difficult for them to buy grains. Now that Wales had grains, coupled with his reputation in the tribe, he could definitely gain the support of the branch races, and then he could deliver the fatal blow to Gasol. Wales and the others rested where they were for 2 days after having defeated Gasol, while actually, there wasn't a need for them to do so, since the ones who fought had been the undead creatures. However, Wales and the others still rested. In those 2 days, they handled the corpses of Gasol's escorts by burying them properly. Then they left after a proper rest. Strictly put, right now, the territory they were in wasn't the bull-headed race's territory. Although everyone on Beastman Prairie lived nomadic lifestyles, every race actually had their own turf. The stronger the race, the better their grasses, and the more rivers they had. Their places would be warmer when winter came, and less likely for blizzards to pass by. On the flip side, the weaker the race, the worse grasslands they had, and it would be impossible for their magic beasts to grow strong. Without strong magic beasts, they would not be able to get more grains. Without more grains, they could only eat magic beasts, which would incur greater losses. This was a downward spiral. Wales and the others were currently at the outer regions of Beastman Prairie. The grasslands here weren't great, and they were shared. However, this was the territory of pig-headed races. It was because of this that Zhao Hai had come across Spiel and the others. One should know that small tribes like Spiel's would never dare to be active in the turfs of other races. The pig-headed races had a lower standing on the prairie compared to the bull-headed races because of the difference in fighting power between them. The ruling race, the warthogs, couldn't match up to the Herculean bulls. This affected the overall standing of all the pig-headed races among beastmen. Wales and the others made their way towards the pig-headed race's territory, but they didn't head towards the bull-headed race's territories immediately. Instead, they went in a circle. That wasn't to say that Wales was afraid that Ghazal would mobilize a force to deal with him. Wales clearly knew that, if Ghazal really had the support of everyone in the tribe, then Ghazal wouldn't have brought this amount of people to deal with him, with a larger amount of fighting bulls. The smart Wales could guess from this point that not everyone in the tribe had supported Ghazal, and thus, Ghazal had borrowed troops from the Fighting Bull tribe. Not only did this expose his colluding with the Fighting Bull tribe, it also exposed the situation of his position in the tribe. Beastmen were a direct race. They worshipped power. If you were powerful, they would listen to you willingly. Ghazal's power was great indeed. He had fought many wars for the Herculean Bull tribe, with more victories than losses, and had a high popularity. That was why his ambitions had inflated so rapidly. If Ghazal had done nothing more, he would have had a chance to become the chieftain. After all, the position could not be decided by the former chieftain alone. But Ghazal had made a wrong move. He never should have poisoned the former chieftain, or sent people to hunt down Mendez and Wales. Doing so made his popularity drop to the freezing point instantly, because beastmen's personalities were too direct. They always got the shorter end of the stick when it came to getting along with humans. Such direct personalities also created a habit of deeply despising anyone who would use schemes. Ghazal's original image of a powerful warrior had instantly turned into that of a petty creep who used schemes. His popularity in the tribe was lost as a result. That was exactly why he couldn't mobilize the Herculean bulls to hunt down Wales and his company. Chapter 265. Entering the bull-headed race's territory. Wales's group didn't advance quickly. Currently, they were still in the territory of the pig-headed races. Even though the bull-headed races and the pig-headed races had no mutual favor or enmity, it wasn't a good thing to bumble around randomly on someone else's turf. That was why their advance was a careful one. If they came across some small pig-headed tribes, they would need to greet them on their own. It would cause misunderstandings if they didn't. For the beastmen, if you didn't bear hostilities, you had to greet them when you met with them. If you didn't do so, there were only two possibilities: either you had evil intentions, or you were looking down on them. Either possibility would be enough to make them treat you with their weapons. Beastmen liked having receptions for their friends, so you had to invite them for a feast if you came to their doorstep. Otherwise, not only would they not treat you as a friend, they'd even take you for an enemy. Wales and everyone were just passing through, but they still had to go visit any pig-headed tribe they came across and stay for a night. Zhao Hai engaged in trade with them. Of course, he used grains in exchange for their magic beasts. However, most of the tribes they came across were small tribes, so Zhao Hai didn't manage to get very powerful magic beasts. Most of them were Argali, while the tribes wouldn't give their exclusive magic beasts to him. Beastmen treated their tribe-specific magic beasts with great importance. These magic beasts of theirs were commonly their mounts. In other words, the beasts were their beastkin. If Zhao Hai's personality hadn't matched well with Spiel's, and if he hadn't had a lot of grains, Spiel wouldn't have given the squirting boars to Zhao Hai, because squirting boars were the beastkin of the big-bellied pigs. Zhao Hai was satisfied with the trades he made. Other than getting more than a few argali, he also got a large amount of goat hair products. The small tribes were generous, since they wouldn't come across a single human merchant in a whole year. When a human merchant finally showed up to conduct trade with them, they were very delighted. Due to the recent sudden changes, Laura and the others couldn't stick to their original plan to rendezvous with Atai. However, Laura still sent a Bloodhawk to give Atai messages, in order to establish a foothold in Beast God City and gain a better understanding of the situation there. Zhao Hai was curious about this slightly mysterious Atai. He could tell how much Laura trusted him, as he was Laura's only subordinate on Beastman Prairie. He also knew from Laura that in recent years, Atai had earned a lot of money in her stead on Beastman Prairie. If she had to count, the earnings he had made were up to 1/3 of her total assets. This was a very large sum. Everyone knew that business could be lucrative on Beastman Prairie, but large merchants commonly did business with battle tribes, while the ones who did business with other tribes were smaller merchants. There was a limit to how much money the smaller merchants could earn, and they would often be raided by beastmen. That was why the money they earned was less than what people would expect. Under such circumstances, the fact that Hottai could earn so much money for Laura had to have something behind it. The people that Zhao Hai and Laura could use were few. Hottai was one, Zhu Wanying was another, and then there were Sayer and Dorlaga. Zhao Hai had never seen Hottai before, but Laura trusted him very much. Zhu Wanying was helping Green and the others attend to matters at Iron Mountain Castle, while the same went for Sayer. Orlaga was currently an undead, but the fact that he could become Carlo's attendant meant that he had certain capabilities. Orlaga had now been stationed at the factories, where he did things in an orderly way. Blockhead and Rockhead's performances were a little worse off in this regard, but both of them liked training more. They had now reached the level of level 6 fighters. Although it didn't seem like much, they could count as geniuses on the continent when one looked at their age. These people were now the master's staff of Zhao Hai's management. He couldn't use more people even if he wanted to, because they didn't have enough capital. Letting Hottai establish a foothold was for the sake of relaying the situation in Beast God City. Although the city was controlled by beastmen, there were a large amount of human merchants that gathered there. Zhao Hai and the rest would lose out if they didn't grasp the situation well. Wales and the others weren't in a rush, but he still sent a team of 50 to obtain information from the bull-headed tribe's territory. He wanted to check the branch race's reaction to the incident in the Herculean bull tribe. What had transpired shouldn't have zero effect on all of the bull-headed races. Wales wanted to know what Gasol's next move was after he returned. Of course, if possible, he still wanted to make contact with West Wonder King. Wales put the idea of contacting the Buffalo tribe on hold. He knew that Gasol wouldn't let down the surveillance there because of Yale. Because Wales wanted to wait for information, he didn't move towards the bull-headed race's territory in a hurry. He knew that in doing so, he might have a high chance of being discovered by Gasol. Now, he and his people were moving forward slowly, as if they were just traveling, while he familiarized himself with the 5 Bloodhawks Zhao Hai had gifted him. Wales knew the importance of these Bloodhawks as aerial reconnaissance too well. There were too few races on Beastman Prairie that had aerial scouts. The magic beasts that could be used as aerial scouts were not few, but most of them were under the control of avian races. It would be impossible for other races to get such aerial recon magic beasts. Gasol had gotten the 2 flame birds due to a chance meeting. Now, those flame birds had been put into the space by Zhao Hai. The level assessment of the flame birds was a shocking level 35, which raised the level of the ranch to level 6. Unfortunately, the ranch had to reach level 7 in order to keep 100 more magic beasts. Zhao Hai was happy that the space improved the abilities of the Bloodhawks once again. Now, they could use simple fire and wind magics, while the flame birds had gained some of the Bloodhawks' abilities. This was beyond his expectations. This was good news to him. The Bloodhawks were powerful, but they weren't invincible. They had become predators in the sky because of their strength, size, flying height and speed. But they had a weakness, and that was that they weren't nimble when they turned in the air. They needed a lot of space to turn around, while the flame birds didn't. Their wind magic could help them turn more nimbly in a smaller area, like a martial artist that would evade an opponent's attacks using their agile movements. Just from their fighting power alone, flame birds wouldn't lose to Bloodhawks. Perhaps in equal quantities, they might even win against Bloodhawks. However, Zhao Hai didn't prepare to raise flame birds. Even if he did it now, he couldn't use them. If he brought out too many of them, it would raise Whale's suspicions. Wales watched as Zhao Hai put the flame birds into the space, and he knew that Zhao Hai's space could store living things. Zhao Hai had told him that it was an oddity art, which made Wales very envious. But if Zhao Hai brought out too many of the flame birds, Wales would know that Zhao Hai's space could raise magic beasts. It would be too much of a cheat, so Zhao Hai wouldn't let others know about this easily. Even though Wales and the rest were moving ahead slowly, after 7 days of traveling at this speed, They still entered the outer territory of the bull-headed races. They could no longer see any pig-headed tribes from here. Zhao Hai was in his wagon while he curiously asked Wales, who was on the back of his bull, "I'm very curious, big brother. How did you mark the territories? These grasslands all look the same. How do you do it?" Wales laughed in response. "You don't know, do you? Although they all look the same to you, in us beastmen's eyes, every grassland is different. A small river, a small hill, or a dried river bank. These things can be used as standards for marking territories. The small hill we passed was one of the signs used to mark the boundary between our territory and the pig-headed races. Common pig-headed races wouldn't go past that small hill." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at where they just went past. To be honest, it really was a simple little hill. If the distance was greater, it would only be just a little slope on the prairie. It was hard to imagine that they could even call such a slope a small hill. Zhao Hai asked, "Big brother, how many days remain until we reach the Herculean bull tribe if we go from here?" Wales glanced at the northeast direction and replied, "With our current speed, it'll take about a month to get to the Herculean bull tribe's main camp." Zhao Hai was stunned for a bit. He hadn't imagined that it was so far away. No wonder Wales wanted to enter the bull-headed race's territory from here. It was because the main camp of the Herculean bull tribe was too far away from here. Even Gasol would be hard-pressed to find them. Chapter 266, Shocking News. Main camp lost. Zhao Hai knew too little about Beastman Prairie. He hadn't known that, actually, the size of Beastman Prairie wasn't smaller than human lands. This place could truly be called an endless plain of grass. Wales sighed as he looked northeast. "Our tribe's main camp has been there for nearly 1,000 years. That place was called the Plum Mile, but now, people have already forgotten that name. They can only remember that it is where our main camp is set, called Bull King Camp." Wales felt very complicated right now. To be frank, the Herculean bull tribe had been more powerful than it was right now. Even the powerful tiger races wouldn't dare to offend the Herculean bulls before. Now, however, the tribe was not as it had been. Even the fighting bulls were now daring to challenge the Herculean bulls' might. Wales was very upset because of this. With Gasol's recent actions, the fighting bulls had become even worse. Wales didn't know what to say to Gasol. If he had to call him a huge idiot, sometimes there was a bright side to him. But if he had to say that he was smart, then what about what he had just done? Gasol was truly not so smart. Zhao Hai honestly liked this prairie a lot. The beastmen who lived on the prairie wouldn't always have their way. They were busy throughout the whole year, and their lives were far from what other people had romanticized them to be. But to Zhao Hai, all of that wasn't a problem. He had the space, so he could go there to rest at night. He could watch the blue sky and the white clouds during the day, as well as the endless stretches of green grass. It was an amazingly good feeling. Just then, a hawk cry came from the sky. Zhao Hai and Wales looked skyward, and saw that it was from one of the 5 blood hawks Zhao Hai had gifted Wales. Wales had now learned how to check the signs of the blood hawks, since they were too important to him. Wales even wished that he could hug them in his sleep. Wales relaxed after looking at the blood hawks a few more times. He said to Zhao Hai, 50 people. It looks like Bogue and the others have returned. I don't know what happened to the tribe. Zhao Hai nodded. It should be fine. We'll know after they get back. After he said that, sounds of galloping came from a distance. They were the 50 cavalrymen that Wales had sent to retrieve information from the bull-headed race's territory. Bogue was the leader of that cavalry unit of 50, and also a person of ingenuity among the bull-headed races. That was why Wales had felt confident about letting him lead the charge. When Bogue and his company came near, Wales went idle for a bit. It wasn't to say that Bogue and the others had injuries, since they didn't actually appear to have been attacked. What made Wales feel strange was that the expressions on Bogue and the others' faces were like their families had died. Wales' heart skipped a beat after seeing the expressions. He knew that something big had happened in the tribe. Otherwise, there would be no way Bogue and the others would have such expressions. Soon, Bogue and his company arrived 10 meters in front of Wales. He then rolled down from his mount. Yes, rolled, and cried on the ground, face down. unable to say a single word. Other cavalrymen also jumped down from their mounts and cried on their knees. Wales jumped down from his mount and walked to Bogue's side. He kicked Bogue to flip him around and scolded, "What are you crying for? Speak. What the hell happened?" Bogue got up after a while, and then hugged Wales' thigh and said, "My lord, the Herculean bull tribe is gone. The main camp was lost. Nothing. There's nothing left." Wales felt his mind being filled with tremors. It was as if it had just been smashed by a wolf-tooth club. However, he immediately calmed his emotions and looked at Bogue. "What really happened? Tell us." Just then, Mendez and Yale had also walked over, and they looked at Bogue with unpleasant expressions. They too wanted to know what had happened. Why had something like this happen in just a short time? Bogue then cried out the information which he and the others had heard of. It was just when Gasol had gone to hunt them down, that the Fighting Bull tribe's chieftain suddenly led an army to attack the Herculean Bull tribe's main camp. Paul, who was Wales' second brother, had been on guard at the time, but he had failed to protect the camp, and was thus killed in action, while Wales' younger brothers, 8th and 9th, were killed in the chaos. In the end, the Fighting Bulls captured the Herculean Bulls' main camp, while the remaining Herculean Bulls had fled towards the deeper parts of the prairie. By the time Bogue had finished, Wales and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected that things would take such a turn. Mendez suddenly asked, "That can't be. What about the high elders in the tribe?" "With them, how could the main camp be assaulted by the Fighting Bulls?" Bogue answered, "I heard that one high elder was killed, and the other was heavily injured. In the course of the Fighting Bulls' attack, there seemed to be a human mage among them. It was a level 9 human mage who injured the remaining high elder." Wales and the others were shocked, as they hadn't anticipated human intervention in this matter. It was far beyond their expectations. Humans usually wouldn't interfere in conflicts between beastmen, because once they did that, it would be like treating the beastmen as their enemies. The battle races wouldn't let go of anyone, let alone a level 9 expert. Any level 9 human who attempted to make a mess out of the beastmen's territories would be hunted down by level 9 beastmen for sure. Wales frowned and asked, "Bogue, is this information truly valid? Was there really a human in the mix? What did they do?" Bogue shook his head. This information was something he had heard, and right now, rumors were flying around. They couldn't know if all of this was true or false. Wales curled his brows and asked Yale, "Whether or not humans have taken part in this, what we can be sure of is that something has happened to the main camp. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such rumors going about." "What should we do, teacher?" Wales had calmed down right now. He had been very shocked when he had heard this information, but he had already known that the Fighting Bulls had been plotting against them from the start. He just hadn't expected that the Fighting Bulls would make their move so soon. Yale had calmed down as well. Although many things had happened to the Herculean Bull tribe, none had been as shocking as this. When a ruling race couldn't keep its own main camp, then it wouldn't have the right to be called the ruling race anymore. It could be said that the Fighting Bulls were now the ruling race, which, of course, still needed the approval of the other races on the prairie. The conflicts between beastmen were realistic, and as such, they only respected the strong and the victorious. But, if this matter had humans meddling in the process, it wouldn't fare well for the Fighting Bulls either. Yale thought about it and said, "What we need to do right now is to set up camp here. We'll leave the bull-headed race's territory tomorrow and make our way deeper into the prairie. We'll send someone to make contact with West Wonder King and find out what's going on." Wales frowned. "It's not likely going to work, is it? If things are really as the rumors suggest, then the presence of Herculean bulls in the bull-headed race's territory will surely attract a lot of attention. I'm afraid we won't be able to make contact with West Wonder King." Yale nodded at that. Beastmen wouldn't need to look at battle flags in order to tell different races apart. It could be said that right now, the Herculean bulls were at the top of the rumor mill. If the Herculean bulls made any movements on the bull-headed race's territory, they wouldn't be able to do anything because of all the attention. Just then, Zhao Hai said, I think you can leave the information gathering to me. I have a human merchant identity, and I'll be able to move around freely on the prairie. It's not likely that the Fighting Bulls have any news about me. What do you think, Big Brother? Wales did a double take and then nodded. Indeed, only human merchants could move around freely and undiscovered on the prairie. Although Zhao Hai and Wales were now blood-sworn brothers, and Gasol knew that someone had used undead to help Wales, the Fighting Bulls had no way of knowing about any of that, because the Fighting Bulls had ransacked the Herculean Bulls' main camp when Gasol was fighting the undead. Gasol would naturally not go back to the main camp, while the 1,500 warriors loaned to him had all been turned into undead creatures, which couldn't possibly report back to their former brethren. So right now, the Fighting Bulls shouldn't know about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Wales. Yale nodded. That's a good idea. Little Hai can get information while making contact with West Wonder King. He must be in trouble these days. It's good that you had gifted the cane to Little Hai. If Little Hai presents the cane to West Wonder King to prove his identity, then West Wonder King will be able to trust him. Wales nodded. This is also an opportunity. The Herculean Bulls have been chased out of the main camp due to Gasol's actions, but I think that a majority of their strength can still be preserved. What we need to do right now is find the escapees and regroup them. Now is the time they need a leader, and Gasol obviously cannot be their leader even if he finds them. Perhaps they might even kill him. This is our chance. Yale and Mendez both nodded at that. All of this had been caused by Gasol. So how could the Herculean Bulls not hate him? If Gasol appeared in front of them, he would surely be torn to shreds by the angry mob. If the ever-popular Wales could stand up in the tribe, he would surely be able to become the chieftain. Chapter 267. Who was it? Wales knew that being a chieftain wouldn't be easy. The Herculean Bulls had been chased out, so they must be lacking in food and clothing right now. Being the chieftain under such circumstances, and having to shoulder the hatred towards the Fighting Bulls on top of that, Wales could tell the difficulty of the tasks he had to face. However, he neither wanted to back away, nor did he have a means to. He was a prince of the Herculean Bulls. His race was his roots. If his race prospered, he too would gain respect. If their face fell, then he too would be nothing. Zhao Hai nodded. I think this is a good opportunity as well, but you will surely come across a lot of tough issues, and there's nothing much I can help you with. How about this? Laura, Meg, Near, give me your pouches. Big Brother, Mr. Yale and Sixth Brother, give me yours as well. Wales and the other two knew what Zhao Hai was going to do, and they gave him their pouches. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he simply filled all 6 pouches with grains. After filling the pouches, Zhao Hai gave them to Wales. Take these first, Big Brother. Give them to your tribesmen as soon as you find them, and then have your Bloodhawks come to me for grains. We have to improve this situation first. Wales didn't hold back and just took the pouches. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Brother, I will not say much. We'll rest here for the day and leave tomorrow. If anything happens, we'll contact each other using Bloodhawks. Zhao Hai nodded. Just tell me whatever supplies you need. I can have Bloodhawks bring the pouches to my find back. It's now the tribe's most difficult time, and a lot of things are required. You must persist. Oh, once you return, help me prepare a map. I don't want to go looking for West Wonder King all over the place. Wales smiled. Relax, brother, I'll take care of it. He then glanced at Bogue and his company. Don't just sob on the ground. Stand up. We Herculean Bulls haven't gone extinct yet. Remember that as long as we're not gone, we are the ruling race of the bull-headed races, and we always will be. Bogue and the others stood up, bearing murderous expressions because of Wales' words. Wales nodded, having been filled with fighting spirit. It was because of Zhao Hai's support, whose grains had become his life-saving herbs. As long as one had grains on Beastman Prairie, one could do a lot of things. Just as Zhao Hai had said, it was the most difficult time for the Herculean Bull tribe. Their own main camp had been lost, and 2 of their high elders had been killed or injured. Zhao Hai had to assist Wales properly as a blood-sworn brother under these circumstances. It was then that Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. He took out 2 things from the space immediately. He had them stored in bottles before giving them to Wales. Wales looked at the 2 bottles in his hand with confusion. One of them seemed to contain water, and the other held a pink liquid, which he knew nothing about. Zhao Hai explained to Wales, "Big brother, in these 2 bottles, one of them is the liquid of life, which Mr. Yale had given me. I don't have a use for it, but the flask that he gave me was very beautiful, so I kept it. Another bottle is a type of medicine that can treat injuries. Bogue just said that your high elder was injured, so I hope these 2 things can help him. Without the high elder's support, it won't be easy for you to deal with the fighting bulls." Actually, the medicine which Zhao Hai mentioned was magic peach juice. Green had used one last time, and there had been one left, which Zhao Hai was now giving to Wales. Wales looked at Zhao Hai without knowing what to say. Zhao Hai had been too great of a help to him, and now, he even brought out the liquid of life. Now he felt that no matter what he would do, he would never be able to repay Zhao Hai's kindness. Wales took the 2 bottles in silence and put them away carefully. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and turned to command his people in setting up camp. Zhao Hai said nothing and went to set up camp as well. At this point, words would be excessive. He had to give Wales and his people time, in order to let him plan things out properly. Zhao Hai and the others sat inside the tent quietly after it was set up. Laura poured a cup of koya for Zhao Hai, then frowned. "Hi bro, it's not a good thing for us right now when the Herculean bull tribe is in such trouble. What are we going to do next?" Zhao Hai closed his eyes and said after thinking, "I keep feeling that something's not right." What Mendez said after Gasol started his coup was that Gasol and the human merchants were being too secretive in their contact. Now, when the fighting bulls attacked the Herculean bull tribe, humans showed up again. "Don't you think that human activity has been too frequent on Beastman Prairie as of late?" Laura concurred in her thoughts. How many times was it that they had heard about humans meddling in Beastman affairs? This was too strange. Meg frowned and spoke. "What does this mean, young master? Can it be that there is a human force seeking to take control of Beastman?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It can't be. Humans can't possibly control Beastmen. There has to be a reason for Beastmen and humans to be locked in conflict for so many years. Do not presume that humans look like they're controlling the Beastmen using food. That's because they have no other option. If they don't give them enough food, they'll start wars, and the food will be taken anyway. So it's impossible for humans to use this method to control Beastmen. But as for why human activity has been so frequent lately, I still can't get a good idea." Laura frowned. "I can't get a good grasp of it either. Don't they fear Beastmen retaliation? Even though the fighting bulls have taken over the Herculean bulls' main camp, their strength shouldn't be too great. The ones who are really in charge of the prairie are the major battle races, and the cooperation between the fighting bulls and humans will greatly incite them. Do the fighting bulls think that they have the ability to withstand the pressure from the battle races?" Zhao Hai's frown continued. "I don't have a good idea why they're doing this. Their methods are very likely going to make them the public enemies of all the Beastmen. So why? Is it only just for the sake of being called the ruling race?" Laura and the others were at a loss as to why the fighting bulls were doing what they were. It would be discernible if the fighting bulls were cooperating with common humans. However, a strange picture had been painted when the humans they cooperated with had a level 9 powerhouse. Since when had it become the time for level 9 human powerhouses to come and mess around on Beastman Prairie? When the battle races got the news, they would surely react. It wasn't known how the fighting bulls would respond to that. Zhao Hai spoke out after a while of sitting. "No matter how much we guess right now, it's useless. Just reaching the fighting bulls' turf and prodding around will do. I just feel that this matter isn't so simple." Laura looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension. "How so? Can it be something related to us?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It shouldn't be. If this matter is really related to us, then it can only be our enemies who are trying to deal with us on the prairie. Our current main enemies are the Magidal family, the Church of Light, and Southern King. The Church of Light will not have any grip on the prairie, and there's no direct profit and loss relationship between Southern King and Beastman. Magidal family is a business family, and there are a lot of business opportunities on the prairie. It's impossible for them to just watch other people do business here, but I think that even they wouldn't have the guts to send a level 9 powerhouse to hunt us down on the prairie, right? Laura nodded. She knew clearly what Magidal family was like. All they cared about was profit. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had left Fansel Duchy, there had been no way for Magidal family to obtain profits from Zhao Hai. They wouldn't pay a large price to hire a level 9 powerhouse to deal with Zhao Hai under these circumstances, since it wouldn't fit their principles of merchants seeking profit. But why did she keep feeling that these matters were happening so close to them? Before they had entered the prairie, it seemed that such a thing had never happened before. But the moment they had entered, all of this had happened. This was too contrived, wasn't it? Meg asked. Young master, do you think that someone is trying to act upon the Herculean Bull tribe, like how someone acted upon the Black Bear tribe, and that's why all of this happened? Zhao Hai shook his head. It can't be. The Herculean Bull tribe's strength doesn't seem to be as great as the Black Bear. Wait a minute. There is a possibility. Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura, and Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai said, Beastmen have gotten it badly from humans in recent years. Can it be that Beastmen are setting their sights on humans again? Yet the humans received word about it and sent people to stir things up beforehand, in order to mess up the waters here so that the Beastmen don't have time to mobilize against humans? Laura frowned. Not too likely, right? Trades between humans and Beastmen have been going along smoothly, and there haven't been great disasters on the prairie. They shouldn't have any reason to mobilize against humans. Besides, humans wouldn't mess things up by sending a level 9 powerhouse. That's basically a declaration of war against Beastmen. Zhao Hai nodded and sighed. Forget it. I'm done guessing. We might not guess things right anyway. What we have to do right now is help Big Brother get information. If we take care of the fighting bulls, we'll be closer to figuring out which human force is cooperating with them. Laura nodded, but she believed that it would be very difficult. The Herculean Bull tribe was greatly crippled right now, and the fighting bulls were now on a roll. Exterminate the fighting bull tribe. Difficult. Chapter 268. Mastiffs. Compared to Zhao Hai, Wales was currently in a bigger dilemma. What he and his people had to face was a crisis. It was something he didn't want to see, but one that he had to face no matter what. Wales sat in his tent as a large cup of milk wine had been put in front of him. He had actually drunk 5 cups, and this was the 6th. Mendez wasn't any better. In fact, he had already started to drink the 8th cup. Only Yale was normal. But he was sitting there without a single word. The news which Bogue had brought back was too shocking. They hadn't expected that the main camp of Herculean bulls, which had been inhabited for generations, had been lost. How could they face this? Fortunately, Wales had self-restraint, so he didn't drink any further. After downing the 6th cup, he stopped, but he still said nothing. None of the 3 who had entered the tent had spoken anything. Wales raised his head to look at Yale after a while and said, Teacher, what do you think Gasol is doing right now? Yale wouldn't think that Wales was caring about Gasol. Of course, right now, Wales wanted Gasol to die right in front of him badly. There was no way he would care about him. Yale sighed and said, It's really hard to say. If my guess is correct, then I fear that the reason why the Fighting Bull tribe had loaned troops to Gasol was because of having the intention to eliminate him after what is done. Kill us with Gasol's hands, and then kill Gasol with the lone troops, while taking over the main camp. By then, the Herculean Bull tribe will not have the spine to threaten the Fighting Bull tribe. The act of eliminating the Fighting Bull cavalry happened to help Gasol for a time. Splack. Mendez smashed the small table in front of him into pieces, and the silver cup was also flattened. He looked at Yale with blood-red eyes and said, I better not know where he is. If I do, I will gouge him with my own hands. Wales took a deep breath and asked, Teacher, where do you think the tribesmen would go? Yale thought for a bit and replied, Right now, there are 2 places which they could have gone. One is West Wonder King's place, But I think they wouldn't go there. He's a fighting bull after all, and right now, the fighting bulls are in a momentum, so they would have no guarantees there. Which leaves only one more place to go, the Mastiff tribe. Wales agreed to Yale's perspective. The Herculean bull tribe had always had a good relationship with the Mastiff tribe. The Mastiff tribe had helped the Herculean bull tribe for many times in the past. Now that something had happened, the Herculean bulls would naturally head over to the Mastiffs for refuge. The Mastiffs were a very unique race. They were the ruling race of dog-headed races, which were between battle races and civil races. The fighting power of the entire race was slightly worse than wolf race, but stronger than civil races. Relatively speaking, their position was a little higher than bull-headed races. The Herculean bull tribe and the Mastiff tribe had always maintained a good relationship. The Mastiff tribe had helped Herculean bull tribe for a lot of times in the past, so now that the Herculean bull tribe had gotten into trouble, they would surely head over to the Mastiff tribe. Wales took in a deep breath and said, "Well then, our next move is to go around the horse races turf and go to the Mastiff tribe." Yale nodded to that. The turf of bull-headed races was adjacent to the turfs of horse races, pig races, dog races and cat races. The relationship between Herculean bull tribe, pig tribes and horse tribes was normal. Neither good nor bad. Because of being good with mastiffs, it ended up spelling a negative with cats, due to how cat and dog races had never gotten along. And now, Wales and his men were at the point where the borders of the pig-headed races and the bull-headed races met. There were only two ways they could go to the Mastiff tribe. One was to go through the bull-headed races turf, while the other was to circle it via the horse races turf. They wouldn't go to the cat races turf as it was too dangerous, and the same was now true for the bull-headed races territory. The only choice left was to move into the turf of horses. Wales glanced at Yale and said, "We have to trouble you to draw a map for Little High, teacher. Our time is limited, but please be as detailed as possible. Just letting him know how to get to West Wonder King's place is enough." Yale nodded. "No problems there. We still have to thank Little High for this. If it weren't for him, we would have been in a more difficult spot by now." Wales nodded at that and sighed. "I never thought at the beginning that just a single trial of traveling would be followed by all these events. But luckily, I met Little High. Something gained, something lost, I guess." Yale gave Wales a look and said, "Wales, I don't think now's the time to speak of this. We can only keep Little High's help inside our hearts. We still have to think about how to proceed after reaching the Mastiff tribe's turf right now. Even though our tribe's relationship is great, do not forget that our tribe has fallen from the spot of the ruling race. It's hard to say for sure how the Mastiffs will treat us now." Wales ceased his thoughts for the moment. He knew that their gratitude towards Zhao Hai was not something that could be paid in words. In his heart, Zhao Hai was like his birth sibling. It would be acting like strangers if he kept speaking of it as something they owed him for. Just as Yale said, he should be thinking about what to do when meeting the Mastiffs. Beastmen were simplistic, yet even they would have politics among them. It was a fact. Wales had made contact with the Mastiffs for several times in the past, but during those times, they were as equals. Both sides were rulers. Even though the Herculean bulls felt grateful, they wouldn't feel as if they were inferior. It was like how either of the two good friends were living a little better and offered a little help. The other friend would be grateful, but there wouldn't be a sense of inferiority. But that had changed now. The Herculean bulls were now refugees who had lost their homes. They had no right to speak with the Mastiffs as equals. How the Mastiffs would treat them was something that needed his proper consideration. Wales thought about this silently with closed eyes. To be honest, he didn't have enough capital to operate on. He didn't know how many Herculean bulls escaped, and what the situation was in the tribe. The amount of supplies left, the quantity of argali remaining, were unknown to him. His only capital right now was the grains which Zhao Hai had given him. Endless supply of food was the final thing he could depend on. Wales looked at Yale and said, "I think that right now, the only thing we can offer is the grains that Little High gave us. But we cannot let him be in too much of a disadvantage from this. I'm saying, once we reach the Mastiffs, Let's see how they treat our people first. If they're treating them well, we can introduce Little Hai to them and have him trade with them. I think they'll be very happy too. Since his grains are very cheap, if they're not treating our people well, then we'll give them some grains and leave, before settling down in a horse race or pig race's turf. What do you think, teacher? Yale nodded. Only in the worst of disasters can we peer into the true nature of people. If the mastiffs are truly friends, then we'll just introduce Little Hai to them. His existence is something every beastman can only dream of. If they are friends, then we have to treat our friends well. Wales nodded. We have absolutely no idea about the situation in the tribe. I just hope it's not too dire. Both of them sighed at the same time. They knew that Wales was consoling himself. The situation of a race that had been chased out of their hometown was easily imaginable. It was not unlike being bankrupt. It was possible that other than their own selves, weapons and mounts, there were nothing else. Out of things to discuss, Yale returned to his own tent and started drafting a map for Zhao Hai. However, because he had too little time, he couldn't afford to be too detailed. He could only mark the location of West Wonder King's campsite and some obvious geographical landmarks along the way. The next morning, Yale gave the map which he had drawn overnight to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai found the map to be decent. There was no indication of range, but at least it pointed a general direction and some famous landmarks were marked on it. Even tribes that could possibly be encountered were written on it. Zhao Hai kept the map and looked at Yale, who had bloodshot eyes. Thank you, Mr. Yale. Take care of yourselves, big brother. If there's anything, contact me with the Bloodhawks right away. Just attach a letter to them. They can find me. Wales gave Zhao Hai a strong hug. Brother, I'm not going to say thankful words now. You must take care. If the bull-headed races really want to make a move against you, don't hold back and unleash the undead creatures. This is Beastman Prairie, and the Fighting Bull tribe is now the ruling tribe. They might use this authority to act against you. Zhao Hai laughed. Relax. If they really dare, it would be like gifting me new subordinates, and my underlings will grow more and more. It's nothing to be afraid of. All right. Have a safe trip, big brother. Wales nodded before leading his people on the trip. Watching his back, Zhao Hai sighed. Big brother has to deal with a lot of things this time. Laura nodded. I hope he can make it through. Only then can he be the best ruler of the Herculean bulls. Zhao Hai smiled. I believe that under his leadership, the Herculean bulls will get better and better. We can help him no matter what difficulty he faces. With a powerful collaborator, Beastman Prairie will be ours in the future. Laura was also happy. She understood that Zhao Hai was definitely not helping Wales out of brotherly relationship. On Beastman Prairie, in order to do business properly, it would be impossible to lack a powerful collaborator. Although Zhao Hai was paying out right now, once Wales got into position and the Herculean bull tribe developed, the gains he would get would not just end at dozens of times the cost or more than that. Zhao Hai smiled after looking at the sky. We should leave too. Phew. To be frank, I'm really lifted from a burden today. Following Wales and his people every day makes it really inconvenient to return to the Space or Iron Mountain Castle. Laura, Meg and Near laughed at that. They too had felt inconvenienced. Even though they rested inside the space every night, it couldn't be compared to moving around freely. The convoy slowly traveled forward, and Zhao Hai once again put the large-bellied pig's friendship flag on top of his wagon. He didn't get a flag from Wales, as right now, it was best not to raise the friendship flag of Herculean bulls. Wales had also been aware of this, so in order to avoid giving Zhao Hai trouble, he himself didn't give him the friendship flag. Zhao Hai wanted to find West Wonder King's campsite as quickly as possible, so he proceeded according to the map directly. Although the map had no ratios, the amount of days needed to move from one landmark to the next was noted, so Zhao Hai wasn't worried about going the wrong way. It was in order to help Wales obtain information, but Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He knew it very clearly that the cow races were in a sensitive period. If he asked around carelessly, he would surely attract suspicion. At worst, he might come into conflict with them. As beastmen were extremely cautious towards humans from the start, Zhao Hai believed that everything should be done with maintaining the cover as top priority in such a sensitive period of time. After a day, Zhao Hai and the others hadn't found a single tribe, but the map looked legit. They needed at least 3 days of traveling until they could come across a tribe. Of course, it was just speculation. A tribe might have been active at the surroundings, but beastmen were often moving around, so Yale also wasn't sure if a tribe would really be there. Now, it was the busiest time of the year on Beastman Prairie, because they were about to enter winter. They had to prepare the grass feeds and the food needed to live past winter, so a lot of beastmen tribes would migrate around to prepare those things. Yale was a prophet, but even he couldn't know all of the tribes like the back of his hand. If he could, he wouldn't be a prophet, but a god instead. Zhao Hai and his company returned to Iron Mountain Castle that night, and discussed the changes of the Herculean Bull tribe to Green and the others. Green and the others believed that what Zhao Hai had done was not mistaken. Now that the Herculean Bull tribe was in trouble, it was the best time to offer a helping hand. They would be grateful for life. Chapter 269. Large-horn raging bulls. Green and the others felt very strange concerning the appearance of humans on Beastman Prairie, but they couldn't get a handle on the situation over there, so they naturally couldn't guess why humans would show up there. Zhao Hai hadn't wanted to get answers from Green and the others, as they had never been to Beastman Prairie. What they had known was told to them by Laura, so if they could guess what the humans were up to, they would be able to pose as prophets after some makeup. The next morning, Zhao Hai and his company continued on their journey, but at a faster pace. He wanted to go faster, so long as they didn't encounter any Beastman tribe. He hadn't came to Beastman Prairie to cause a ruckus. Helping whales would bring him a lot of benefits, but what he needed more was new and unique magic beasts, and never-before-seen plants. Those were his fundamental reasons from the start. Everything would be fine as long as the space leveled up, so Zhao Hai picked up his pace. However, he didn't put the convoy into the space this time. After all, none of the coach drivers were mortal to begin with. On the prairie, you wouldn't need to worry about your wagon crashing sideways. There were plenty of grasses that were thicker than rugs, which acted as natural shock absorbers, so that your wagon would never be too bumpy. However, your horses would need greater strength in order to pull the wagon as a result. But this wasn't an issue for Zhao Hai, since the wagon-pulling animals were undead creatures. Although Zhao Hai and his company increased their speed, they paid cautious attention to their surroundings for enemies. He had let out 2 flame birds in order to act as aerial recon. Of course, just a couple of the birds would not be enough for him. He still let out a lot of bloodhawks to engage in reconnaissance. Flame birds weren't phantasmal beasts, so Zhao Hai couldn't use them as easily as he did the bloodhawks. However, flame birds were beautiful, and Laura, Meg and Near liked them a lot, so he let them out and kept them as pets. If Whale saw the birds, he would just say that he had treated their injuries. Zhao Hai watched the map while he was rushing on, and the size of the map in the space was increasing without stopping. This was good news to him. If he wandered around the prairie a lot, perhaps he would be the first person to have a complete map of Beastman Prairie. Zhao Hai and his company spent just 1.5 days to finish a 3-day trip. He couldn't afford not to slow down when he reached an area marked on the map as having a tribe. The marked tribe was a small one of raging bulls, which should number about 1,000 people. Raging bulls were also known for their strength, and their mounts were the namesake bulls. However, the bulls were not quite the same as the ones meant to be eaten on the continent. They were called large-horned raging bulls. They were a type of unique bovines, due to their horns being too big. The large horns of these magic beasts were like sharpened wooden pillars. Every horn was up to 2 meters long, and the thickest they could get was a staggering ½ meter. They were very straight, and they grew out horizontally, like a pillar was strapped onto a cow's head. The Raging Bull race was very famous among the bull-headed races because of their cavalry charges. Their mounts, the large-horned Raging Bulls, might not be too fast, but once they charged, they were imposing, all because of their large horns. When they charged, they would form a straight line. All of their horns put together was like a moving wall. The speed wasn't very fast, but there wasn't the slightest gap. But this didn't mean that the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's fighting power was great. Although such a cavalry charge was imposing, it also had a very serious flaw. Because of how large the horns were, the cavalry couldn't change directions quickly, so the cavalry would be at a serious disadvantage when facing agile light cavalry like the jackals. The large-horned Raging Bull tribe could be considered as a branch of the Raging Bull races, yet famously, their temper among the bull-headed races was anything but short. They were in the category of good guys. Of course, none of this was written on the map which he had been given by Yale. All of it had been researched by Laura herself. Zhao Hai was waiting for the Bloodhawks and the information they might be carrying. Now that they had entered the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's area of frequent activity, since Zhao Hai and the others could run into them at any moment, he let the birds increase their recon radius in order to ensure that he wasn't going the wrong way. The Bloodhawks returned after more than an hour. Zhao Hai took a glance, and noticed that they were going in circles and crying out without stopping. He turned to Laura and said, "There's an abandoned campsite ahead. It looks like it was attacked. Let's take a look." Laura nodded, and the convoy picked up the pace once more. After more than 2 hours, they discovered the abandoned campsite. There were a lot of corpses there, and all of them were the large-horned Raging Bull tribe and their mounts. The tribesmen were very similar to their mounts, tall and having large horns. The horns were longer than any other bull-headed race's horns. From the look of the campsite, it appeared to be of a size for about 1,000 people. However, it had been attacked, and every usable thing had been taken away. Even the clothes on the dead had been stripped off. Zhao Hai looked at this with a frown and a sigh as with a wave of his hand, he turned them all into undead creatures. He only turned one of them into a high-level undead, in order to know who it was that had attacked this campsite. Zhao Hai counted for a bit. The tribesmen who had died amounted to more than 300. The number of youths this tribe could afford to send into battle was approximately this figure. He just picked the strongest of them all and turned him into a high-level undead, because he knew that among beastmen, the strongest ones had often been the chieftains. Just as he had expected, the high-level undead was called a Batai, the chieftain of this tribe. Their tribe had more than 1,300 people, and other than 400 youths, the rest were the elderly and women. Their fate was normal. What surprised Zhao Hai was the ones who had attacked them. It was none other than Gasol and his people, and the attack had taken place more than 4 hours ago. In other words, right before the Bloodhawks had discovered this campsite, it had been attacked by Gasol and his people. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhao Hai immediately put a Batai and the others into the space, and followed the trail left behind by Gasol and his people. From the trail, the direction they were headed to was most likely West Wonder King's place. It seemed that Gasol too had learned of what had happened to the Herculean Bull tribe's main camp, but he wasn't as smart as Wales, who headed over to the Mastiff tribe's place. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head, as he truly felt that Gasol wasn't a smart person. The relationship between Gasol and West Wonder King had never been good, and yet he was now going to put himself under West Wonder King's service. Obviously, Gasol had seen how West Wonder King and the current Fighting Bull tribe chieftain were at odds, but he had forgotten that circumstances determined how people would move. Now that the Herculean Bull tribe could no longer provide the Fighting Bull tribe with any form of help, it was hard to determine what sort of attitude West Wonder King would have in treating them. But after another thought, this situation made sense to Zhao Hai. He knew of Gasol's pain. The reason why the Herculean Bull tribe had gotten to this point was all because of him. Perhaps he had thought about where his tribesmen would go, but what would happen even after finding them? He would only be torn into pieces by angry tribesmen, and no one would listen to him, so he could only head over to West Wonder King's place. It just wasn't a good choice, Zhao Hai thought. Gasol had only several dozen guards, but from how they had attacked the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, their fighting power was still great. Gasol should have left the bull-headed race's territory, as staying here was only akin to waiting for death. Even if he got West Wonder King's support, he wouldn't be a threat to the Fighting Bull tribe. Perhaps the Fighting Bull tribe had never seen West Wonder King as a threat. Otherwise, the Fighting Bull tribe wouldn't have attacked the Herculean Bull tribe's main camp. However, Zhao Hai wasn't letting these thoughts sway his judgment. He didn't care what Gasol's thoughts were. What he needed to do right now was to charge forward, grab Gasol, and send a letter to Wales in order to ask about how to deal with him. Right now, he was blood-sworn brother of Wales, not Gasol, so of course he wanted to help Wales. Whether Gasol lived or died was not within his range of concerns. Most importantly, he had to think about the ground bulls which Gasol and his men were riding. Although he couldn't get a hold of stone-skin bulls, ground bulls would be fine too. Zhao Hai believed that Gasol wouldn't be fast while bringing a lot of people with him. The latter must be having hard days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raided the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. Zhao Hai's speed wasn't slow. The wagon pullers were all high-level undead creatures. It wouldn't be difficult to catch up to Gasol. In order to confirm Gasol's travel direction, he sent out his Bloodhawks once more, with flame birds added. Of course, now that the flame birds were his, they shouldn't have any reaction upon seeing Gasol. After more than 3 hours, Zhao Hai finally managed to track down Gasol's figure. Only 2 hours later, before nightfall, he and his convoy would be able to catch up to Gasol and his men. Chapter 270, Regretful Gasol. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry after discovering Gasol. However, he started to slow down. They could catch up to Gasol after 2 hours, but it wouldn't be nightfall by then, so it would be very bad for his attack. In any case, Gasol was a level 8 powerhouse. Without Zhao Wen and Kai Er's help, he wouldn't be able to suppress him in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was also thinking about how to deal with the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people. Now that the tribe had lost most of its youths, this matter would definitely be a disaster for them. If they were taken away by Gasol as they were, they would surely end up as slaves. But if Gasol didn't care about them, their days would not be any better. Winter was about to arrive, so without the majority of their youths, there was no way they could prepare enough feeding grasses, and they had not yet migrated to a place where they could withstand the coldness of the winter. In such circumstances, it was unlikely that they would survive this winter. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the wagon while looking at Laura with a frown. What do you think we should do, Laura? How should we treat the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people? Laura's brows curled as she said, they are now considered slaves. Even if we save them, their lives will not be any better. Instead, they will still become slaves if they come across other tribes. This is a really tough matter. Zhao Hai sighed. As I suspected, the prairie has its own rules, but I didn't expect that when a tribe has lost and becomes enslaved, sometimes that can be their only chance at life. What should we do with these people? Send them to Iron Mountain Castle as slaves? Laura was at a loss as well. Unlike the situations before where the slaves had been bought, and didn't have any loyalty issues, the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people were people who had been defeated in combat before being made slaves. It was hard to tell how many of them would be willing to become their slaves. Laura looked at Zhao Hai. Hi bro. How about we bring them to West Wonder King's place? If we deliver them to him, won't they be able to safely get through this winter? Zhao Hai shook his head. Right now, we still don't know about his stance towards the attack on the Herculean Bull tribe. Even if we find him, we'll still have to observe him instead of making an immediate approach. If we bring the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people, how will we explain where they are coming from? If we say they were seized by force, then whose hands did we seize them from? How? Besides, will West Wonder King think that we're outside help, just like the humans hired by the Fighting Bull tribe? The prairie has its own rules. If we just put our hands around inadvertently, it will not end well. Just then, Meg spoke. What are you thinking so much about, young master? They have nowhere else to go right now, and they are considered slaves. So let them be our slaves. They won't run away after being put into the castle, and nothing will happen if Grandpa Green keeps watch. We also have enough food to feed them, so why not? Zhao Hai was stunned for a bit, while Laura nodded. That's the best solution thus far. Gasol and his men attacked them and made them his slaves. We defeat Gasol, get his spoils, and they will become our slaves. Then, whatever we do to them is our business, and Iron Mountain Castle is an enclosed environment. It just so happens that putting them there can make them get used to life over there. There won't be any problems as long as they don't run away." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He had finally discovered something different from Earth in Ark Continent. People who had been given a slave status would be treated as merchandise and sorted at will. It was already inappropriate to view them from the angle that everyone was equal. Zhao Hai had been thinking to release them after their rescue, but he had never thought that they had already become slaves, who were to be treated as other people willed whether they liked it or not. If they were slaves, it wouldn't be hard for Zhao Hai to process them. With Green and Kyr's supervision and the undead creatures guarding Iron Mountain Castle, the large-horned Raging Bull tribesmen would expect to leave. It would be almost impossible. Zhao Hai nodded. "Very well then, let's do that. I don't think they'll be able to run away while Grandpa Green and the others are handling them." Laura nodded. "We'll have to notify them and let them make preparations. It's more than 1,000 people. After all, preparations will be necessary." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Meg. "Meg, go tell Grandpa Green about it, or else they might have their hands tied." After that, he sent Meg into the space, and from there to Iron Mountain Castle. Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop. They just moved slowly in Gasol's direction. He knew that Gasol couldn't possibly be in a hurry at night, and he would surely stop and take a rest. If Gasol stopped, Zhao Hai could attack immediately. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao Hai's convoy pushed forward, while the Bloodhawks were still tracking Gasol's movements in the sky. Perhaps it was due to how Gasol wanted to reach West Wonder King's place sooner that he and his men didn't stop at night. Instead, their wagons had lit torches placed on them. Although this was somewhat out of Zhao Hai's expectations, it turned out to be much easier for the Bloodhawks to track him down, because beastmen didn't usually rush around at night. As the sky turned completely back, Zhao Hai knew it was time to make his move, as there wouldn't be any beastmen that might come and witness the fighting between him and Gasol right now. Whether or not Gasol was rushing was no longer important. Zhao Hai's convoy increased its speed while he unleashed his undead creatures. He didn't release undead beasts this time, because they were protecting Black Wastelands. Instead, he released the newly acquired 1,500 Fighting Bull and 2,000 Jackal Cavalry. Also not being released were the undead mercenaries. They were infantry, so their speed would never be as fast as that of cavalry. Zhao Hai put the convoy into the space, while he, Laura and Nier sat inside Xenomorph's body. Because Wales wasn't around them this time, all the undead creatures present besides Xenomorph were in their zombie state. Gasol was sitting gloomily on the back of his mount while his escorts were maintaining the order of his march. Most of his convoy were the weak and elderly, so their speed wasn't fast. Just a while ago, he had killed an elderly large-horned Raging Bull because he couldn't walk any longer due to his age. This infuriated the Raging Bull tribesmen deeply, but they didn't dare to voice their rage. The large-horned Raging Bulls knew about the rules of the prairie. They were now Gasol's properties, and Gasol was the one in charge of their survival. Unless they could win against him, they had no choice but to accept their slavery. Gasol felt like he was about to go insane, and truly so. He didn't understand why things would turn out like this. The Fighting Bull tribe, which had been on good terms with him, had suddenly occupied his main camp. When Gasol had heard the news, he had been angered to the point of vomiting blood where he stood. It was then that Gasol had finally understood that he had fallen into the Fighting Bull tribe's trap from the beginning. He knew that he was finished, and would never be able to return to the Herculean Bull tribe. So he wanted to find West Wonder King. West Wonder King had never been satisfied with the way the current Fighting Bull chieftain did things. With the support of Herculean Bull tribe, he had broken away from the chieftain's rule and been opposed to it ever since. Gasol hoped that he could use this to borrow some troops to fight against the Fighting Bull tribe to the very end. It wasn't until now that Gasol finally had a trace of regret. He truly regretted killing his father, and he felt that he really shouldn't have hunted Wales and Mendez down. It had also dawned upon him now that the 1,500 Fighting Bull cavalry which he had borrowed from the Fighting Bull tribe would have been his killers if they hadn't been killed by Wales and the others. Ghazal had been blinded by power, and his logic had been overcome by greed. When he thought about the things he had done, there was only endless regret. Yet now, he had no face to see Wales. He just wanted to borrow some troops to launch a suicidal attack on the Fighting Bull tribe in the hopes of making up for his crimes. Right now, Ghazal was just like a gambler who had lost his fortunes. With only his own life left, the only thing he could do was throw his life at his enemies. The first reason was that he thought it was likely that he would be able to borrow troops while West Wonder King was at odds with the Fighting Bull chieftain. The second was that he wanted to weaken West Wonder King's strength. His loss made him realize a lot of things which he hadn't been able to before. He knew that West Wonder King wasn't a truly dependable individual either. If West Wonder King were to be in power one day, he would likely threaten the rule of the Herculean Bull tribe, and so, he wanted to borrow some troops in order to weaken West Wonder King's strength. Ghazal had also thought about whether or not he could really borrow the troops, but at this point, he could only hope for the best. He thought that the chances of borrowing the troops would be high. If he didn't put pressure on the Fighting Bull tribe's forces, West Wonder King wouldn't have easier days. Certainly, West Wonder King would not risk his own life to fight against the Fighting Bull chieftain. He should, however, be willing to see that Ghazal was raring to go against the chieftain. Chapter 271, No Chance Whatsoever. Right now, Ghazal was like a madman who had calmed down completely and whose mind was now thinking of ways to throw away his life. This kind of person is the scariest of all, because there's a word that's synonymous to them, and that is maniac. Right now, Ghazal was like a maniac. He needed to kill people from time to time in order to appease his anger, which was why he had attacked the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. On top of that, he killed people randomly along the way. He would kill anyone he found unpleasant to him. There had been another purpose behind his attack on the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, and that was to prepare presents for West Wonder King. Now that he had nothing, he would feel that he was overstepping the bounds if he went to see him empty-handed. The large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people were his presents for West Wonder King. Of course, the tribesmen weren't his only presents. Ghazal had wanted to turn every tribe he could attack into slaves, and then send them to West Wonder King as presents. Coincidentally, the large-horned Raging Bull tribe became the first sacrifice. Right now, even Ghazal's escorts were afraid of him, because Ghazal appeared to be too gloomy right now. There wasn't a trace of the high spirits as he had been in before. The sky had darkened, and the enslaved tribesmen had become exhausted, but they didn't dare to stop or slow down, because as soon as they stopped, the escorts would rouse them with their whips. If they passed out, the only things waiting for them would be the Herculean Bull's axes. Before all this, all the Raging Bulls had been compliant with the Herculean Bulls, who had never mistreated these smaller bull-headed tribes to a great extent. The Herculean Bulls would even help if there was trouble. Right now, however, they just felt that these Herculean Bulls were not beastmen at all, but outright demons. Because the tribesmen couldn't resist these demons who were too scary, they could only accept this fate of theirs. Just then, sounds of galloping came. It was very rhythmic and orderly. Ghazal was taken aback when he heard this galloping, which was then followed by a change in his expression. He called out loudly, "To arms!" He was very clear that troops that were able to make such galloping sounds must be well-trained elites. It was anything but good news when such a well-trained army showed up around him and his men. His escorts had seen many battles, so they knew what was going on. They immediately gathered at Ghazal's side and looked towards where the galloping was coming from. The weirdest part was that they didn't see the slightest bit of torchlight. Could it be that the opposite party wasn't carrying any torches? As such thoughts were in their minds, the galloping sounds came closer and closer. Although the darkness of the night had affected their vision, Ghazal and his men could hear from the galloping that this group of cavalry should have more than 1,000 people. This put an unpleasant expression on their faces. All of them knew very well that, now that they could hear the galloping, it was too late to run away. Right now, all they wanted was to know who the other party was. Slowly, a large shadow came towards Gasol from a distance. It didn't take a moment for a whole cavalry unit to appear in their sights. Gasol's eyes went red as soon as he saw the cavalry, because the cavalry was composed entirely of fighting bull riders in neat rows. Right at that moment, one of Gasol's escorts suddenly shouted in fear. Gasol turned to look at him fiercely, as he assumed that the escort was afraid. It was far from what Gasol could tolerate. In his eyes was the escort's deathly pale expression. The escort's eyes were fixated on a single direction, like he was seeing a ghost. Gasol looked toward that direction, which had a fighting bull whose armor was broken. Other than that, there was nothing else special. Gasol spoke coldly. "What did you scream for? Quit embarrassing us." However, that escort's expression was still ugly. He turned to Gasol and said, "Chieftain, I know that guy. He's one of the people who followed us to kill Lord Seventh. He was already killed by undead creatures. How come he's still here?" Gasol's expression changed immediately upon hearing that, because he thought of a possibility. When he and his men had been fighting whales, they had been defeated by a necromancer. Now, the fighting bulls who should have been dead, had now appeared here. What could this mean? The necromancer had caught up to them. Gasol couldn't help but speak out. "Have you come, whales? Come and face me." As soon as he finished speaking, an undead beast crawled over, which reaffirmed his thoughts. He didn't know why such a bizarre undead beast would show up here. Just then, the undead beast opened its large mouth, and the figure of a person appeared inside. That person slowly walked out of the mouth, stood in front of the beast, and looked at Gasol calmly. Gasol was watching that person, who was wearing a black magician's robe with a staff in his hand, silently. Obviously, he was a typical human mage, who should only be around his 20s, with average looks. At the very least, the looks weren't anything special in a beastman's eyes. That person was Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai wanted to look at what had become of Gasol, and right now, he had one word to describe Gasol's current look: gloomy. Yet embers of madness were flickering in Gasol's eyes, which made Gasol look especially fearsome. Zhao Hai didn't mind, and just smiled and bowed towards Gasol. "Greetings to Brother Gasol. I am Zhao Hai, beheading blood oath brother of whales." Gasol did a double take, and then stared at Zhao Hai. "You're saying you swore the beheading blood oath with whales?" As a beastman, Gasol naturally knew what the beheading blood oath meant. He hadn't expected that there would be anyone on the prairie who would swear it, and with a human, at that. Zhao Hai smiled. "Indeed. When you came last time, little me couldn't come and deliver greetings. That was truly impolite of me. I hope Brother Gasol can forgive me." Gasol laughed coldly at Zhao Hai and said, "Humans are just hypocritical. You're here for my life, yet you have to put up a joyful look. It's disgusting." Zhao Hai smiled. "Your words are too harsh, Brother Gasol. You should know how potent the beheading blood oath can be. I cannot possibly do anything that will be harmful to the Herculean bull tribe. What I don't know about is you, Brother Gasol. Who were the humans you made contact with? Were they the spies that the fighting bull tribe sent to help you?" Gasol's expression went cold when he heard that. "Cut the crap. Where's Wales? Tell him to come see me." Zhao Hai smiled. "Brother Wales went for the Mastiff tribe's turf. I heard that the Herculean bull tribe's people are there, so he's going there to pacify his people. That's why he's not here. And he let me go to see the two older sisters in West Wonder King's place." Gasol was taken aback at this, and said to Zhao Hai, "It seems like Wales really trusts you. He actually left you such an important task, so I guess you happened upon me by chance. What exactly do you want?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Nothing much. Brother Wales has been meaning to find you, but he has his own matters to take care of. Since I've found you, it's natural that I have to help him keep you here." Gasol's expression changed and he snorted coldly. "That will depend on whether or not you have what it takes." As soon as his words ended, his hand moved suddenly, a flash of light, and a hand axe was hurled towards Zhao Hai. This attack of Gasol's was very sudden, and well hidden. There were no signs whatsoever. This hand axe of his wasn't the type used by the bull-headed races. but a small one that was only as large as his palm. It looked like it was meant to be a hidden weapon. Zhao Hai wasn't expecting that Gasol would use hidden weapons, but he was no fool, and had come prepared. Which was why when Gasol made his move, Xenomorph stepped in front of Zhao Hai and blocked the hidden weapon, followed by Zhao Hai disappearing from where he was. The Fighting Bull cavalry then moved towards Gasol and his men. Instead of reacting to that, Gasol and his men turned around to run, but as soon as they turned, they saw that their path of retreat had already been cut off by Jackal cavalry. The Jackal cavalry's mounts were flash jackals, which were carnivores. Carnivores' feet have claws instead of hooves, and claws have paws. The flash jackal's paws allowed them to run with only very small sounds being made. This had allowed them to surround Gasol while Zhao Hai had drawn his attention. It was also why Zhao Hai had let the undead appear as zombies. It was to keep the paws of the flash jackals, and therefore achieve the effect which Zhao Hai wanted. Gasol was in disbelief as he looked at the Jackal cavalry. He was pretty sure that the cavalry had appeared as skeletons last time. Why did they change their looks this time? Before he could figure out what was going on, the Jackal cavalry had charged forth, leaving no chance whatsoever for Gasol and his men. This time, Zhao Hai had given strict orders to kill everyone but the ground bulls and Gasol. If the escorts were killed, then fine. But if Gasol were to be killed, then Wales would definitely feel bad in his heart. Whatever the case may be, Gasol was Wales' older brother. Their grievances were their own matters. Zhao Hai couldn't intervene. Gasol was obviously underprepared for this pincer attack, and by the time he wanted to strike back it was already too late. The Jackal and Fighting Bull cavalry had killed his dozens of escorts, while only their mounts were still alive. Gasol was then surrounded by the two groups of cavalry, who stood looking at him silently. Gasol couldn't help but make a bitter smile at this. He lifted his large axe to engage in the final charge of his life, but right at that moment, a vine appeared behind him all of a sudden, and struck his head. Gasol felt a headache, and then nothing. He swayed before collapsing from his mount. The moment he fell onto the ground, he was wrapped by more vines before disappearing on the spot with a flash of light. Zhao Hai then waved his staff and put the ground bulls, as well as the weapons, into the space. The corpses of the Herculean bull escorts were buried using earth magic. He knew that Wales wouldn't like to see Herculean bulls being turned into undead creatures, so Zhao Hai didn't do so. After all, having these few more underlings wouldn't make any difference. After the process was complete, Zhao Hai turned to look at the large horned Raging Bull tribe tribesmen. They didn't run, but stood dumbly at the side. Some of the kids had been scared to tears. Zhao Hai walked in front of them and said, "I am a necromancer. I'm called Zhao Hai. Starting today, I am your master. You can call me young master." The tribesmen watched him with fearful expressions. Behind him was Xenomorph, which was swaggering imposingly. What could they do when the undefeatable Gasol and his men had been destroyed without a chance to resist? With a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, the Fighting Bull and Jackal cavalry turned into skeletons in an instant, and then stood in formation behind him. This made the tribesmen even more afraid. A lot of the women had started to cry, and the eyes of the elderly shone with despair. It was on purpose. He wanted to scare them in order to make them follow his orders to a T. Zhao Hai said, "I will send you to a place, and you will live there from now on. You have to obey the people there. Anyone who doesn't, I will turn them into an undead myself." The tribesmen looked at Zhao Hai dumbly, as they couldn't register all of this immediately. But one thing was for sure, this frightening human mage in front of them didn't seem to want to kill them. Zhao Hai glanced at them and spoke, "Have some leaders speak with me." There was a fuss before two of the elderly tribesmen were selected. Although they were tall, their waists were somewhat bent. It seemed as if their horns were keeping them from raising their heads. One of them spoke, "Young master, I am Alaz, elder of the large horn tribe." "I am Ali." Likewise, Zhao Hai nodded. "Good. Assemble your tribesmen. I'm going to send you all to where you are going to be living from here on." Chapter 272, Complicated Human Merchant. Alice and Ali could only address their tribesmen with lowered heads, After glancing at Zhao Hai and the undead creatures behind him, it didn't take more than a while for every tribesman to be assembled. There were only about 900 people left in the tribe, with more than 100 of them being youths, and the rest being the old and weak. Everyone was looking nerve-wrackingly at the undead creatures, whose strength they had just witnessed. All of Gasol's escorts had been experts with at least the strength of level 6 warriors, and yet, even with such strength, the undead cavalry had exterminated them in a single charge with no casualties. What sort of concept was this? The large horn tribespeople were not idiots without common sense. They knew quite well that if the undead creatures had not been powerful enough, Gasol's dozens of escorts would have been able to deal with several hundreds of them without breaking a sweat. But the escorts had been taken care of without a single casualty on the undead side. This could only prove that the strength of the undead creatures was not inferior to that of Gasol's escorts, and since they numbered more than 3,000, there was no way the tribesmen could oppose them. If they couldn't oppose them, then all that was left was only submission. They gathered around cautiously, with the women and children in the middle, then the elders, and finally the youths. Zhao Hai glanced at them, then waved the staff in his hand. A cloud of black mist wrapped everyone up, which made the tribesmen nervous for a while. Soon, the black mist dissipated, and the tribesmen discovered that they were now standing outside a castle, a real human castle. Beastmen had always heard about such castles more than they had seen them. Now that the large horn tribesmen were finally seeing one, they couldn't react. They just stood there in front of it, staring dumbfoundedly at two people. Yes, not beastmen, but true humans. They couldn't understand how they had suddenly appeared here. Just then, Zhao Hai's voice suddenly rang out. "All right. From here on out, this will be where you live. Remember, you are the slaves of Zhao Hai." Me. The tribesmen returned to their senses in an instant, and then looked at Zhao Hai at a loss for thoughts. They seriously couldn't understand how Zhao Hai had done it. Why was he able to bring so many people here from the prairie in an instant? Without care, Zhao Hai continued. "This is my supervisor, Green, and likewise, this one is Kunjing. They will arrange your accommodations, as well as clarify the rules here. Remember, whoever dares to cause trouble, I will be turning them into a specter." Of course, Zhao Hai was terrorizing the tribesmen, which was something he couldn't afford not to do. If he couldn't make the tribesmen feel fear, then he would have to kill more people if they caused trouble. In order to settle the large horn tribesmen down as quickly as possible, Zhao Hai waited and watched Green arrange them into their accommodations instead of going back to the prairie in a hurry. Green and the others had prepared for this. With their crazy purchases in Kosa City beforehand, they were not lacking in supplies right now. It didn't take a lot of effort to settle the tribesmen. Most importantly, this castle wasn't small. Zhao Hai and the others had only been able to use a part of it since they had been too few in number. With more than 1,000 of the large horned raging bulls here, it was just enough to make the castle a little more lively. Although the tribesmen didn't know where they were, they didn't dare to disobey Zhao Hai's words. Adding the fear of being in a completely foreign environment, they could only enter the castle nervously under Green and Kunjing's arrangements. Food had already been prepared for them in the castle, so all the tribesmen needed to do was to occupy themselves in it. With Zhao Hai keeping watch, everything proceeded very smoothly. In the eyes of the large horned raging bulls, Zhao Hai was a devil with power beyond boundaries. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to have such a large army of undead, not to mention the ability to bring them to here in an instant from the prairie. Zhao Hai had used the space to bring them here, of course, in order to avoid letting them see what was going on inside the space. He had used a black mist spell to cover their entry, and with the speed of the transition being so fast, they could only feel the black mist covering them up before they were transported to a completely foreign location. This caused them to have an incomparable fear towards Zhao Hai's ability. The large horned raging bulls were a very gentle race among beastmen, and their nature made them a little cowardly. With how obeying the strong had always been the rule on the prairie, they could only be complacent. By the time they had settled down, dawn was about to break, and Zhao Hai immediately returned to the prairie, where there were a lot of matters he had yet to attend to. When Gasol had defeated the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, all of their supplies had been looted, including magic beasts, food, wagons and tents, which were the most commonly used by beastmen. Zhao Hai had only taken care of Gasol and his men, and the matter of transporting the large-horned tribesmen to Iron Mountain Castle, while the other things had been left untouched on the prairie. Right now, they were being guarded by the undead creatures, led by Laura. Zhao Hai entered Xenomorph as soon as he arrived, and found that Laura and the others had gone to sleep. He smiled a little and didn't disturb them as he walked out. The things which Gasol and his men had looted weren't a lot, for the tribe in question was a small tribe of more than 1,000 people. Even so, their supplies were not little. Just putting these things away required several hundred wagons. One had to keep in mind the difference in size between beastmen wagons and human wagons. The wagons that Zhao Hai's group was using could only fit up to 1,000 kilos of grains each, while each of the beastmen's wagons could carry more than 5,000 kilos of grains. Zhao Hai counted it carefully. The large-horned Raging Bull tribe had up to 500 large wagons, with 300 of them containing tents and everyday necessities, while only 200 of them contained grains. However, when Zhao Hai took a look, he saw that the grains had not been fully packed. Every wagon only carried around 2,000 kilos, and each had been tightly covered with leather. This showed that they treated the grains with great importance. Some magic beasts were tied to every wagon. There were 3 kinds: large-horned Raging Bulls, ordinary Raging Bulls, and Argali goats, the first of which were obviously the tribesmen's mounts, while the ordinary Raging Bulls were for pulling the wagons. The Argali were naturally their most important assets. After careful counting, there turned out to be more than 1,500 large-horned Raging Bulls, more than 1,100 ordinary Raging Bulls, and the Argali were too many to be counted. The beastmen certainly had a way to deal with the Argali. Such a large commotion had taken place last night, yet the Argali hadn't run away, and right now, in the morning, the Argali were eating grass in a laid-back manner. After some thinking, Zhao Hai put everything into the space, while leaving only several hundred Argali and a couple of supply wagons outside. One contained tents, while the other contained living necessities. Although they were meant for beastmen, they were enough for appearances. Zhao Hai had thought the merchants on the prairie to be too simple when he had talked with whales in some days ago. The merchants on the prairie were even more like beastmen in lifestyle. They brought large numbers of grain wagons, as well as wagons with tents and supplies. Because they had to set up their own tents most of the time, it would be impossible for them to seek accommodation with beastmen every day. Humans who had arrived at Beastman Prairie would normally wear clothes made of beast skins. The first reason for this was to generate a sense of positivity in the beastmen, and the second was for suitability. It was also until now that Zhao Hai knew that human merchants were living their lives this way on the prairie. He tried to ask Laura, since Laura should have had known all of this since she had claimed to have done business on the prairie. Unexpectedly, Laura rolled her eyes at him and said that businesses on the prairie had always been monitored by Kunjing, who had always barred her from making contact with those people, human merchants, on the prairie. Then, it had been passed to Atai, so she had only been in charge of ledger issues instead of the specifics. In Kunjing's view, the main purpose of this excursion was not to do business, but to acquire rare magic beasts and plants, so he hadn't said too much of this to Zhao Hai and the others. Besides, with the space, there wasn't a need to do so many things. Kunjing could never think of seriously letting Laura eat and sleep while exposed outdoors like the merchants. He couldn't bear the thought. The wagons which Zhao Hai left behind were just to keep up appearances, and he wouldn't use them seriously. After all, they rested inside the space. The reason why he had left the Argali outside was to have them match his identity of being a merchant. On the prairie, it was very normal for merchant convoys to be followed by a large herd of Argali. The grain wagon of the large-horned Raging Bull tribe was left outside, since he would use it to engage in trade from this point onwards. The smaller wagons were too small after all, and unsuitable for use on the prairie. After sorting everything out, Zhao Hai let out 500 undead humans and 100 undead large-horned raging bulls to guard the wagons. He also let out Laura's wagon and woke her up. They had to hurry up once again. Chapter 273, Children Issues. Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai had taken care of matters as soon as they woke up. Laura couldn't help but speak in a heartache tone upon looking at Zhao Hai's bloodshot eyes. "Did you not sleep for the whole night? Hi bro, take a rest, quickly." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's nothing. All of you, go into the space and clean yourselves up. I'm going to write a letter to Brother Wales, tell him about the situation here, and arrange a place for our meeting to hand Gasol over to him. Having Gasol in our hands is not a solution in and of itself. With all those supplies seized from the large-horned raging bull tribe that are meant to be used by beastmen, we have to leave them with Big Brother, since we can't use most of them." Laura nodded. "Right. We'll go and make ourselves presentable. Head into the space and rest as soon as you finish writing the letter. We'll just keep watch outside. We won't go the wrong way, after all." Zhao Hai nodded and turned around to write the letter, while Laura and the others immediately went to clean themselves up in the space. They had slept quite late yesterday, so they needed to wake up properly now. Soon, Zhao Hai had finished writing a letter to Wales. It wasn't a long letter, as it was just about meeting Gasol, having captured him, and asking about how to deal with him. After writing the letter, Zhao Hai returned into the space and called back one of the 5 Bloodhawks he had gifted to Wales in order to send the letter. The Bloodhawks were actually phantasmal beasts from the space. No matter how distant they would be, the space could always contact them. As Zhao Hai was the owner of the space, he could naturally command the Bloodhawks through the space without concern for distance. Zhao Hai went to the ranch inside the space after commanding a Bloodhawk. He wanted to see the assessed levels of the 2 new types of magic beasts he had gotten yesterday. He immediately released the raging bulls, which prompted the immediate sounding of the space's voice. Just as Zhao Hai had imagined, these large-horned raging bulls weren't of a high level. He paid it no mind, as long as the space had an additional type of magic beast from here on. He then released the ground bulls. Once again, the notification voice came. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry after there was nothing more from the notification. He realized that it was much harder to raise the ranch's level compared to the farms. He had already gotten a lot of animals into the space by now, yet the ranch was still at level 6. It seemed that it would be very difficult to raise the ranch to higher levels. Zhao Hai let out a sigh. He didn't intend to raise ground bulls and large-horned raging bulls immediately, and right now, it was useless to do so. He'd be better off raising Argali and raging bulls. After all, Argali and raging bulls could be exchanged for money in human lands, while ground bulls and large-horned raging bulls would not have a lot of use in human lands. Zhao Hai came out of the ranch, and saw Laura and the others, who had finished cleaning themselves up by now. They appeared to be a lot more energetic. Zhao Hai laughed at the 3 of them and said, "I think you won't need to head out now. Just stay here and monitor what's outside using the surveillance function. Head out when there are people while letting the undead creatures lead the wagons. If you're really bored, you can head to Iron Mountain Castle." The ladies agreed after some thought. They had grown bored of the scenery of the prairie, which was not as comfy as the space, where they could lie around and sit anywhere they pleased. They had a bigger range of activity here, too. Zhao Hai said nothing more after knowing that the girls had agreed with him. He then went to sleep in the bedroom inside the space. He was worried that they might get truly bored in here, so he told Kair to go keep watch outside should Laura and the others want to go to Iron Mountain Castle. If something really happened while he was sleeping and Laura and the others were in Iron Mountain Castle, Kair would wake him up. Actually, Zhao Hai was still not clear about Kair's role right now. However, he didn't need to worry. Kair had managed the space so well. While the same could be said for Muir and the ranch, he was relaxed in that he only had to let Kair do his bidding. Until now, he hadn't discovered anything asked of Kair that couldn't be done. Zhao Hai was very clear that he was Kair's master after she had merged with the space. If there were something Kair couldn't do, she would tell him about it, so he felt assured about her. After a full sleep, Zhao Hai felt very replenished. If he had to list something he was the most dissatisfied with regarding his body, it was the fact that he would be very worn out just after a bit of fatigue, which made him pathetically weak. After cleaning himself up, Zhao Hai arrived at the living room of the villa. He noticed that the wagons were still moving through the surveillance, and they had not deviated from their course. He immediately returned to Iron Mountain Castle, as he hadn't found Laura and the others in the villa inside the space. As expected, he found them in Iron Mountain Castle. They were instructing the large-horned Raging Bull Tribe's people how to perform their tasks. Zhao Hai smiled as he appeared next to Laura. Laura suddenly sensed that there was another person next to her, and realized that it was him. She smiled. "You're awake. Hi bro." Zhao Hai nodded and glanced at the tribesmen, who were lifting some goods. He asked, "How are they? Are they obedient?" Laura nodded. "Very. They're just a little not used to living here, but I believe it won't take too long for them to get used to it. Just look. Hi bro. So many large-horned tribesmen kids, running around with nothing to do. It just won't do. How about we find some things for them to do?" Zhao Hai nodded. He had seriously considered this problem before, back when Qi and Zai had gotten married. There was no such thing as planned childbirth on our continent. For people in this world, birthing was just a natural affair, so in the near future, there would be a lot of children here. So what about the children? Let them run around ignorantly every day. Safety aside, it would not bring him any benefits whatsoever. There was only one way to solve this issue: schools. Right now, this place was a de facto independent kingdom, so these things should have been planned. Which country doesn't have schools? Schools are an important unit in which the quality of the citizens is raised, so they must be built. If a school were to be built at this time and get on track, then future school building would be a lot more convenient with the experience gained for building the first one, even if there were a lot of people. There was a great saying in China: "Education is the foundation of a 100-year plan." In order for Buddha family to develop, the matter of education must not be overlooked. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Let the tribesmen work first. Call Grandpa Green and the others. We'll head to the living room and discuss some things." Laura nodded and let Nier go and call the people. Zhao Hai said, "Oh right, contact Halaz and Ailey as well." Nier heeded with a sound, and ran off. Zhao Hai and Laura walked towards the living room in the castle together, while the large-horned tribesmen looked at him with eyes full of fear. He paid them no mind and just asked Laura, "Laura, how do you think we can solve the issue with their children?" Laura thought for a bit then said, "Schools. I think that maybe we can build a school." Zhao Hai smiled. "My thoughts exactly. I too want to build a school. It not only lets people pay attention to them, but by the time they grow up, we'll have a lot of capable people." Laura nodded. "We bought a lot of books when we came out this time. They can be used to educate the children. Even if they won't be able to learn martial arts and magics when they grow up, they will help us a lot." Zhao Hai nodded, and the two of them entered the castle. Right now, there were quite a few people inside the castle who had become married couples. They had not only been given civilian statuses by Zhao Hai. If they willed it, Zai Hai would give them houses inside the castle perimeter. Of course, they weren't the quarters of the main castle, but the servants' quarters instead. When the two of them arrived at the living room, Green and the others were already there. Other than Green, Malin, Kunjing, Meg, Blockhead and Rockhead, Sayer, Alice and Ailey had also arrived. Right now, they were the management of the whole Buddha family. Zhao Hai let everyone sit down, while only Alaz and Ailey felt uncertain and sat down carefully. He didn't say anything about them, and just turned to Green and the others. "The reason I've called everyone here today is to talk about the large-horned Raging Bull Tribe's children issues." Green and the others were watching Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura, which meant that he wanted her to carry on. Laura smiled and said, "Before, we didn't have a lot of people in this castle, and there were no children, so no one has paid attention to this issue. Right now, with the addition of the large-horned Raging Bull Tribe, we have suddenly gained a lot of children, but with no one to keep watch over them as they run about every day. Besides not having learned anything, It is simply unsafe. There is a moat outside this place. If they play around there, it will easily cause accidents. Green and the others did a double take, and then nodded, while Alice and Ailey were looking dumbstruck at Zhao Hai and Laura. Although they were beastmen, and therefore not as smart as humans, with age came wisdom, or so the saying goes. They knew what Zhao Hai and Laura meant. They saw that Zhao Hai and Laura seemed to want to make a school. Chapter 274, National Policy. Schools. Not only humans had them, but beastmen as well. However, only major battle races had schools. The most famous school was in Beast God City, which was the oldest one in the long history of beastmen. But in that school, only the high-ranked battle races and some prophets, shamans and witch doctors were taught. Common beastmen would never be able to take lessons there. It was exactly due to this reason that schools had a very high standing in the hearts of beastmen. Due to old age and the fact that they had experienced a lot of things, Alice and Ailey got the impression from Laura that she wanted to build a school, since the purpose of schools for the major battle races was to conduct concentrated management and training. The two of them looked emotionally at Zhao Hai, who glanced at Green and said, "In the days to come, our population will be higher and higher, and with it, the number of children. In light of this, building a school is inevitable. I think we should build one now, when our population is still small, and compile the experience. That way, if we want to build schools when the population becomes greater, we will not have our hands tied." Green nodded. Young Master has a point. A school should be in order. There are quite a number of rooms in the castle right now, so we should do it immediately. Kunjing also nodded and said, "I think we should make a magic martial school. Examine the children when they're little, put the ones that are good at martial arts to be taught martial techniques, and the ones that are good at magic to be taught magic spells. The teacher for martial arts can be settled with Sayer. As for the magic teacher, how about Meg?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, that's too broadly laid out. If we want to build a school now, we have to do it right, for the sake of future experience. It's definitely a no if we do it according to the format of magic martial schools on the continent. We need to have more detailed curriculums. How about this? First we survey the number of children and get their ages, then separate them based on their age. My plan is to have the children taught by their parents before they are 4 years old. Upon becoming 4 years old, we send them to a unified kindergarten, and have them taken care of by specific personnel. We bring them to the kindergarten every morning, and bring them back to their homes every night. They will eat there at noon. While they're at kindergarten, we give them a rudimentary education, so that they know some basic words and arithmetics. At 7 years old, they'll officially go to classes, divided into literature, mathematics and martial arts classes, which will have to be conducted in the same time period. For example, the 3 classes could all be an hour long each. They'll go to school and come back from it at the same times as the kindergartners, with the same meal time. At 12 years old, they'll be officially split by categories. Like for the ones talented in martial arts, most of their time will be spent on martial lessons and general learning. For the ones talented in magic, their attention will be mainly put into magic spells and general learning. If there are ones who have talent in neither, they can then focus on learning other lessons, and we can then hire some workers to teach them some skills. That way, even if they aren't good with words and numbers, they will have some skills to ensure their own safety. Even barring that, at least they will know about basic arithmetic, which can only be good for them. What do you think? Green and then others didn't expect that Zhao Hai had actually taken everything into consideration. They knew from his words that this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment plan, because the plan which he had just proposed was very detailed. It could be said that the magic martial schools on the continent were not as detailed as what Zhao Hai had suggested, and starting from 4 years old at that. One should know that schools on the continent generally started from 6 to 7 years old, during which only basic training and words were taught and nothing else. They couldn't possibly know that Zhao Hai had simply brought Earth's education over after giving it a facelift. However, they had to admit that Zhao Hai's schooling plan was far better than that of the other schools on the continent. If they managed to pull it off, it would definitely be a one-of-a-kind school on the continent, which would make it a historical first. Because the people of the continent valued martial strength, magic martial schools normally taught martial techniques and magic spells as their main curriculums. However, the school which Zhao Hai had proposed was different, as it was mainly teaching writing and mathematics. From start to finish, the importance was put upon those, which for Green and the others was something they had never heard of before. Laura frowned. If we do it as you say, hi bro, the cost we will need to put into it will be hefty. For example, children from 4 to 7 years old are very hard to take care of, and with the amount of different lessons, and the ones who will need to be in charge of making meals and babysitting, they all need people. Who do we put in charge of them? Every member of this kindergarten has to eat, and teachers have to get their wages. Do we have to pay them ourselves? The investment will be a bottomless pit, and there are too many things in need of budget allocation when it comes to developing the Black Wastelands. I'm afraid it won't work. Green and the others nodded, as they knew what Laura meant. Indeed, if they did set up such a school program as Zhao Hai had suggested, the amount of investment would be too great. They might not be able to feel it right now when they were few in number, but if there were a lot of people, the expenditure would be an astronomical sum. Zhao Hai nodded. I know about that, of course, which is why lesson fees will have to be received. But we can't take too much. The students' parents will pay a portion, while we will pay another. That way, the school can be built. My plan isn't made based on a fief's, but a country's outlook. Schools have to be managed by a country directly, instead of leaving them to someone else. Besides, we are few in number and have almost no commerce, but once there are a lot of people, there will surely be merchants, and we will have taxes. What are taxes for? Just to equip troops? I think there's no need to. We can implement military-style management in the school. That way, when there's any kind of battle, we won't have to worry about a lack of soldiers. For the sake of Buddha family's prospects of becoming a long-lasting dynasty, I think we will have to look at taxes rationally. The taxes we receive must be used on the right places, in accordance to these words, from the people, for the people. Laura and the others were stunned. It was the first time they had heard of Zhao Hai's ideal, which was different from all the other countries on the continent when it came to the view on taxes. Currently on the continent, the highest rulers were royal families, followed by nobles. Although a part of the taxes which they received was used on necessary construction and military expenditures, little was put into other aspects. Even the schools on the continent required lesson fees. What Zhao Hai had proposed was something they had never heard of. Everyone went silent for a moment before Kunjing slapped his own thigh and said, "Great, very well put, Little Hai. Your words are too appropriate. For the sake of Buddha family's great future, this is what we should do. Otherwise, what's the use of losing our entire home for the sake of piling up money?" I support Little Hai. Green wasn't someone uncultured. He was simply taken aback for a bit due to the shock of all this. He had never thought that Zhao Hai would plan so far ahead. Thanks to Kunjing, he returned to his senses and spoke with a face full of excitement. Right. Too right. I support young master. After the words of those two, the entire matter was basically settled. All that was left was finding a place and teachers. Malin said, finding a place isn't hard, but for children, we will have to find a more quiet and spacious place, so that they can learn martial arts. They can also play under the supervision of adults. I choose the back of the castle. Behind the castle was a place that was originally intended to be a place for storage, servant quarters and stables. No one had been there, but the houses were intact, just some cleaning, and they could be used for schooling. They were distant from the outer parts, far away from the oil and milling factories. This quietness was exactly the ideal condition for a school. Right now, the one who was the most knowledgeable about the castle was Malin, so when she made her point, no one opposed her. Zhao Hai nodded. Then let's pick the back of the castle, and have Granny Malin be in charge. Next up is the selection of teachers. We can have Sayer handle the role of martial arts teacher, but due to a majority of children being large-horned raging bulls, we will have to let one of the tribesmen become a teacher. I will leave you to it. Alaz, find a warrior from your tribe to teach the children. But remember to find someone smart. We're teaching children here. If he cannot even speak and doesn't even know how to teach, the children will be brought up wrongly." Zhao Hai knew that the martial arts of beastmen and humans were very different. Evidently, humans couldn't teach soul fusion-related techniques to beastmen children. Thus, Zhao Hai wanted to select a teacher from the tribe. Alice and Ailey suddenly knelt down in front of Zhao Hai, with the former proclaiming loudly, "O great magician, your heart is as wide as the prairie itself, and your power is as omnipotent as the beast god. Your knowledge is even greater than prophets, and you are as kind as the mother river. Please be at ease, for we will surely handle what you have asked of us well." After those words, the two of them kowtowed to Zhao Hai 3 times. Zhao Hai didn't expect that they would act this way. He waved his hand before Blockhead and Rockhead held both of them up. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "Remember that while you are my slaves, I am different from other humans. In here, you and humans are equals, but you must never betray me. If you do, I will have you become a part of my undead army." Alice bowed down and said, "Benevolent master, please relax. Once a beastman acknowledges a lord, it will never change for life." Zhao Hai nodded. "Also, do not forget that the tribe is already no more. Tell your people to get used to the life around here as soon as possible. If there's any assistance you require, just find any of the people you see in this meeting. That reminds me, do you still have your tribe's friendship flag?" Alice nodded. "We still do." "Do you need it, master?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Bring it to me after a while. I need friendship flags in order to do business on the prairie." It was something Zhao Hai had thought up all of a sudden. The big-bellied pig tribe's friendship flag which Spiel had given him had garnered a lot of positive feelings from a lot of beastmen, which made the importance of such flags clear to Zhao Hai. Now that Alice himself was his, using his flag was even less of a problem. Alice nodded immediately. "Relax, my master. I will immediately bring it to you after I return." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right. Sit down. Remember to call me young master." "Didn't I tell you that already?" Alice and Ailey both heeded with a sound before sitting down. Zhao Hai turned to Green and the others and said, "Sayer is the martial arts teacher, and there will be another one from the large-horned raging bulls, which should be enough for the time being. If Sayer has matters to attend to, have Blockhead or Rockhead take care of it." However, both of them are still primarily about martial training. When it comes to the magic teacher, I pick Baffy. Even though he's become an undead creature and his level was decreased by a lot, he should be able to manage. He was once a level 9 mage after all. Malin and the others didn't want to let an undead creature teach the children, but there was no other way. They had no suitable candidates right now. However, having Baffy act as a teacher wouldn't be too big of a deal. Beastmen couldn't learn magics, so Baffy only had to teach the children how to react to magical attacks. Once Zhao Hai saw that no one had anything to say, he continued, "Making meals won't be an issue. Select 2 women from the large-horn tribe, and another 2 women from among the slaves. Teaching the kids about reading and writing will be more difficult." "Oh right, we can let Orlova try his hand at that. He can teach them about words and mathematics, which should be possible." "What do you think, Granny Malin?" Malin felt that this was the only way. They didn't have a lot of people at their disposal right now. Malin could do it, but she didn't have the time for it. They could only do as Zhao Hai suggested. Once he confirmed that there were no objections, Zhao Hai spoke to Green and Kunjing. "Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kunjing, I'll leave these matters to you both. We're heading back to the prairie. Contact me if you need anything." "Alice, bring me the friendship flag." Alice and Ailey heeded with a sound and left. Zhao Hai spoke to Malin. "Beastmen mostly eat meat. They will not get used to our eating habits right now. Their lifestyle will have to be changed little by little as well. Keep an eye on this, Granny." Malin nodded. Just then, Kyer told him that the Bloodhawk had returned. Chapter 275, Teaching Material Frustrations. This was the second time the Bloodhawks had returned this day. The first time was when Zhao Hai had been sleeping, but he had left the letter which was meant for Wales with Kyer, who had then passed it over to the Bloodhawk. This time, it must have brought back Wales' reply. As it turned out, the moment Zhao Hai appeared in the space, he saw a bloodhawk standing in front of Kai. When it saw Zhao Hai, it walked over to him and used its hook-like beak to peck on his face gently as a show of affection. Zhao Hai patted the bloodhawk's large head gently while Kai passed a letter to his hand. Zhao Hai could easily tell that Wales had been worked up, since the words on the letter were hastily written. Even so, Zhao Hai understood what the letter was trying to say. Wales' intention was to have him hand over Gasol. On the back of the letter was a very simple map, and he let the bloodhawk lead the way. Zhao Hai didn't have an opinion on this matter, since he was going to West Wonder King's territory for a few days. He wasn't in a hurry, so he returned to Iron Mountain Castle once more after putting the letter away. Green and the others were now discussing the matter of building the school. Fortunately, there were relatively few people in Iron Mountain Castle, so it would be easier to set things up. But what Zhao Hai had meant was that they must not do things half-heartedly just because they only had a few people. The framework must be set properly in order to make a decent example. If there were other schools to be made later, they would be able to use their first school as an example to do so. Just then, Alice and Ailey both returned from outside. They were bringing a battle flag in their hands, which had a head of a bull with large horns painted on it. It was none other than the friendship flag of the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. Zhao Hai took the flag, glanced at it, and passed it over to Meg, who was at his side. He turned to Alaz and said, "Alaz, you must count the number of children you have as fast as you are able to, and find a teacher. The school must be built at once." Alice and Ailey both heeded his order with a sound. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I'm leaving this to you. We still have to return to the prairie. I just received word from Wales to give Gasol to him." Green nodded. "Relax, young master. Everything's normal in the castle and nothing has happened. The firewood for winter has also been prepared, so there's nothing to worry about." Zhao Hai laughed. "Very well, then. Actually, we don't need too much firewood for winter now. Kai's flowers can spread heat during the winter, so that the castle will not be too cold. We now have so much food we will never be able to finish it all, and there's no lack of meat. Right now, I still think we should build a battle ration factory as soon as possible." With Alaz and his people joining in, producing the rations should be easy. "We aren't short on argali, so everyone will have something to do during the winter. What do you think?" Green nodded. "How many argali have we gotten this time, young master?" Zhao Hai glanced at the space, and said, "About 30,000 of them, all from Alaz tribe." Alaz and his people did not show any sign of discontent. Since they now belonged to Zhao Hai, the ownership of the argali was not even a question. However, Alaz frowned slightly and asked, "Young master, I recall that our tribe had more than 50,000 argali. How did it go from that to 30,000? Zhao Hai did a double take, thought for a bit and replied, "They probably ran off during the fight between me and Gasol." "No matter. 30,000 is enough for us. Looks like we'll have to raise more of them. Right now, the blue-eyed rabbits which we've been raising in the ranch can more or less supply the Fansel duchy. Later on, we will focus primarily on argali." Green nodded. "Very well. Oh right, young master. We can also open a goat hair product factory. We'll hire Alaz people for this as well, and let the slaves learn from it. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Alaz and his people are the best in this field. You just arrange things accordingly. We don't need to worry about the goat hair processing. With them, we can now do what we couldn't before." Alice and Ailey couldn't help but straighten their backs. Beastmen were so simple. They had been afraid that Zhao Hai would look down on them after becoming his underlings. Now, with Zhao Hai's words, they felt truly happy. Zhao Hai glanced at them before continuing, "Grandpa Green, find an empty plot of land specifically for cavalry training. Alaz and his people are beastmen, so we must not let them forget their roots as riders. Besides, we have the room. Preparing a training field for them isn't a difficult matter. When those kids take their lessons, we'll have to set up riding lessons for them as well. We'll let Alaz and his people pick someone to be the teacher for those lessons, while Grandpa Kunjing can also provide some guidance. After all, humans have their own ways when it comes to riding." Kunjing laughed. Alright, I'll teach them well. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky. I'm heading to the prairie first to alter our course. I'll come back for a meal in a bit. Laura, Meg, Near, stay here. I'll be on my own. Laura nodded, but Meg said, I'll go with you, young master. I have nothing to do here anyway. Zhao Hai didn't object, and just brought her along. Upon arriving at the prairie, Zhao Hai immediately released the Blood Hawk, then ordered the undead coach drivers to follow it. He then brought Meg back to Iron Mountain Castle once again. No one could notice anything different about this convoy from its appearance. Laura's wagon was completely sealed, so no one could tell if there were any people inside. Zhao Hai and the others still returned to rest inside the space at night. Under Laura's insistence, it was because she knew that Zhao Hai had drunk the water of void, and the space was good for his body. That was why she wanted Zhao Hai to sleep inside the space every night. Zhao Hai knew that Laura's insistence was due to her caring for him. He didn't object to that. After all, no one would disturb his slumber in the space, which was good for him. There was also no noise. He could sleep well there. Kroon's laboratory, which had originally been inside the space, had now been moved to Iron Mountain Castle. Kroon had originally wanted to stay inside the space, but Laura could no longer stand him, and had chased him out to Iron Mountain Castle. Kroon didn't mind. He could settle with just a laboratory that had been readied for him. To be honest, he had willingly relocated to Iron Mountain Castle, since the environment there wasn't bad. Over the next few days, most of Zhao Hai and the others' focus was put into the construction of the school. There were more than 200 kids from the large horned Raging Bull tribe. More than 40 were over 12 years old, and more than 100 were under 12 years old, while more than 3 dozen were between 4 to 7 years old and around a dozen were under 4 years old. Zhao Hai and the others organized them. The children over 12 years old would mainly learn literature and martial arts. The children between 7 and 12 years old would learn mathematics on top of those. The children from 4 to 7 years old would be taught like they were budding talents, with simple language and simple physical training first. But now there was a problem, and that was teaching materials. There weren't a lot of concrete teaching materials on Ark Continent. Normally, teachers would teach the students about words, and then start by bringing out the magic or battle oral books, expecting the children to know what was written in them. Almost every school on the continent taught like this. Zhao Hai thought that this wasn't a very good method. Kids were active, and books like the basics of magic and battle ors were some of the most boring and tasteless things. Normal children would find it very hard to be interested in them. So Zhao Hai believed that such books were not suitable to become teaching materials. Zhao Hai had never wanted to write his own teaching materials, for it would take too much time. They could only look through the books that they had right now for something suitable. However, Zhao Hai knew after searching that the spiritual well-being of the people in this world was sorely lacking. Books in this world were divided into 4 major kinds. First was magics, which included basics, techniques, visualization, research of magic formations, low-level, mid-level, and high-level usage manuals, and nothing more. One would seldom see the recollections of high-class mages, because such a book would not be circulated, and would instead pass down to their own apprentices. Second was battle auras, which included basics, basic techniques, utilization of weapons and such, and nothing else. Like magics, recollections would be passed down to close disciples. Third was alchemy and medicine concoction. Such books were few in number, with few readers and fewer writers. These books would only contain basic knowledge, and nothing of post-learning thoughts. Fourth was notes. Books like these consisted mainly of travelogues, which mostly introduced the lifestyles of the local countryside and special legends. Such books were many, but were not written according to a standard. Normally, they had been written by mages or some high-level warriors regarding their experiences and impressions. Zhao Hai liked these books a lot, for he could learn a lot of special customs from them. But if teaching material were to be selected from these 4 kinds of books, it was evident that none of them were very suitable. In the end, Zhao Hai decided that children from 4 to 7 years old would mainly learn literature, which would be from travelogues. Such books introduced all sorts of curious tales, which a lot of children should like. Children from 7 to 12 years old would also learn from travelogues, but such books would not make up the main part of their education, which would mostly be composed of the basic books of magics and martial arts. The teaching materials for children over 12 years old would have to be decided after confirming their development.